another week or will be not.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series, week number 5. This is North American League Play. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and as you can tell, we're not in our normal home right now. In fact, you're in my home, but I still welcome you guys in because we're going to watch some great Rocket League today. Let's talk about those matches coming up, and then we'll introduce some more friends so I'm not the only one on your screen. But looking at week number 5, it's going to be just a banger. It's going to be amazing. There's so many good matches. You see NRG versus Pittsburgh Knights. Of course, our match of the day is Pittsburgh Knights versus Soniqs. A lot on the line for those two teams. But I do want to bring my friends in and welcome their homes into my home. I don't know what it is, but we got on the line Wavepunk, Gibbs, and Corelli. And Gibbs, what's going on, man? Of course you're wearing the dad polo shirt.
Yeah, this is my golf shirt. I'm ready to golf right after this. The commute got a lot less, but this kind of feels fun. It feels like going back to the Rocket League days of everyone's online, just doing webcam casts, and that's how we all got noticed, like at the start. And then we moved up to the RLCS. We're moving back a little bit, obviously, because of the coronavirus, but it's okay because all the games, they're still going to be great. Like, we might not look as good, but the games are going to be amazing.
Hey, speak for yourself. Wavepunk's looking mighty fine over there. How you doing, Wave?
I'm doing pretty good. My commute this morning was insane. I traveled from there and now I'm here. So we're all pretty good. But like Gibbs said, like for us, this is like this is a return to like how we used to cast, but it's also like for the players, nothing's changed. They're just in their houses playing like normal. So like the thing that everyone's here for, getting in the game, it's going to be great.
And Corelli is in his gamer pose right now. Do you game standing up too, or is this actually your casting pose?
No, no, I don't. I usually sit down, but I'm ready to go, man. You know, the show's got to go on, and like Gibbs said, with all the things going on, we are still going to put on a great show. So I'm excited to be here.
As Gibbs mentioned there, if you guys are wondering, you didn't catch the Rival Series the other day, we are all casting from home, just taking precautions. The safety of our casters and players is very important. So we are casting from home right now just due to coronavirus precautions. And on that note, of course, we also unfortunately have lost our worlds, but that does mean things are going to change, and that prize pool is going to be divvied up now into the regionals. The regionals are going to be so much more important. $250,000 is being added into the regional prize pools across all the RLCS regions. Gabe, do you want to break it down a little bit more for us?
Yeah, let's break it down. $100,000 for North America for regional prize, and $100,000 for Europe, $25,000 for OC, $25,000 for SAM. $52,000 for first place for North America. That's on top of the 18 that they already got. So that's really big. But the one thing I love about this is we always talk about the World Championship, about how the top 4 is so important, or the top 2 for Sam and OCE. Well, all this prize money is only for those World Championship spots. So those spots are still very coveted, and you want to make it to the top 4 because the prize increase is so exponential for that point. So when we talk about league play and those top 2 seeds where they get a bye for the top 4 spots, they are still so important. And the regional championships are going to be nuts now because there's so much on the line.
As you said, a lot more on the line, which means we should talk about league play. Let's look back last week, though, in case you guys missed it. A lot of great matches last week. Soniqs versus Ghost Gaming is the first match I want to talk on here. Wavepunk, start us off talking about this match. I mean, like, these are 2 teams fighting for that, that 4th spot in North America, really.
Yeah, and man, Ghost had so many opportunities to win this series. The end was absolutely insane. We go into overtime, and Atomic saves the series-winning goal. And I feel for Ghost in this situation, but like Soniqs just continue to create situations where they're able to force teams to have to play perfectly. They make the mistakes. They manage to get those goals. And Corelli, I feel like Soniqs is looking really hot right now.
I mean, what can you say? My bold prediction is slowly coming to fruition here, and I agree. I think the Soniqs came out a little bit flat early on against Ghost here, but they started to figure them out. And like you said, these are 2 teams that I expect to be vying for a top 4 spot. And while Ghost might have had some struggles, I think are coming into this week and in the next few weeks, I think the Soniqs have just been loving how Shock has been playing. He's been clutch up and down the field and in multiple different games. I mean, there's just only good things to say about this Soniqs team right now.
Gibbs, what's your take on these 2 teams right now? I mean, Soniqs are looking strong, but will it stay up, or is Ghost Gaming going to rise above them? Just in the rankings overall.
So this is tough because I do feel like Ghost, they played well throughout that series. They just couldn't win the big one, and that's always that big question mark. But Shock, I just have to give it to him. He's been on our Player of the Day board every single week. He put in 2 clutch overtime goals. One in that game 5 overtime where he was very patient. He picked his spot. And of course, he delivers. This man can't do anything wrong right now. And it's fun to see.
Well, I got another match we want to talk right now. I'm going to let Corelli take this one off, though. But Rogue versus Knights. Again, both these teams struggling to find their footing right now. Rogue losing AJ moving over to the Knights. Talk to me about this match.
Well, I think first of all, First Killer on the Rogue side has looked pretty good, and I think Kronovi's having one of his best seasons we've seen in a long time. I think that for Rogue, there's a couple missing pieces as far as the finishing factor. First Killer is kind of doing his part of being involved in most of the goals. I think the stats like 77% goal participation for him. There's the shooting department, which has definitely been questionable for Rogue, but for the most part, I think this team is actually underperforming so far. And for Knights, for me, I'm not really sure. I said this a couple weeks ago. They look wonky. They look like they have a square wheel right now. And I can't put my finger on it completely on what the deal is with the Knights, but they don't look comfortable when they play.
Now, Wavepunk, give me your take on these 2. Now, it's like with all these roster changes, are these the right moves right now for someone like the Pittsburgh Knights?
I mean, whether it's the right move or not, it's the move they made and they're going to have to deal with it. I feel like the Knights are in a situation where everybody kind of wants to do the same thing and everybody does that one thing well, but I feel like I see them all in the same corners. I feel like they're all in the same half at the same time. I don't feel like this is a well-rounded team. This is a team that has like one strong strength of like being up on offense, being aggressive, going for demos, going for the team plays, sometimes going for the solo plays sometimes, but I just feel like when it's like, okay, we're not doing that in this moment, what should we do? It's just things fall apart for them. And yeah, we'll see Rogue versus Knights on Monday, and it'll be interesting to see how they differentiate against each other. But right now, yeah, I don't know.
Let's move on. We like to do this a lot. We like to make predictions just way out there and way too early. So we're gonna make our top 2 predictions for North America. I'm gonna let Gibbs go first on this one. So we're just gonna dive in. Like, honestly, I feel like it's anybody's game at this point. I feel like anybody could be taking those top 2 spots. And looking at our predictions, I'm cheating. I have them on a sheet in front of me. They are wildly different. So Gibbs, give us your first ones here. Who's top 2?
So first I want to talk about what we've seen already. We've seen Spacestation, Soniqs, and Energy. They all won one and lost one versus one another. And the other team I think a lot of people are talking about for a top 2 spot is G2. They haven't played any of these teams yet. They've played only the 3 bottom teams plus the Pittsburgh Knights. That is why I do not have G2 right now in the mix for top 2. I have Energy and Spacestation because I still believe in those 2 teams. For Soniqs, I feel like they were one play away from losing that series, and we would be talking completely differently about them versus Ghost. I don't know if they're the real deal for at least the top 2. For top 4, Corelli, that is looking good, but I got Energy and Spacestation for my top 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, I put Energy and Space Station as well, and I agree. I think we would be talking about the Soniqs a little bit differently if they had lost their previous series. I do think that you can make a strong argument that they might be able to make to a top 2. And I also agree that I don't have a G2 in my top 2 at the moment because they really haven't played anyone who has given them that hard of a time. And most of the teams that they played are below the 6th spot. So for G2, I think they're a great team. Don't get me wrong, but we have to see them beat the better teams in the RLCS first.
And now, Wave, I'll let you go first here because there seems to be a theme here. There's 3 letters that seem to be pushed across all our picks. It's SSG, but your second pick for top 2 is a little bit out there.
Yeah, no, I mean SSG is. They really only have G2 left to play. And I also have Soniqs as my second team. That's the team you're talking about right now. And for both these teams, they've kind of gotten through a lot of their difficult part of the schedule. They both have G2 left to play. And the hard thing for them is going to be making sure they don't mess up going up against the bottom half of the league because they all have this kind of the streak of these teams that we don't expect much out of coming up. And definitely is kind of a trap situation where, like, if Soniqs were to lose one of those teams, they're definitely out of the games. And it'll honestly, with Soniqs, it's going to come down to NRG versus G2 at some point as well for them to make top 2. But really, I think Soniqs is given a schedule that is perfect for them to be prepared when they face G2 in the final week.
Well, G2 is my other pick, but we're out of time for me to talk about that. So to do just that, it's going to be Achieves with our Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thank you very much, Leaf, and we are going to look at why is G2 having such a great turnaround season this week. And they've started off 4-0, last year almost being relegated. And so what is the difference? We're going to look at 3 different clips, one on defense and one on offense. Here's JNaps rotating back on defense, and AJ just trying to get this ball into the middle, Reddles shadowing close behind, and Rizzo just knows he has to buy some time on offense, maybe make a play. JNaps pushing up into the midfield, can see Chicago behind him, so he doesn't try and cut that ball off. He knows Chicago is going to have a better approach, and Chicago can just play the follow-up defense after Chicago forces that offensive player's hand. And that is what means, since he waited right there in the midfield, he's going to be in position to cut off that pass from Reddles in the midfield. The awareness and understanding from JNaps on defense is what's so valuable, that communication to make sure that things are going as expected and they're not getting in each other's way by cutting off rotation. Let's go ahead and look at clip number 2. We're going to look at 2 perspectives, one from Torment right here. Off the kickoff, it goes fairly neutral, but shading towards Chicago. Torment thinking about playing the backboard defense, but he sees Gimmick's already up, and he needs to see what Gimmick's touch is going to be off this clear here. Now here he's thinking, I can push forward, but JNaps controls that zone, pushes Torment out of the way, and forces him to go onto the backboard to avoid the demo, and opens up a great pass opportunity for Chicago and Rizzo. As this one's pushed out towards the sidewall, he's got to cycle back around, hope Gimmick can get a touch. Scary ball forces him to jump up and try and make it clear. Suboptimal, and again, Rizzo with a beautiful setup into the midfield, uncontested for JNaps. The little shimmy shake gets it through Squishy, and Chicago's there to punch it home. And if you look at it from Chicago's perspective, you're going to see that he just understands everyone's going to split off for boost here, goes for the uncontested backboard, and that's what starts off this great bit of pressure here. trying to sweep through the goal line, get people out of the way if anyone's going to be there. Rizzo's making beautiful touches into the midfield and letting his star players like Chicago and JNaps make some phenomenal plays. JNaps, again, pushing Torment into the middle. Chicago not trying to do too much, just dump it off to Rizzo in that corner, be in position for the follow-up clear, slowly but surely force the defense into a more compacted position, and that's what is giving them so much space on the offensive side. They've got great awareness of where to put the ball and the execution to make the big plays happen. So JNaps and Chicago running the offense, Rizzo giving them a lot of chances to make big plays happen, and they're absolutely nailing it. They've only played 15 games this season, but they're second in total goals scored. So the offense really clicking this season for G2, and that's been one of their biggest turnarounds. On the defensive side of things, they have great communication, great awareness of each other, and they don't try and force things into poor touches, and they just deal with things as they come. One of the stingiest defenses as well. So G2, huge turnaround season for them. And what do you guys think is going to happen in their match today?
I think G2 is going to just wipe the floor. I mean, like, I had them as my top 2, so I kind of have to get behind them. But it's enough about me. I didn't get to much time to talk about them last one, so I'm going to move on to the next section and let you guys take it away. We're going to talk about impact players. I mean, we're mentioning JNaps in there. We're mentioning Rizzo stepping up. I'm curious what players you guys have in your top 3 as the most impact players in North American Rocket League right now. Gibbs, I'm going to let you take this one away.
All right, so I'm going to start, and I'm going to go with my number 3, Pittsburgh Knights Reddles. And I think it's more on the bad side of things, because I think when he's playing well, the team can kind of fluctuate. But I think he's so impactful because he's the core of this entire team. We talk about like AJ being a little bit lost. When AJ looks good, it's because Reddles gets him involved. So I feel like if Reddles has a bad series, Pittsburgh Light is just not going to look good at all. So I think on the bad side of the impact, maybe Reddles is number 3. Number 2, I got JNaps because he's the knapsack. He's returning to form. We saw it through the promotion tournament, 23 goals in 12 games. And there's not much more to say there. He's a very impactful player for G2. When he's looking good, their offense is unstoppable. And then number 1, I got to go Atomic. And for one reason only, because of this clip right here for Atomic where he does everything for Ghost. It looks like he does everything right here. The game 5 overtime, a beautiful play. But not only that, he then blocks his own teammate's shot. So he's impacting both sides of the play right here. Wonderful play to start, and then he blocks Illusion's shot. You can't get much more impactful than that when it's game 5 overtime.
Because no one said it had to be positive impact, I guess.
It doesn't have to be.
Wait, Puck, let's move. Yeah, let's move on to you now. Who you got as your top 3? Start us off with number 3.
Man, I think Gibbs is doing a disservice to one player in particular, but I gotta go with Rizzo for going with number 3 off the bat here. I got Turtle on this one. Everyone's got this recency bias for JNaps right now. This is the best season Rizzo has had on G2. Maybe ever. Like I don't know, back season 6 they made it to the finals, things were good then, but like he has had such an impact. He is leading his team in some stats here. He is leading in shooting percentage. This is the player who used to be at the bottom for shooting percentage in the entire league, and he is leading his team right now. Second, I love AXB's just had a place in my heart for 2 seasons right now. He's been absolutely amazing. He's the only player in North America that's gotten 2 hat tricks this season. And then at number 1, Gibbs. Where is Shock on your list? This man is absolutely crazy. He's top 3 in shooting percentage. He leads the league in game MVP medals. Leads the league. He has 8 MVP medals. No one else has 8 MVP medals. And he's gotten Player of the Day twice. Once when he lost. Where's Shock?
So Shock is not.
You know
on
what?
Instead
of I'm not gonna. No, Gibbs. You know what?
Okay.
No. Gibbs, you don't get to talk. Corelli gets the back up wave. You have to sit there and take it.
Yeah, Gibbs, you're going to have to hold the L on this one. I have Atomic for number 3, and I agree. I think that he's done a lot for Ghost. Again, I mentioned it, a huge margin of the goal participation for his team, and he's been a huge catalyst for the offense for Ghost. At number 2, I have Chicago, and I went back and forth between JNaps and Chicago, but I feel like while JNaps has done a lot of scoring, Chicago has done a great job of kind of moving the ball out for G2. But I have Shock, and for one reason. Week 2, clutch overtime goal against Spacestation Gaming to win. Week 3, clutch overtime goal to win in against Rogue. Week 4, clutch overtime goal for Ghost. Player of the Day twice. You can't go against Shock. He has been the most impactful player for any team so far here for North America.
Maybe if you want to bring it up now, Gibbs, but we're going to move into predictions. If you can somehow fandangle your way into bringing it up here, but we're going to talk about predictions. We got to move on. We can be pretty quick on this too, because I feel like for the most part in North America, we're pretty on point with each other at this point. There are very few that are out there picks at this point. You know, one of them, of course, is Pittsburgh Knights against NRG Wave.
Yeah, I don't know. We didn't really get to talk about it earlier. NRG, man, is struggling right now, okay? Like, they've had some good games. They have some good moments, but this is a team that has been at the top for so long. And I'm going to tell you, this is my theory. Everybody in North America kind of wanted secretly NRG to win Worlds. Like, everyone was sort of behind them. And now that they've done that, they are getting the best out of everybody. I think PK versus Soniqs is going to be a warm-up match and a wake-up call that PK is like, wait, we got to win this match. NRG is going to come in cold that last match. PK is going to be warmed up after playing Soniqs. I think they actually did get the upset.
I mean, I'm a fan of the Knights as well, and that's why I have them against Soniqs. I was the only one to go with Soniqs against Soniqs on that one. But I feel like, you know, as amazing as Shock is, and I am with Wave and Corelli on this one. He's amazing. I just don't know how you can't be consistent 8 weeks in a row. Like, there's no way. And I feel like the Knights are really starting to step it up at this point. And like, Gibbs, were you at least like half on this one, or like you full against the Knights?
So I'm against the Knights, but I think they have a shot for Soniqs. Like, I think that is a Game 5 overtimer that probably Shock scores again because he's so impactful. We'll talk about him in a little bit here, but such a big week for Pittsburgh Knights. Soniqs and NRG, when no one is talking about Pittsburgh Knights at all for top 2 conversation anymore. Well, if they 2-0 this week, they're right back in that conversation. And NRG lately has been a little bit lackluster, so I can agree with Wave that is an upset potential. But either way, for Pittsburgh Knights, you do not want to go 0-2 because then you're 5th or 6th, and that's going to be a tough road through playoffs.
Well, let's keep it on the Knights right now, because I did actually have a chance to sit down with Gyro, so let's take a listen. And from the Pittsburgh Knights to talk about their journey thus far, it's Explosive Gyro. Man, how you doing? Look, we're on the same level.
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right. Let's just talk about the season so far. You know, it's a much different look than last season, you know, and your whole journey and story. Has there been like a lot of unexpected hurdles now, especially with the roster change?
With AJ, we knew that we would get a lot of hurdles coming into it because we had such a short off season. But yeah, there were a lot of hurdles to overcome with rotations and chemistry. But I think we were able to go past and find a more calculated play style than last season with AJ.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Are you guys now feeling a lot more confident that there's going to be a bounce back now, like you've found the groove, or is there a little more work to be done?
To be honest,
I found the groove.
we kind of got our confidence back here, and I think we're going to show it today. We've been practicing a lot this whole week, and losing to SSG was a wake-up call for us because we felt like we really underperformed.
I'm sorry, is this Reddles on the line right now? It looks like. Anyways, let's talk about the prep for this weekend, because this is obviously a really long weekend for you guys. You know, you got Soniqs, NRG, and of course an extra game against Rogue. Now, has the prep changed for you guys coming into this extra long weekend?
I mean, we've kept playing 2 scrims a day every single day. Usually Sunday is our days off, but this time we're just going to be playing throughout the whole week for 2 weeks straight because we can't take a single day off since we have a game this Monday against Rogue.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about that. Obviously, you know, how's AJ feeling? Has AJ talked about that at all? What's the vibe going into against that match?
For AJ, like when he first joined our team, we knew that he felt more comfortable because on his other team, he felt inferior to Kronovi. So when he joined our team, he was more comfortable since we're closer to his skill level. And AJ really wants to beat his former team and prove that he could take down the mountain.
You got to have goals, right? And those are some goals right there. Take down Kronovi, the mountain. Now, I guess, can you give us just any final thoughts, any final words right now to the fans to show signs of confidence? Give us a little bit of, you know, as Reddles rubbed off on you all, what do you got final words just to say to your fans here for confidence?
If you've been here long enough, you already know. Just don't sleep on the peeps.
Don't sleep on the peeps. I like to hear it. Good luck in your matches going forward, Gyro.
Thank you.
And yeah, no, I like the okay. Gibbs has his Reynolds impression. Do we all have our shades right now? I left mine over there.
Hey man, I love confidence.
But yeah,
and confidence is key. Great.
it is key, but you know, they're going to need confidence going into their match of the day. So why don't we talk about that? Wait, Corell, you got to get your glasses at some point here. Let's talk about our match of the day now, though, and talk about that confidence. The Knights have had some time now to fit AJ, you know, into the mix, into the roster to try to replace that spot that Mist had. But Soniqs, honestly, really not showing a lot of slowdowns here. Corell, I'm going to let you start off with this one. What's this match going to look like?
So I agree with the previous analysis. I think it is going to be a very close match. A lot of the games that Soniqs have played have also just been very close as well. I think if Pittsburgh Knights are getting their confidence back and they can find that rotation that we saw last season where it felt like everything was clicking, if that happens, then the Knights have a lot of positive things going forward because they have a lot of games coming through, obviously with the long week here and then going into next week. So if you're playing at top level right now, that's huge going in because it's going to affect all teams because obviously you have to play so many games in a row here. So if the Knights figured it out, that's great. But like I said, I feel like they look a little wonky. Everyone's trying to play the same position. Everyone's trying to do the same thing. It doesn't look organized for the Knights right now.
And Wavepunk, you're nodding your head there. Are you on the same page?
The thing is that for me, this is a very much like Shock versus Reynolds matchup. I'm so excited to watch these two big personalities, like big clutch players, show up and play on the pitch at the same time. But for me, like the clutch factor of Shock that we've talked about already, combined with this team's defense, there are two teams in North America that have two players that are averaging over 2 saves per game. And they're both, it's Flight is one of them because all they get to do is play defense and get saves. It's the only stat they get to make right now. And the other team is Soniqs, who is up at the top and winning right now. If you have a defense that strong and an offense that's able to win, I got Soniqs in this one easily.
And Gibbs, is there any way I can convince you to pick the Knights over Soniqs on this one? Just, you know, don't leave me alone here.
So I'm going to defend why I didn't have Shock on my top 3. It's because we've never seen him play bad. Okay. So we don't know how impactful he is yet. Because I think Tapper can carry that team a little bit as well. He's had a really good season. So I think Shock is so good that Pittsburgh Knights don't have a chance because every week he delivers. And I can't tell because I don't have the good versus the bad Shock to tell how impactful that is because he's always good. He always will deliver. Pittsburgh Knights right now, they are trending low. While we have the Soniqs trending high, but I do think that this match could be close. And Reynolds, if he gets that demo game going, but we haven't seen it a lot all season. I am worried for Pittsburgh Knights. I still have Soniqs.
Wave, quick rebuttal there. I saw the arms go up.
I just don't understand what boost is in Gibbs' tank that he's like, I need to see the player play bad to know how good he is. Like, he's good. To see the impact. He's great. End of conversation.
That's amazing. Anyways, we do have to move it on and start talking about our next matches here. And Corell, I'm going to let you lead this one again. EU versus Flight. We got EUnited versus Flight. Flight is not looking like they're having a really happy season right now. And, you know, EUnited maybe is a team that can take it off, but EUnited is, again, a world championship team. Does Flight have any chance at looking at a win here?
Sure, I think Flight, this is probably one of the most winnable games they've had. And I think for Flight, it's about breaking out of your own end. We talked about them spending a lot of time on defense. They have, if you look at the highlight reel of the goals they've scored, they've actually had some pretty incredible goals scored by Rapid and Seabass in particular. But it's breaking out of your own end and then giving yourself opportunity to allow those plays to occur. That's been the biggest problem with Flight so far because there is potential in that team. On the other side of things for EUnited, I really like what I see from time to time in certain minutes of each game. And then there's other times where they give up a lot of space and it feels like that they're uncomfortable rotating back onto defense. But if EUnited can find the same form that we saw as they went into the World Championship last season, then I think that they could make another run here in this season. So for EUnited, it's just about, look, you have a massive weapon in Hoxer. How do you get him going in every single one of your games?
I'm going to hand that question over to Gibbs then. You know, how would you get him going?
Well, you have to play offense, EUnited, once in a while. My biggest issue with this team is they sit back on defense versus everyone. Like, even when they 3-0'd Cloud9, Cloud9 had more of that offensive pressure. And that's what I worry about for them going forward. Not necessarily versus Flight, because we talked about it. Flight, they don't pass the ball when they're on offense. They go for the solo plays. And I think the defense from EUnited is solid. I worry about when they play other teams, like they play G2 later. That could be a bloodbath because of how much defense they play. They have to find a way to control the possession. And when you play Flight, that is the perfect team to begin that process, because you should control more than Flight.
Wave, I feel like sometimes, if you just get enough solo plays and you take the boost, you can shut down an opponent's defense. Are they going to be able to break through this EUnited defense with their solo plays, or are we looking at definitively they have to start getting those passes going?
I mean, I feel like we're not talking about EUnited right now just because of the schedule that they've gone up against. They played NRG and Ghost, got beaten those 2 games, and then they played Cloud9 and Rogue, and they swept both those games. So I feel like EUnited's probably a stronger team than their record shows right now. And for Flight, on the other hand, like, they've got EUnited, Rogue, SSG, and Soniqs left to play. My question is, like, Seabass has never won more than 1 series in an RLCS. I don't know which of these series he's going to be able to get. I don't think it's this one. I think EUnited's a lot stronger than we're giving him credit for.
Gibbs, are you on that as well? Like, do you think that it's like, okay, EUnited has this in the bag, no problem, and Flight's just got no chance, it's all downhill from here?
I mean, one of the most important series is that race for 10th, right? Flight, the morale is down, obviously, but they have to be scrimming so hard to try and survive for the RLCS, because if you come in 10th, you go directly to the rival series. And I feel like them versus EUnited, then they play Rogue in the final week. Those are the 2 winnable games that can get them out of 10th. They have to be looking at this game and highlighting it, be like, this is a must win. And maybe that'll help. We'll have to see.
I'm going to get into the match in a second here, but Corelli, final thought on how this match is going to go. No chance for Flight, EUnited take the win, or is it going to be close?
I think it's going to be close. I think it's actually going to be game 4. I think, and I picked EUnited. I think game 4, EUnited, that's my pick for today.
Well, what's your pick? Let us know online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. We are now about to get into our very home-based Rocket League North American League play with our first match of the day.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the North America Rocket League Championship Series. Chiefs, this is great. This feels like the old days when we
right?
hop on broadcast in our rooms at home and just have some fun. And Flight and EUnited, they are trying to recover halfway through this season. They have not had a good start of it. 2 of the bottommost teams in the North American RLCS right now.
Yeah, and I think Gibbs makes a great point. This is not as easy for EUnited as I think it might be. They definitely do spend a lot of time playing on offense, and that's definitely not going to be a recipe for success. And if Flight are going to want to win a game, they're going to have to come out here. They're going to have to put their foot down. They're going to have to play some crazy offense. Get out there and be strong. Seabass is having a great overall season. I think he's a large piece of the catalyst that this team flows through. So if he's having a good day, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, for EUnited, they are second to last, only to Flight in terms of shots per game. They're barely averaging about 2.5 per game, EUnited. And so if they can find a little bit of strength, but Flight is the one who kicked things off. It's Rapid who punches it in for the first goal.
Real nice job here from Flight. I said come out here swinging, and boy, did they. Memory gets one through the back wall, and Rapid just slots it into the lower left-hand corner. So a nice, quick open for Flight, and that is exactly what you needed. And you're absolutely right. Both of these teams, in terms of the production this year, not particularly good. They're the two worst offenses in terms of goals per game. Ajax with a chance to equalize and can't get it in between the goalposts on a wide-open net.
Still, was a good cut by Hoxer to take control of the ball again, and he'll commit on the play. Will score. 20 seconds in, already 2 goals.
Nice ball, taking that clear. Seabass just needs to get a touch on it. Really, there's no other reason for that ball to sneak its way through. Hoxer was just waiting to see if there was indeed a miss. And as soon as there was, that was it. Got to come up with that.
And it was a good steal from Hoxer early on that play. Hoxer is all of the offensive output for this EUnited team. He leads the team in shots, and he was their star player last season as well. Hoxer,
yep.
Everyone was looking at him to be that next standout star last season after he had helped his team get to the World Championship. Rolled his pop knocked away by Seabass. Hoxer keeping Flight currently locked in the blue half. Here's Ajax in the corner, looking for Roldiz, and it's taken away by Memory. Rapid actually has a free ball and a free goal. Flight, a freebie, they'll take the lead.
And I actually like the aggressive push there. They tried to go for that pre-jump with a pass into the midfield. It's aggressive, but it's a nice idea, because if that plays out, if it goes as planned, you're going to beat the defense 100% of the time. They just mis-execute the pass, and unfortunately, Hoxer was off stealing the corner boost, and they might get one off the kickoff. Rapid with a stalemate. Seabass coming in, and he will turn it in. 3-1 lead for Flight.
That was perfectly executed on the kickoff. Cheat up here for Rapid. Rapid, he just squares up. He tries to neutralize the ball against Ajax. That'll give his team the best chance at it. That's exactly what happened, and Seabass was easily able to clean it up. I mean, this is falling apart early for EUnited, but this has been happening to this team in a couple of their previous matchups where games just get away from them quickly, and then they stabilize too late. And we see it here with Flight taking this 2-goal lead, but headed the other way. A huge whiff, Ajax. It was a low flick.
A low flick is right. He's definitely got Seabass here in the one-on-one.
Oh, wasn't it? He just popped it up. This is like a fake.
Yeah,
it was a fake flick.
It was the fake flick. Yeah, he just jumped and sort of like made it look like he was about to go for that nice high flick, and then it just rolled off his car. But they get it right back, and they'll take what you can get. And a chance again for Ajax off the kickoff. Got bumped.
Oh man, that looked like the trajectory Ajax was going to put that in. The bump, the only thing saving him. But it's good from EUnited. You had to get that goal pretty early. You do not want to get boxed in here by Flight. The Memory takes the ball away. Now Rapid on the point, and it's rolling by Roldiz, and somehow Ajax bangs it into Roldiz for the save.
Close call, not done yet though. And that's a great clear there from EUnited to force that ball out into space.
Hoxer now in the corner, off the ceiling, looking for a pass, but it's denied by Memory. Ajax racing back for the ball. Now Seabass on the point by Hoxer and taken away by Roldiz. Well, EUnited trying to find a way through Flight's defense here in midfield. Ajax shot on target, too high for Seabass. He'll take it away. And Rapid will take the ball away from Roldiz. A nice touch by Rapid back to Seabass. But Ajax is there on the challenge. Now Rapid again. But nothing here materializing for Flight. They'll retreat. As here come Hoxer on the counterattack, taken away by Seabass. Ajax punched against the back wall. Nothing again for EUnited. They are working their way towards the box. Ajax hunting closely, and it bounces off the post. It looked like it hit into Hoxer's car, maybe on the shot, but nothing for EUnited.
They did it perfectly. The pass was perfect to beat Seabass, but unfortunately, as he's rotating out of goal, just goes straight through the ball, and that is so unfortunate because Seabass was definitely locked up, and there's a double commit from Flight there in the midfield. Rapid, thankfully not in the 1-on-2 with a quick recovery from Memory. And a close call for Flight, but a chance to maybe put game one away here as they've got the chance for pressure.
Here's Hoxer. He's taken back to his own corner. Memory back over to Rapid. He'll win the challenge. Seabass up for this. He has a look on net, and it's saved by Hoxer. But it's still Flight's ball. Memory pops it up high above one. And Ajax, he tried to get back. He actually got the touch. Well done by Ajax to get it out to the corner.
And definitely United really tangled up there, and that's a much-needed touch from Ajax. Some strong power off the sidewall. They were about to just get jammed in onto their backboard and on the goal line, so nice play to get that ball all the way down to the other end of the pitch. Hoxer, though, just gave up possession.
And Ajax forced up to play it out to the corner. Hoxer turning on it quickly, but Memory is there first. Roldiz couldn't get there, and Rapid will punish Flight. Another 2-goal lead.
And Rapid just went for that one. Ajax, it's a decent touch into the middle, but Roldiz and Ajax, I mean, they're both kind of in the same place, and Ajax is the guy on the goal line. I think he backflips off of that one because his teammate called it, and unfortunately they can't get their way all the way up to the ball. So a 2-goal lead with a minute left. It's a good chance here for Flight in game one.
There were a couple of good opportunities for EUnited as well, but Flight handled things on the backboard pretty well. That's where they were challenged the most. In those last about 2 minutes that EUnited had a chance. They might have one here, but the ball's getting away from them. Seabass stints the attack for a second. EUnited still pressing forward. Rolled his pass to Hoxer. Hop high off the backboard. No shot will come. Ajax had to race across. He still got it on net. Rolled his, puts it in. EUnited not out of game one.
Nice try from Memory. They definitely got tied up there on the goal line. He had to really manage the speed going into goal, but unfortunately, as he went up that backboard, he had no boost to work with, so he just couldn't really manage the speed and the power necessary to really force that ball into the corner. And nice pressure applied from EUnited to give themselves a chance with about 30 left.
Hoxer already put a shot on net. Roldiz keeps the ball up high, fights against Rapid, who wins, and the quick shot from Flight, and fifth goal from Memory. Woo, Flight.
Banger of a shot. Roldiz stolen away. Rapid on the nose, and perfect from Memory, and he has had quite a game one. He's been involved in 4 out of the 5 goals for Flight, so nice game from Memory here to open up the weekend.
I mean, even Rapid, he's 3 for 7. This is a lot of offense for Flight, putting out 15 shots on net. And it's been a lot of quick transitions as well. They got one empty netter. Here's Hoxer. He tried to find his way towards the box, but it's not going to happen. And so full team effort for Flight in the first game of this set, and it got away from EUnited early. They kept it close, but just kept conceding goals when they needed to find a way to stabilize. They just could never really, what's the word for it? Keep the boat sturdy, Chiefs.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is exactly the story of this game. Flight, they had a couple goals handed to them at the start of that game. Like you said, that open net where they tried to get real aggressive with the offense and get that pre-jump goal, and the only reason that it didn't go through was they executed the pass, and Hoxer was stealing the boost. So it's a tough break for EUnited here in game one. To be fair, it wasn't really that bad for EUnited. Sure, they gave up 5 goals, but a lot of the goals that I think Flight scored were actually fantastic shots on target. I mean, this one here gets popped into the corner. Rapid just steals it away. And I mean, what are you going to do against that? I mean, they're pretty much in position with that ball into the middle. It's just the shot is executed so perfectly from Memory there to just rip that ball high into the center of the goal. And if you're not on the goal line already, it's going to be a tough save. So, I think EUnited played decent. It's just the shooting from Flight actually came through really well here.
And I felt that Flight's defense also came up big a couple of times. EUnited had a couple of good pushes down the field. They were looking up high in the corners towards the backboard. There was one, the Ajax potential double tap that he had where Memory bumped him when he was going for the challenge. There was another one with Hoxer with an attempted pass that was taken away by Memory on the backboard. Yep. So, Flight really all around solid. If they can find a way to keep EUnited out of the net, they might be able to close this out early. Obviously, achieves, Fun
really
fact.
Good game one.
If you keep, yeah.
if you win the games, you win the series.
No, if you keep the ball out of your net, you might win. That's how it works. True. Anyways, we start off game 2 with EUnited. It's off the rails. Off the rails. It starts just how game 1 did.
Yeah, Ajax goes into the middle. Roldiz goes back to the other corner to get boost, and he gets bumped out of the way. And Hoxer at the same time goes into the other corner to get the boost. And it's just like, wait, how is no one going to be ready for this ball that's obviously pinging off the sidewall? Real breakdown from EUnited. Chance to get it right back, though, and stopped.
We have seen a couple of those miscommunication or just not the lack of field awareness, which is not something that we really could say about EUnited last season. I mean, they made the World Championship last season. Ajax, no boost, he'll do what he can. Seabass will have the save. They just haven't had that same magic. It doesn't feel like at any point this season, EUnited have been on the same page. But Ajax will kick this down the corner. A long ball, Memory, a nice catch. Hoxer tries to keep it in, but EUnited forced to play from their own end again. Out to the side, good idea on the pass, but it's boomed away by Memory. Oh, tough for Hoxer. Yeah, he was able to get out there, got it right on top of Rapid, so out of harm's way. But again, both Roldiz and Ajax came up on this play. Roldiz forced to use a lot of boost just to get back and keep the ball back to midfield. And Ajax, he's low on boost.
But I love it. He took his time with it, and even though that save is made by Memory, I mean, Ajax recognizing the situation. Look, I don't have a lot, so I'm going to make sure that I get the touch I want, and he nailed the pass. And while I got saved, there's the bump, there's the demo. Roldiz to get through, and Memory comes off the wall and makes a huge save. A beautiful push from EUnited. They really crashed the house there, and still Flight make the block.
Ooh, and Ajax came up with another save, and pinched across their own post. Seabass keeps it going. EUnited feeling the press right now, and Roldiz has a little bit of space, but forced a challenge against Memory. Memory couldn't find it, now Hoxer will take it. Hoxer over Seabass and Rapid the whole way to the net, bounced off the backboard. Here's Roldiz, no, he got to get the piece of it. But Flight are headed the, well, they were, now with Rapid headed the other way.
And really, EUnited not trying to do anything too crazy here on defense. I mean, they realize that they've gotten tied up in a lot of spaces, and I think they're trying to start spreading the field a little bit wider to stop crowding each other so much. And almost perfect from Seabass, but back the other way. And what a touch from Hoxer. Oh, mama.
Yeah, you could tell that there was nothing but confidence on this play. They thought, on Flight, they thought that ball was in. Rapid was coming up. He's like, yeah, that's in, no problem. I'm going to pick that up. And then next thing you know, it bangs off the bottom back wall, and it's in your net. So that one got away from Flight.
Just as much a surprise for Flight.
Yeah.
Huge is right. A much needed goal, and Hoxer really did just, that was a display of wonderful timing. You need to make sure that ball stays above the ground there, and if you don't hit that at the right time, then it's just going to go flat into the defense, who's right in front of the goal.
Ball hanging around in midfield as Rapid picks it up. Rapid just given all the space, but Roldiz is ready to receive. Now Seabass will keep it going. This time Hoxer will take it off the back wall. Just EUnited. Long clears downfield. Hoxer's downfield to get this one. He gets the touch, but Roldiz will take advantage of a Seabass width and make another challenge. But EUnited just feels like they're playing damage control and just trying not to do too much with the ball, not trying to make too many errors or overcommit. But the passing has been lackluster, to say the least, from EUnited. They're really struggling to put any kind of decent shot opportunity on net.
Well, that's kind of what happens when you're trying to spread the field a little bit more. If you're focusing on making sure you stay out of your teammates' way, then you play a little bit less aggressive, and that means you have fewer options for where to put the ball. And EUnited are going to wind up having to rely on some solo efforts in the midfield. Seabass towards the middle, and Hoxer there, Memory in, and there's Roldiz. And here's an option where you absolutely need to get that pass off. He had Ajax on the right side of the field, and Roldiz just dumped it up the middle.
And they have been feeling that pressure from Flight, but they're given so much space even right there. Hoxer, he utilizes it well. He missed that midfield boost. He made the most of what he could out of that situation. Ajax stopping the ball in midfield, giving EUnited another chance at it. Hoxer downfield, and that will be off the bounce for Roldiz, and he can't find the goal. Rapid will take it away. Now Flight again, here's Memory. Oh, squared up on the challenge to win that one. But we're just kind of back and forth against each other's back walls. Rapid slows it down, wins one touch. Seabass couldn't find the angle he was looking for. Hoxer will take this away. Time running out in regulation. Flight, one more opportunity. Wrap it up for this quickly. Banged off the back wall. Roldiz will pop it right over Seabass, and we will have OT in game 2.
I think this feels like a must-win game for me if you're on Flight here, because you've struggled so much this season, and obviously if you lose this game, it's not the end of the world, but it's going to do wonders for the mentality if you think, okay, we're up 2-0, we only need to win one more, and all it takes is just one big play from Flight, and I think they stand just a phenomenal chance of probably sweeping EUnited. I mean, this could be really tilting considering EUnited have started to get their feet under them here in this game. They're winning in terms of the shot differential here with 10-6.
Yeah, but with this OT, Memory right behind. Rapid so quick to the ball and just wide for Ajax to take it away, but Memory has another shot on net. Double commit by EUnited. It'll be Seabass's ball. Hoxer does get back to it, and Ajax will clear the ball away again, so EUnited, potentially dangerous situation, but they're back on offense. Eye for Roldiz, can't find another touch, and the rest of EUnited have retreated.
Surprising to see that as well, because a big hiccup on defense for Flight. That ball was just floating in front of the goal. Rapid has plenty of time. Not the cleanest first touch, and he's forced to try and go for a pinch there, and beautiful defense. Ajax reading that play very well.
Seabass will flick this away with no boost. High touch from Hoxer, it gave him lead on the ball, but again, Flight handle it. Now Seabass pops it over another. He's got Memory downfield, but just didn't have enough juice to get it to him. Rapid already up. And Ajax, oh, the ball taken away from Ajax by Rapid. Memory's shot will be a little high off the backboard, and EUnited will clear it away again. So another Flight opportunity, yet EUnited standing strong on defense. And now Ajax, he's got to look at it. Seabass takes this ball away from Hoxer, but Hoxer still finds Ajax. Everyone bumping into each other on Flight.
Not pretty, but you're absolutely right. Seabass doing a great job cutting that ball down, but EUnited as well, they recognized that they were starting to run out of options and looking for the clears out to the sides and at least being in more control of the ball when they transition out of their own half. As you see Hoxer leave that ball for Roldiz right now so they can try and get that pass out of their own corner. And it's well defended, but that's the right idea.
And earlier when their defensive passing wasn't really clicking, this time the positioning is better from EUnited. This is a dangerous situation. Rapid coming up to try to clear this ball. Hoxer wants the shot. He goes for the back post and he misses. It bounces out. And now Memory's on the point for Flight on the turnaround. Roldiz, nothing. And he'll get that great challenge to take Flight back to the blue half.
Nerves of steel from Memory on that ball that just floated in front of him and on his own goal line. And Hoxer really getting in the faces of Flight, at the midfield now. Much tougher for Flight to hang onto the ball and have any meaningful possessions. I don't think they've really put a strong shot on target since this overtime started.
I mean, it's been more of a slower overtime, maybe what we were seeing in regulation in game 2. But there's been a lot of boomer ball, if you will. Well, this ball comes back for Memory. Memory just tries to get behind it. It almost worked, but it's no good. Ajax, the touch was only for Memory, and he almost got pull-shotted into the goal, but there's nothing EUnited get away with it. I call that luck all day. Oh,
absolutely. But Memory is feeling good. I mean, the fake attempt on that goal almost worked. Nice demo from Hoxer to clear a little bit of space. And now a dangerous ball. Rapid, it's right in the middle. Memory got to it. What a stop.
Memory again. He's been so good on defense, but Ajax finally puts one in the back of the net, and EUnited are in this series.
Memory makes a huge block, but they're not done. Hoxer doesn't try and get that one around the corner, dishes it out into the middle, and Ajax, oh, the placement was just brutal. Unstoppable.
Oh.
Yeah, both away from the defense, brilliantly executed, and you really have to hand it to EUnited there in that overtime. Absolutely deserving of the win, considering the pressure they were able to apply after they started figuring out how they wanted to start transitioning out of their own half. They started finding those passes, pushing Flight back onto their own half, and really starting to work the defense with some great touches towards the middle of the backboard and capitalizing on the poor clears from Flight. So well done for EUnited and tying up the series 1-1.
I do feel that EUnited's defense was a bit haphazard at times. I do feel like they got away with that overtime, with that bump onto Memory to try to go for the save. It ended up almost being a goal. Not exactly the best move there, but if it works, it works.
one inch from out of control, and
That's all they
I'd
need.
rather live on the edge of disaster than off the cliff. So United nailed it.
But I mean, that just has me questions in Game 3. Like, this overtime looked like a completely different EUnited. They had started to finally, like you said, find their footing by the end of regulation in Game 2. But like the passing was a lot better. I felt like they were seeing the field. Their vision was improving as the game went on, and especially in that overtime. So if they can continue that in Game 3, I think that bodes well for them. They really worked well on that. So we'll see.
But it's not done yet. You got a long ways to go, and definitely a tough loss for Flight. When you're sitting here 0-5, you really do want nothing more than to notch that first win, and they will get it. I do not know how Memory got that ball through this basically wall that materialized in front right here. But somehow, some way, he gets the goal.
It's just the wall crumbled as soon as it formed. And Memory, he's been so close on so many opportunities. Game 2, he just could not. He couldn't find the his luck stat wasn't high enough. But this time, he's good.
It's funny because I was sitting here telling Memory, oh, Seabass.
That was
what
a
shot
laser.
from the side ball. A laser is absolutely right. I mean, rolled in, it's not a good clear, and Seabass just jumps on it, and Memory gets another assist. And it's funny because I was sitting here in the pregame lobby telling Memory that he was at 283 saves today in his career, and if he gets 300, I'll say something about it. But instead, he's decided to have one of the greatest offensive series he's had all season.
Yeah, he's done with defense. Although his defense, when he's asked to play defense in this series, he has done so very well. So, Memory playing well all over the pitch today. Ooh, Seabass cutting off Hoxer, back to Memory. Challenged by Roltiz. Rapid waiting for a pass, maybe from Memory, but here's Seabass on the pickup. Memory picking up a demo, but Seabass has to fight Ajax, and Hoxer able to beat Rapid to the ball, and Hoxer wins another huge challenge for EUnited.
It was a big recovery there from Hoxer, because Rapid, he got the interference on the midfield, he got the touch on the ball and the block on Hoxer, and the ability to recover and still force that ball down onto the flight side of the pitch. It's a valuable tool to have a player in that arsenal, in your arsenal on your team, and that's why Hoxer is such a valuable component of this EUnited offense.
Memory just waiting on the opponent's back wall. EUnited will clear away another one. The Flight, with the early lead that they had, they have to hold. They have been able to, despite outpouring of EUnited offense at times in this series. No. Hoxer, slow, high touch, and a demo from Ajax. No good. Memory got in the way, and he'll pick up a save.
Ooh. Nice touch. Ajax making some wonderful touches with the corners of that Octane. A lot of great power put on the ball. Rarely a missed touch, and that's to Hoxer, and that's down the middle, and what a pass and shot from EUnited.
Oh, this was a beauty. Ajax, he's got all day to look where he wants to put that. He's got Hoxer downfield. And Hoxer, I mean, that's going to be a tough ball to save from Memory with how fast it was going, and his car was turned not the optimal direction to try to make that save. He tried to backflip into it, but too much juice for Memory. Downfield for Seabass. Hoxer kicks it away to the corner. Definitely a better looking EUnited, despite going down 2 early in Game 3. It doesn't look as solo standard as it did in Game 1 for EUnited.
Ooh, and Hoxer looking for the big corner pass as well. I mean, EUnited really going for these long field-spanning passes as Rapid gets one and lets Memory take the ball out. Doesn't want to try and jam something in and make a bad touch.
Ooh, and Rapid tried to weave his way around the defender, Seabass. Now with control, he's being harassed from behind, and then he just pitched that right off of Rapid. That was kind of cool. Rapid on the turnaround. And, well, Memory, I'm not sure you should have done that, but Seabass is there. Ajax off the ramp. There's nothing here yet for EUnited. It's actually headed back the other way, close to the net. Hoxer has that handle, has another to beat, but the challenge will be back to Roldiz's corner. Seabass on the challenge, Rapid already up. Rapid will score off of the challenge on Seabass. Rapid was ready the whole way, 2-goal lead.
Yeah, this is absolutely the advantage of position. You see Ajax thinking about going for that, but he kind of hesitates because as Seabass is landing, I mean, maybe thought perhaps he was going to get bumped or just didn't feel like he could have a good angle on the ball, so he tries to rotate back around the corner one more time to get a better angle, and by then it's already too late. Rapid right on top of it, drills it.
Now Memory. Nothing for him yet. But for Flight, when you're trying to turn your season around, it certainly has looked much better than it has in previous weeks, and Memory, eventually it'll go in, man. You got that one. A 4th goal for Flight.
Off the ceiling, and Ajax just mistimes it. Either way, the approach on the ball just off. It's the right move to go and challenge that ball in the midfield from Ajax, just misses the touch. And Memory gets to the ball a moment later, goes right behind him, and is able to pop it on off the crossbar.
Now, EUnited, as much as, you know, we've been talking about their improvement over the course of the series, it's fallen apart again. After that, touch from Memory, almost finding the goal.
Back.
Maybe. He's got one to beat with Seabass. He wanted the pass. It was Ajax to receive it, but there just wasn't enough power to get it over to him. And now EUnited forced to race back. Memory almost punishes, and they still pay. It is utter destruction right now for Flight.
Memory with the massive read on the clear. Jumped early, flipped left to get it outside the clear lane. I mean, obviously looking for the dunk goal, but you'll take the block that just pings off the bar and is an easy follow-through for your teammate. Huge play from Memory.
And Memory's having such a great series. Rapid trying to go under 1. Now EUnited just forced to wait.
I mean, this game's out of reach, out of nowhere. I mean, it was
yeah.
what? It was 2-1 until the minute 30 mark, and then in the space time of 30, 40 seconds, they put in 3 more, and game 3 is bam, you're just done.
And again, I mean, for Flight, you look at the score, you look at the stat line. I mean, Memory is 2 goals, 2 assists. Seabass 2 goals, 2 assists, and Rapid coming in with a goal as well, off of 3. So I mean, we've seen Memory in this game and in this series. Oxer will pick up 1 for the road, but it's Memory right now, I think, for Flight. He has just been such a powerhouse in this series.
Yeah, I mean, really having a phenomenal offensive series, undoubtedly. He's been involved in so many of those goals, and while Hoxer definitely gets a feel-good one here at the end of Game 3, you're definitely not liking your chances going forward into the next 2 games of the series if you're EUnited, because everyone's kind of walked into their series with Flight kind of like, I mean, they're 0-5. How hard could it be? Well,
I mean, every team has been smacking Flight. Like, Flight has been getting smacked this season. And so this is the first time that I've seen Flight be so dominant in several games in a set. And I mean, like I was saying in the pregame, for Flight and EUnited, this is the turnaround series. This has to be your turnaround series. Like, you have to take you got to take them out, and then you have to use that as momentum to try to recover off of what has been a disaster for both of these teams. And I think Flight are answering that call. They absolutely are. I mean, Memory is having an MVP performance in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been involved in what? Let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
90%.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9 out of 11. So yeah. Definitely 90%. A phenomenal day on the offensive side of things. Pretty much 90%, and definitely getting things done on the defensive side as well. EUnited, I mean, to be fair, to EUnited's credit, I think Ajax is having a great series, a lot of great touches, solid passes across. EUnited's approach is solid, and the idea is correct. It's just Flight are just all over it, making a couple of great blocks, taking away the big clears, the big passes. And Ajax and Hoxer are trying. Roldiz is trying to fill in as needed, but Flight just have their number right now going into Game 4. So
I feel
if you're EUnited, who makes the play?
Yeah, I feel like EUnited I mean, it's got to be Hoxer to make the play, right? But when I'm looking at it, I'm looking at Roldiz. I'm looking at Roldiz, though, and like I'm seeing the miscommunication. Ajax has had a couple of whiffs, yeah, but every time they get caught in their corners, like Roldiz has had a couple of key whiffs in situations that would have kept the game close on defense, and I mean, it's a full team issue right now for EUnited on defense. But I think if Roldes can really find a way to do it, but it's hard to do when Memory puts a shot on like that. 1-0
I mean, it's awkward. I mean, Roldes here on the backboard, he's really doing everything right. It's just that ball went straight over. Whose head was it? It was Hoxer just sitting on the goal line? It just went right behind him?
No, it was Ajax. Ajax came out.
Either way.
Ajax came off the line and then like got tripped up on the post. Roldes was coming down off the wall, and then he realized Ajax had committed. And then Roldes is like, well, now I'm out of position. So
he tried.
It was just, yeah, it was just not good. Again, communication. You're gonna score this one. Roldes will punch it in. Hopefully, turn things around for EUnited.
Steal it is more accurate. And it's pretty obvious what's wrong with that from Flight. They get one touch into the corner, one sitting on the boost, one comes out of the goal to try and force it, and voila, your entire team is jammed into a 4-foot square space, and the goal is wide open. Easy goal.
Hopefully they can continue that, but I certainly wasn't really blaming Roldes for the last play. Here's another chance, and Hoxer will convert. EUnited with their first lead of the series.
The speed from Ajax and the box out there on the backboard from Memory. That's the difference maker. He pushes Memory out of the way. Roldes got up there, got in his face, stopped him from making that backboard clear. And while Roldes will not be credited with any form of assist for that play, it's the only reason it went in.
It's an assist in our hearts.
It is.
He's going to take control again here. He tried to flip past another. A shot's coming up high off the backboard. Ajax keeps it close to him. Memory has Seabass downfield for the transition. Off the corner, and Seabass, I think he was looking for the shot. It was close on target. And he gets another stop in midfield. Haven't said Seabass's name a lot, but the midfield stops from him have been excellent. He's been just as involved in the goals as Memory has. He'll have to be playing defense here. He'll get chipped off by Roldes. So how to Flight approach? Seabass forces the challenge, but this is the EUnited's ball. Roldes back to Hoxer. Hoxer keeps it away from Flight. Roldes keeping it going, but the touch won't do anything for him as Seabass will head the other way.
And Flight having to play on the low boost side of things right now, as that's awkward for Memory. How do you control it? And that's well timed. Managing the space between the defender and yourself and picking just that last moment that you possibly can before you have to touch the ball, and actually might work out for possession here.
Rapid around the corner for Flight. He was looking for maybe Seabass on that play, but they just couldn't find the angle. Now Roldes has a breakaway, and Roldes can't make it happen. He bounces it off the post. Flight, they bump into each other a little bit, but the angle was still cut off for EUnited, and they'll be forced to try to work their way to the net again, but here come Flight with Memory, and it's taken away by Hoxer.
Oh, and Roldes again, that long push-up field. Need to win that follow-up challenge. Memory with that demo on the back line will mean no follow-up here for Seabass, and it's a free pass to Memory.
But is challenged by Ajax. Hoxer, he got dunked, and Memory will put another in. Flight tie the game.
The reaction time for Memory. One, the ball goes neutral into the midfield. He's falling, and by the time he lands, Rapid's already dished the ball right at him. I mean,
it's one of those snap reflexive. It was straight reflex.
Yeah, that's not an easy one to score, despite it being an open net and the pass right to you.
Impressive stuff from Memory in this series. And EUnited, that was their first lead that they had held since game 2, which they had eventually won after that overtime. But it has been a difficult game to manage. They have been getting beat physically. They have been struggling off their own backboard, and they barely saved that away. Hoxer diving in front. Rapid slows it down on the corner. Hoxer does win this challenge, but it's still Flight's ball. Roldes against Seabass, back again. EUnited playing merry-go-round in their left, or their right corner, excuse me. Long pass to Roldes on the opposite side of the pitch. Memory will catch it again, back on the blue half. But EUnited stopped another attack here from Flight. As Seabass winning a huge challenge again. Here's Rapid, keeping it low. Memory wants it, but Hoxer will kick it away.
Yeah, Memory with the fake challenge there, just because he was definitely slightly too far away to justify going for that challenge and giving up a lot of field position. So he kind of just, that's when you push towards the defense to make them make that first touch, and then you react to that. That's a pretty solid attempt or approach to midfield defense when that's all you're trying to do is just sort of get a gauge of what the offense is about to try and do. And if you're not in a good position, don't try and force a play. And Memory did a fine job of that there.
EUnited find themselves in midfield. Memory and Seabass both committing in midfield for this, but Seabass gets a shot on net. A challenge not coming quickly enough from EUnited. Rapid forced to slow this ball down. What a stop from Rapid in midfield to prevent the transition attack from EUnited. Still, they have the ball, but that slowdown really kills that transition advantage that you have quickly moving the ball down the field.
Yeah, it costs a lot of boost, though.
Nothing there, back to side. Rapid wants it, and no good for Seabass. It was blocked by the defender. Memory will pitch that down. Our second overtime of the set. This one for Flight for the win.
And Memory was definitely trying to get on that challenge a little bit sooner, and that's a great kickoff. Does he have a pass? Oh, what a save.
Just barely. Memory coming back. He wins a challenge. He's over two defenders. Ajax, not the best clear. Seabass will score off the demo, and Flight take down EUnited.
Great game here. Ajax pops it out into no man's land, and Memory goes to steal the boost and says goodbye. Goal line, easy goal to close out the series. A well-deserved first victory for Flight and Seabass, and away they go. They've been waiting all season. They've been waiting all season to do the victory flight dance, and they finally get a chance to do it.
Man, and this has to feel so cathartic for Flight, just because not only did you win the set, you did so in two of those games. You clobbered EUnited in two of these games, scoring 5 in 2 out of these 4 games, and then the other 2 in overtime. You couldn't take one of them, but then the demo from Memory at the end. I think that's so fitting how to end this series, because Memory was flying all over the place. He was winning seemingly impossible challenges. His ball control was absolutely phenomenal. It was one of the best games I've ever seen from Memory.
And Memory has, you're absolutely right. That was a brilliant game, and of course the entire series. Definitely worthy of Player of the Day stuff. He had a pop-off series, no doubt. Seabass and Rapid definitely delivering. Rapid really not having to do too much, but he made plays like that one at the end of that game number 1 where, he just, sure, it cost him 80 boost, but he does hang on to the ball and air dribble and let buy time for his teammates back on defense to get set for the next follow-through. I mean, you see players like Justin pull stuff like that off, and it's a very valuable skill to have. So Rapid able to get involved in the defense and the offense where needed, and Seabass and Memory had a heck of a go here today, and Flight, well done. Very well-deserved win.
Well, we got plenty more action coming up after that. We got the rest of North America. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Oh, I dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X. We're watching Week 5 of the North American League play. Alongside me are Gibbs and Corelli to talk about that match that we just watched. And boy, was that an unexpected match. I don't think anybody had Flight on as the victor in this, but they take the series 3-1 against EUnited. Gibbs, what just happened?
Flight's on the board, baby. Memory finally shows up. I felt like he was the most probably disappointing player throughout all of RLCS so far. We kept talking about the solo plays from Rapid and Seabass. Memory never really in that conversation. but he showed up big time. 1.5 goals per game, 1.5 assists per game, and Flight's offense was clicking.
Yeah, I mean, Flight looked, this is one of the best series that we've seen from Flight. And I think also, too, is just the fact that they could get a lead, they could put some goals on the board, and they could hang on to it as well. And I think I said it in the pre-show, Flight kind of relied on these big pop-off plays. You think about Rapid and a couple of double taps. You think about Seabass and what he's done off the back wall. And it just feels like this was a culmination of everyone coming together on Flight and playing extremely well. And yeah, memory definitely shined, but you can see just in the highlights, game 3, less than a minute left, and Flight put up 5 goals, and they still have a minute left to play. I mean, for Flight, this is what you want to see for them, putting up goals, racking up the score. And while it was a close series, it was a tough series. I think the EUnited gave them a little bit of a run for their money. Overall, Flight was in control.
Now, like, looking at the way Flight played today, is this a Flight, they went, 2 games they took off the Pittsburgh Knights back in week number 1. They also took a game off of G2. Is this a Flight playing like this, a team that could have taken those teams out? And if they keep doing this going forward, are we seeing a turnaround for this team, Gibbs?
I don't know if I would say that just yet, because I do feel like with EUnited, a team that relies on that defense, their defense crumbled a lot of the time. Sure, Flight had some pretty nice plays here or there, but I thought on the defensive side for EUnited, and which is why I don't like teams when they just prioritize that, they fell apart at times. And Flight put up, of course, a ton of goals. It looks good, but I think it's more of EUnited. That was not a good series from them at all. And for the rest of the season, it's not looking good. We talked about that top 2 conversation. Well, 3 out of their last 4 games are against those teams competing for a top 2 spot. So they have to find wins fast, because now they're dropping out of the playoffs.
And Corelli, now at this Flight, are you agreeing with Gibbs? This was more of an EUnited falter than it was a Flight taking off?
I think I agree to a degree. I think that EUnited sure didn't play very well. There's no doubt about that. But I also think that Flight did a lot of good stuff here in this game. And I think there's a lot that they can learn here that they can take forward into the rest of the season.
Well, let's talk about our next match at hand then. We got a lot of games to get through this weekend. Also, just a reminder, it is our doubleheader on Monday, Double Painted Fan Awards. You guys definitely want to get your accounts linked up for that, and make sure you watch those games, have the stream open. But we got to get through today first, so let's talk about our next match. It's going to be Ghost versus Rogue. Now, Rogue still trying to, find their footing with First Killer. It feels like he's been a little lackluster to me, but I feel like that potential obviously there. And Ghost looks like they're one of those top potential teams right now. I feel like this could be a close series, Gibbs.
So I thought going into this week that Ghost was still locked for top 6. And now with that EUnited loss, that door has swung wide open for not only Ghost, but for Rogue as well. Rogue is sitting at 1 win. They're playing a 2-win Ghost. If they take that win, then there's a conversation again for top 6 spots. So I think this is a huge game. Rogue last week, though, he was kind of doing both sides of the play. On offense, it was great. On defense, it was very shaky. I felt like First Killer was really ball chasey. It did feel like morale was down, and it did seem like First Killer was trying to do a little too much. But for the Ghost side, I think they can hold their heads high that at least they're playing well. They just have to finish the games. They should come out and beat Rogue. I think Ghost, by far, is the better team, Corelli.
Yes, I agree. I think Ghost is the better team, and I picked them to win this series. But I also feel like for Rogue, I still have faith in this team. I still think this team can do something, and maybe it's getting to that point where it's too late in the season. But I can see what the idea is for Rogue and what they had plans for coming into the season. And pieces of it are working. I think there's a couple of these games, a series that we saw throughout the season so far that just didn't go in the favor of Rogue. But I think that at the end of the day, going up against Ghost, while Ghost, yes, has a negative record, I think Ghost is just a better team. And they, again, is another team where I don't think they've hit their max potential quite yet.
Carlo, tell me if you agree or disagree with this right now. But I mean, I feel like at the beginning, at least, it was, Mist versus First Killer. Who's going to fit into the roster sooner? And I feel like Mist has definitely taken that step up and found his footing a lot quicker. Do you think, the eyes still lie on First Killer as well? Or if they've shifted over to Wonder based off a couple of performances?
Well, I think, first of all, you when you look at someone coming into the league, especially for the first time, and with the amount of hype that first killer have, it's not about what he does in the beginning. It's kind of throughout the season. What's the consistency that he brings to a team? I think he's been quite consistent. I think Mist actually started off a little bit quiet on his side, but then really grew into his own later or so far. So I think right now, Mist is looking really good on the Ghost side. Now he needs the backup of his team to really show what this team is capable of.
And Gibbs, where on the side of Rogue, where are your eyes set right now? What's that piece? Because I know you're choosing Ghost in this series, but if Rogue were to take it, what's that piece that's going to fit to make them, pull ahead?
I need Kronovi to get first killer confident again. Like I need him to begin those plays to like get a 50-50 or a nice pass to get first killer going early, because if you don't, I feel like his confidence levels are a little bit low right now. Rogue's another one of those teams. This is the third season in a row where they start 1-4. They made playoffs the other 2 times, one time even to the World Championship. But again, now with this season where you have 2 extra teams, more teams to leapfrog, Rogue has to start playing well now. This feels like a must-win game here.
And playstyle wise, what's this going to look like on the field when we get into the actual match in a few minutes? Where are people going to be on the field? Who's going to have the upper hand based off their playstyle, Corelli?
Well, I think, like I said earlier, I think Rogue really want to control the game. That's what they've been trying so hard to do, is to have possession of the ball and then lock you into your own side. I think that it's kind of been sabotaged by some errant shots that come off the backboard. Then all of a sudden they're caught out. So I think what's going to happen is Rogue's going to look to try and control the game, which they have in most of their games. And it's going to be Ghost to disrupt that and keep possession on the other side of the half. I think Ghost will probably have a better time breaking up the possession that Rogue wants to have. But if Rogue can get the possession and, like you said, get first killer going early, this is what I've always said about Rogue, is that if they start off on the right foot here, is particularly in this season and in this game, they can control the game and kind of steer towards a victory from there.
Well, let us know your thoughts online on Twitter. You know where to find us, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. Now it is now time for us to get into our second match of Ghost versus Rogue.
Rogue versus Ghost. Rogue trying to turn their season around, get it figured out, and Ghost, well, they are developing into a powerhouse, but for Rogue and their new blood in first killer, they're still trying to find a way to get this ship off the dock.
And the biggest problem for Rogue, I think, across the board has been the shooting percentage. I mean, you have Wonder. Yeah, he scored a majority of the goal chances that Rogue actually turned in last week. But at the same time, across the board, he's shooting 15.87%, and that's a problem for every player on Rogue. Kronovi at 18.75% and first killer at 17.65%. So nobody on Rogue doing a particularly good job of putting the shots they get to take away. Kronovi, yes, is having a fantastic season, much better than we've seen him in a while. But across the board, the shooting for Rogue has been a little weak. And despite putting up a couple of okay games later on in the series versus NRG last week, it could be tough here versus Ghost. What do you think?
I mean, I think Ghost are shaping up to be one of the best teams in North America, especially after we saw them last week. All 3 of these players contributing evenly on offense. They are the 3rd best offense per game in North America. They're only behind NRG and G2. That's not bad company to be around. Atomic, he's got 12 goals. Illusion, he's got 12 goals. Mist, he has 12 goals. These guys are clicking right now. And Mist last week, I thought that is exactly what Ghost thought they were getting when they picked up Mist. He's so reliable with the ball. He will always be able to make any touch you need to. He's a smart player, and he has the mechanics to be able to give you that consistency that I think Ghost were missing in previous seasons, and it has shown so far. I think that Rogue have their work cut out for them and a little bit more. That's an understatement to me. I think Ghost are really shaping up to be one of those real contending teams, like this roster.
Now, is this the year that you think Ghost makes top 4 finally, Jorby? Is that what you're gonna go with? Do you have it in you to make that call?
I mean, I think Ghost are a top 4 team right now.
That's fair. They have been playing very well.
Yeah.
And
For
they're
everything that I
absolutely
mentioned.
doing well. Yeah, Mist, you're absolutely right. I think at the start of the season, I was definitely leaning more towards, I like Mist as that third role. I like letting Atomic, and Illusion try and be that powerhouse duo. But I think as it's gone on and I've seen more of the play, yeah, it still makes more sense to keep Illusion in that back role where he's been and let Mist sort of be that flex player. Because you're right, it does give him a big bit of flexibility, and Atomic gets a goal with a demo from Illusion to start it off.
Yeah, first killer went for the challenge, and he just didn't have. He just. Actually, I wish I could look at that one again. I'm not sure what exactly happened to first killer in that initial launch. I'm not sure if he got chipped and then demoed, but either way, I mean that is just not a good start for Rogue, especially when you come into this. It's already tough to keep your mental state in, positive vibes, good vibes going in, thinking, okay, we can get this turned around, but then that happens off of the kickoff. It's so hard to keep, that mental fortitude that's required in the RLCS to play well.
It is tough, especially considering Rogue having a rough season so far. Nice bit of back pass though, and I like the ball control approach that Rogue try and have. I mean, it's definitely an effective strategy. It's just, do you have the execution necessary? And Wonder in command has a ceiling pinch, and Atomic will respawn just in time.
He did pick up a demo as well, but unfortunately for him, Mist was there. And, Wonder to me he's had a lot of sore spots this season. And he's kind of the guy I'm looking at on Rogue. He's got to step up. It's the consistency that is really killing Wonder, especially on defense. He's got to get that figured out. Otherwise, Rogue are going to continue to struggle, and here, floundering around on defense on Rogue, and Mist just makes them look like plats on the pitch.
Mist did absolutely make them look like plats, but it's only because Illusion, again, getting in that goal line, 2 disruptive bump plays from him to start off the game. Huge bump on first killer, who was the first one in rotation. Mist is able to get inside Kronovi's head after Wonder makes him show his hand, and a beautiful dribble.
So those mind games, you slowing the ball down like that, especially after you had that initial whiff low on the back wall, and you're just desperate to find a clear, and that's where you really can take advantage of a slowdown like that. Missed again, and obviously Illusion. I said it right before this game started. I feel like these guys operate as one unit consistently, and it shows. Waiting for this next touch. Mist wins. Mist has a shot on net, and it's saved by first killer, but a double commit by Rogue, feeling the pressure on defense. First killer looking for Kronovi, and Atomic blocks the ball away.
Wonder doing a nice job, just letting first killer do his thing. Sure, he hopped at the ball, but he didn't try and force it. Just came right back down, was able to set up a nice pass to Kronovi in the midfield, and we'll see if Rogue are able to get something started here with their first chance on offense. Looking for the long cross for first killer. And Illusion able to break him out with the pass from Mist.
Oh, Illusion takes the boost away. He bumps Wonder out of the way too, Illusion. He didn't grab the ball, but he certainly got a ton of value.
Illusion isn't playing like Illusion, he's playing like Reynolds. Just up in people's faces.
Ooh!
What?
I mean, that's textbook. That's textbook, baby.
Okay, you say textbook. I want to know how this goes in.
Back pass?
Kronovi's right there. He's right there.
Yeah. He's not right there. He was the whole way over there.
Well, get off the wall.
He was boosted. He was boosted the whole time to get to that. I mean, that was such a quick pass that I think that back pass really tripped him up on that because he's expecting. Whoa! Nope. Kronovi will get first killer a goal, and Rogue will stop the bleeding. Much necessary.
Ooh, that little fake from Kronovi. Ooh, and the little chip. All right, redeemed. I may be giving Kronovi a bit of a hard time for not being able to make that save on the backboard, but to be honest, he was really just trying to play backboard defense in case they went for the double tap. He was being smart, and I'm being stupid. So Kronovi, you're right, but still, I don't know how that shot from Atomic went in, but they get it right back, so it doesn't matter.
Finessed it, missed. Almost puts that in himself. Saved by first killer. This will be taken away by Ghost again. First killer gonna wait, looking for a pass to Wonder, and Atomic, even though he got chipped, he recovered. Forced first killer back, and it just could not recover in time. Illusion will punch another in. It is ugly here.
This one's on first killer. I mean, he jumps at that ball, and it looks like he's going to try and punch it left, and then he sees Kronovi enter the field of view, and he's thinking, well, Kronovi's going to clear that ball. But Kronovi has seen first killer jump. So Kronovi thinks first killer is going to touch it. And then nobody hits the ball, and then it's free.
This is exactly what's killed Rogue in previous seasons, even before they added first killer. It was communication. It was, it was either, I mean, this is just going to keep going, but Rogue, they just, the miscommunication, it's always on defense, where it's like no one knows who's going for the ball half the time. And they either both sit there or they double commit in the worst situations. And, I can't help but think back to Season 8. It was an interview that we had with Rogue in one of their post games. And, they were asked, what was the main thing they had to improve on? And they were like, we really worked on our communication. Communication, that was the biggest thing for them. And this is still persisting. If communication is your issue, clearly you're either not talking or you're not listening to each other. And Rogue have to figure that out, because to me, that's unacceptable on defense. You have to know who's going for the ball in those situations. But this happens every single time with this team. And it's frustrating to watch, Chiefs. It's frustrating to watch, especially with players of caliber, like a legend like Kronovi and a rookie like First Killer who had so much hype on him coming into the season. And you have this. I mean, Ghost don't score on the play, but they have complete control of the pitch right now.
Now, to be fair on that last play, that was just a nice bit of placing the ball in some optimal spots.
For sure. I was just,
right. But at the same point, if you worked on the communication, sure, you can make the argument that, maybe, they worked on all that communication with AJ on the team, right? And now they've got first killer, and you kind of, reset a couple steps. But at the same time, there is still no excuse for things like that to happen. And it's a rough game one from Rogue. And to be honest, I actually still had a fairly decent amount of hope, for this game. When Rogue got one back at 2 minutes on the clock, it made it a 2-goal deficit. And it's like, okay, you've got 2 minutes to work with. And then it just kind of collapsed right there at the end. And then you end up with 16 shots for Ghost in the last couple of minutes. And it's like, well, hang on a minute. Why did this happen? It was fine. Sure, you were under pressure, but it was fine. And then it just fell apart.
It's, again, I just think there's too much talent on this team for this to be happening. Why are Rogue underperforming like this? Why is the communication an issue? I wish I could be in the heads of Rogue at this time, because I imagine they're thinking the same thing. It's like, Kronovi has shown this season and last season that he's still a high caliber talent in Rocket League. It's just the team dynamic has just not been there. Go ahead, Chiefs.
But you got to think about, the goals that got scored this game, right? You had the opener, Atomic scored with the Illusion bump. The second one, Mist scored off the Illusion bump, taking away first killer, and then he got the mind game off. Then you had Atomic and Mist combined for something silly. And then after that, the game was just over. And they just conceded 2 goals because the backboard defense just fell apart. And so it's like the first 3 goals that Ghost scored were actually really good goals and much needed goals. So, it's not like Ghost didn't have to work for the lead. They definitely had to try and score the goals. And after that point, then Rogue fell apart.
That's fair. It's just, when I see, that 4th goal go in, and it's more of what I've seen this season from Rogue. It's 4-1, and then it's miscoms, and you're like, why? Here we go again. So, but even still, we talked about it, or I talked about it, Ghosts are shaping up to be one of the best offenses in North America. And I think, to your point, those first 3 goals are exactly why they are, because they're so good at creating their own opportunities. And Illusion with that demo almost gave him another, but Wonder tipped the ball away. Still Illusion here, takes a shot, nothing.
He's playing first man too. I mean, he's looking like AXB on Spacestation right now. Up there first, putting the pressure on, getting the bumps. And Wonder up early, going for a cheeky little pre-jump quick shot. and Rogue trying to get creative in their own right.
First killer cuts off the clear, but Mist has it anyway. Back to Atomic. Illusion already running downfield, and he will punch it in. Illusion. The 3-man passing play results in a goal.
Now you say punch it in, I say lightly tap, because Kronovi was expecting the banger. The banger right into the left side, and Illusion just sort of flicked it down. Just sort of dropped that one.
We'll call it the finger flick. Well, not flick,
Yeah.
because flick is a specific move, so we'll come up with something. Tip in,
But
whatever.
either way, I mean, that's another instance where it's great shooting that gets the ball past the Rogue defense. I mean, Kronovi makes the right play. Everything about that was correct for Rogue. It's just Illusion made a great shot.
Oh, and Wonder, the attempt on the challenge is not good enough. Blocked away. Oh, whiff from Illusion. First killer racing back to the ball. Taken away by Atomic. Kronovi on the rotation, and First killer runs into him, and it's a botched opportunity in midfield. But it will be First killer's ball. Back over to Wonder. That will just be
But look
dead
at the
for...
speed.
Yeah.
It's the speed for Rogue at which they're trying to play offense. And I think that's so good, because if you're just sitting here floundering, and you know that for whatever reason you're not winning games and the defense is falling apart, I respect the fact that they're still coming out here and trying to play quick offense and just put the pressure on people. Wonder just jumping up for that ball just to try and take it away and get possession for the offense to get started. I mean, if you don't know what else to do, I mean, play like Corelli, ball chase, it works.
First killer, his ball taken away by Illusion. Ghosts. Feeling some pressure from Rogue right now. Rogue have been able to retain possession for a little while. Atomic, his touch won't be good, only for First killer. First killer flipping back into it, but just couldn't get a solid touch. Wonder slows down Mist on this and gives Kronovi a chance. So again, a good offensive really push from Rogue. They're still going. Wonder gets by Atomic on the play. Mist bangs it off the post for a save. And Atomic slowly approaches, tries to get this out. Despite Rogue's best efforts, they still come away empty.
Some great midfield defense from Rogue going on so far, though. A strong opener from Ghost, no doubt, but currently absolutely stuck on defense, not able to hang on to control. And it's that speed again. I mean, they're just throwing themselves at every ball they can and trying to make a play. First killer, great flick.
Oh, and Kronovi couldn't find the touch. Wonder wants to get this, and he does! Rogue find their way back in, tied up.
That was just throwing rocks at the wall over and over, and you could see Illusion definitely trying to get there. First killer, I can't tell if he caught a piece of Mist right there on the rotate out or not. But either way, I mean, that was just throwing rocks at the wall until it broke down. And Rogue, a well-executed goal, considering that the strategy was just get to the ball first every time and go from there.
And the amount of time they held the ball on offense, you heard Corelli talk about it in the pregame. Rogue, they love to try to control the ball. You were mentioning it as well. And then they started picking it back up on offense, trying to beat Ghost with speed. Here's Ghost on the attack. Illusion, he's blocked by First killer. This is good goaltending, if you will, by Rogue. But hunted closely is Atomic. They're going to bully you away from that ball. And knocked away to the side. But this is a completely different Rogue that we saw from game one. But Ghost have control. First killer cutting off the pass to Mist. Atomic picks it back up. The Wonder has the clear. On the point, it will be taken away by Illusion. Illusion up high. Atomic maybe looking for a demo. He's assessing his options, but First killer's going to take the ball out back to Ghost territory. Can Rogue find the leading goal? Wonder. It's effectively a win on that challenge. The ball's taken away by Mist. Wonder will keep it going. Rogue, again, they've taken back control of midfield. First killer, he avoids one defender. Now with control in the air, First killer, he gets it! First killer scores for Rogue, and they have the lead!
There's the big plays you're looking for. Just able to get the ball around Mist, and Atomic and Illusion know this is trouble, and they even got the bump, but it was just too aggressive from the guy coming off the ground. And First killer, a beautiful delivery into the top left, 18 seconds, and do you have it in you, Ghost?
Well, Illusion wins the first challenge. Atomic, big win from First killer. Kronovi will keep it going. Now Ghost got to work for a tie game. Here's Illusion from his own corner. taken away by First Killer, and Atomic was expecting the win. You gotta pull the goalie in that situation. Atomic will keep going in midfield, and Wonder will put the last one in. And how about that for a comeback for Rogue?
Excellent game 2 for Rogue. Atomic lifted towards the midfield, and again, just go for it. Rip it on target, see what happens. Wonder delivers a 0-second goal, and a nice 2-goal margin here for Rogue. Off of really, after they gave up that first goal, I don't remember seeing Ghost really ever get out of their own half after that.
Yeah, I mean, it was completely locked down. The positioning was great, and Ghost were never winning midfield boost. Like, Rogue owned the midfield boost for, it felt like 3 minutes. Like you said, after that first goal, they couldn't win a challenge to save their lives. There was that one progression after Rogue tied the game on the kickoff where they were able to take control, but it was good defense from Rogue. They didn't panic, no double commits. The communication looked good. The field awareness was great. And I mean, this is just much better. Rogue can absolutely build off of this in the rest of the series.
And First Killer turned in a great air dribble goal as well to take that lead with 18 seconds. And despite Ghost's best efforts, they only had to make like a couple saves. To be fair, there wasn't a lot of like shots for Rogue, right? It was a lot of just get to the ball first in the midfield, punch it off the corner, block the clear that comes off of that, throw it towards the wall,
midfield denial.
block the clear that goes. Yeah, it wasn't like we're putting shots on net and pulling defenders out. We're just getting to the ball. And after
it was the control game.
It was a control game, and you gotta wonder, okay, Rogue, can you keep that pace up? Because you know that Ghost is now expecting you to come out here and just dive at everything as fast as you possibly can. So if Ghost is able to match that, or at least, because there's two ways. You either try and match the pace, or you back all the way off and you let them just push the ball into the spots while you're waiting for them. And if Ghost takes one of those two approaches, it'll be interesting to see how Rogue reacts.
And Rogue, they're fighting right now to stay out of that 10th spot. Flight picked up their first victory of the season. And Rogue would love to start working their way up the standings rather than constantly have that relegation looming in the back of their mind. Off the backboard, Atomic too slow to it. Kronovi was there. First Killer's got a free look in the third, and he misses. Wonder will confirm the next goal for Rogue. They pick up where they left off.
There's that delivery, First Killer. It's actually not as easy a shot as it looks. There's definitely a guy trying to close the gap there and make that shooting angle as small as possible. He does have to try and place that over into the right side. Doesn't quite fit it in between the goalposts, but it's okay. Wonder being patient in the midfield, delivers a great strike, and Rogue absolutely do pick right up where they left off.
Now Ghost, they've really been unable to possess consistently for the last 7 or 8 minutes of gameplay in this series. They do get back on offense off the kickoff, but now here come Rogue.
Smart play from Kronovi, not just bombing that ball immediately down the pitch, letting First Killer be that first touch, because he has the boost to make the follow-up touch on the orange half.
Oh, here's Lucian off the ceiling, taken away by Kronovi. And First Killer waiting for that touch from Atomic. He has it, missed off the back wall. Fighting for First Killer, and now for Kronovi. Lucian up for this, but it's a ball for Ghost. Atomic had committed on that play. Now First Killer pulls off on the challenge.
They caught him.
Oh, it's off the crossbar though. Wonder does get back to it in time. Rogue get away with one. They still got to clear this out.
They absolutely caught them. That was Rogue being too aggressive. They were two people in the same part of the pitch right next to each other. They had the wide open counterattack goal. And if you're Ghost, you need to score that ball.
Ooh. This had found a nice angle on that previous ball. Kronovi fighting, but Atomic pushed it back to the blue wall. Atomic again, but Ghost really far back on this. Here comes Lucian. He's got Mist on the wing. He's looking for him. He's got him, but Mist doesn't have the goal. And it's denied by Kronovi off the shot from Atomic.
Ghost picked him apart again. You were wondering where was Lucian forever. He was just making sure that the offense was ready. Had the great pass across, but the shot was off the mark again. And surprising to see Ghost falter in a decent shooting spot.
Back on the orange half. Wonder has the catch and he gets demoed. Atomic taking him out of the play. Oh, Atomic takes his little wave dash up the wall and will take the ball towards the box. Atomic almost finds the dunk in front of the box. First killer gets up quickly for Rogue. Ghosts are still generating chances. Illusion, the back pass to Atomic, denied by Kronovi. The difference is Rogue are reading Ghosts, beating them to the punch on some of these touches, and it looks so good from Ghosts, but Rogue are just finding the ball, getting the clear.
Not in each other's way on defense in this game, that's for sure.
Much
Since
cleaner.
we spent all of game one harping about the poor communication and getting in each other's way, well, now they look locked in and they get it past all the members of Ghost. It's a race and Mist won't make it. 2-0 for Rogue.
The Rogue, first killer off this bounce, just gets a solid touch and it beats Illusion. Illusion has to make that touch. He's the last man back. Ghost were trying to force the play there. He did not think first killer was going to get to it in time. But first killer, as soon as he lined it up, his dodge forward gave him that extra boost to beat Atomic quickly to the ball. I mean, this is this is the best that these last two games achieves. I almost feel bad for how much I just, you know, talked so poorly about Rogue, about how they played in that first, especially with how good Ghost have looked. And Ghost still look good in this game, but Rogue have just had stellar defense. And
like
they, yeah.
After you.
No, go for it. I've been talking.
Okay. It feels like it's that Rogue that comes out to play when they realize that, oh, we need to start winning, right? It's like that season where Rogue just came out and, you know, they were in 6th place with a losing record and they walked into the regionals and clapped people. And it's like, wait, what? It's like, that's what this Rogue feels like. It's like, oh, so this is what you're capable of. Why is it not this all the time?
I mean, the only conversation about Rogue this season has been, 10th place. Trying to avoid 10th place. Because they haven't looked like this. Or when they have looked like this, it has been so inconsistent that you have no confidence that they can put it together and figure it out. But, I mean, you're going up against one of the better teams in North America, and you're beating them soundly right now in Game 3 after it looked like it was already over. It looked like it was already over in Game 1. We are at a completely...
Did they get him?
Oh, they got him. They did get him on that one, Rogue. A couple of times they got caught out. This time they do pay.
They did. You are absolutely right about that. They have a 100% been caught out a couple of times in this game. This time, the open goal is scored. And that one also hurts almost doubly bad for Ghost because that could have been the equalizer to go into overtime because they had a perfectly wide open goal earlier in the game and they missed it.
Miss has a catch. He has a shot. No way! Miss somehow finds the net in 0 seconds.
Oh, Miss! What a first touch! Oh, I can count on one hand the people who would not panic and execute that perfectly. And Miss just got added to that list.
Well then, Rogue, after owning Game 3, in the final seconds, they blow a lead.
That is
literally
brutal.
4 seconds. 4 seconds on the clock.
What's funny, as soon as Rogue loses this game, it's right back to, geez, Rogue, why are you so bad? No, I'm kidding.
Well, it's funny. I thought Kronovi was literally going to score as you were saying that, and that would have been the perfect caster curse moment. But unfortunately, we didn't get that.
You do need to rally if you're Rogue here. That one definitely stings to give up the big 2-goal swing in 8 seconds.
It's certainly where you really show what you're made of. Like, how do you respond on defense? Or do we see old, the habits we saw in Game 1 and previously this season? Absolutely. Under pressure, Rogue trying to continue what started off solid. Missed as a shot, blocked by Wonder. First Killer will receive on the back corner. He does win another challenge. First Killer has played outstanding in Game 3. Picking up a goal and an assist, 2 saves. Mist has this clear downfield, and Kronovi barely takes that away. Just wanted to prevent getting dunked by Mist. Up high, Mist winning that challenge. Illusion is there. Nothing. Wonder takes it away.
Definitely some great understanding from Mist as well. I mean, he's really making a concerted effort whenever he goes for the challenges in the midfield to make sure he positions himself for not only the first challenge, but the ability to follow up. Atomic pressuring and Illusion following through. Ghost trying to put on their own clinic of how to be aggressive on offense, and Kronovi nails the dribble, the little shimmy shake, and gets the pinch off the defender to beat the guy on the goal line, and Rogue are ahead in the series.
Kronovi clutch. That was wonderful approach on the ball. Put the ball right down on the side to win that challenge. Oh, beautifully done to recover from Rogue. That could have easily spun out of control back into disaster, but instead resilience. That was excellent, and I have to say, I called him out at the beginning of this series, but Wonder, after that first game, has been much more consistent. He's had to make a couple of saves and has had to play off of his own back wall in the corner. He's found nice passes to his teammates on defense, where I think he struggles the most, and he has not in these last two games. And it comes off of good Ghost pressure that he is performing this way. So I really like this Rogue team right now. I know we were saying, you know, in the last series, it was the best we've ever seen Flight play. This is the best we've seen Rogue play this season. I don't know what's happening.
You're absolutely right. No, you're 100% right. I definitely agree, because Ghost, this was not the same suffocating performance that Game 2 was out of Rogue by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, it looked like they were going to win 2-0, but at the same time, Ghost was definitely able to get out of their own half, at least work the corner in the midfield a little bit more consistently than they were in Game 2. So yes, they turned it in and they forced the overtime, but at the end of the day, Kronovi makes the big play, and you're absolutely right. Wonder did do a pretty solid job on the defensive side of things here in Game 3. Rogue have given themselves a very favorable position to win the series, and if you're Ghost, you're kind of left scratching your head because you walked in, like you said, blowing them out of the water in Game 1.
Yeah, and you probably walked into the whole series thinking easy 3-0 if you're Ghost, with how Rogue have played this season. And now Ghost, they're fighting, you know, for this regional championship, the top 4. You're fighting a lot of good teams in the middle, and getting handed a loss to Rogue here could really mean a lot for the standings. That one
and the
just
regionals
saved
mean
away.
So much more this season now, right? Since we just adjusted all the prize pools to reflect the regionals, and Illusion is gonna get that one.
You're going to get hashtag preflip gang on this one. He runs out of boost, but his touch is so good, and his launch off the ceiling is perfect. Well done.
That's not easy.
No, it's not. Not at all. You have to, especially in a low boost situation like that, your launch off the ceiling has to be perfect, which it was. Then your touch has to be close enough to you that you can get back to it, and he uses his flip just enough. And you got to put it on target on top of that with no recorrection whatsoever.
The flip is the hard part, because you're boosting down, and things usually get a little squirrely with the flip mechanics when you're boosting down. Wonder with the bump, and the ball is off target though, and Illusion executes a solid flick to break the attack for just a moment. But again, there's that Rogue speed with Kronovi sitting out in the midfield.
And taken away back to the corner. First killer. Blocked by Illusion. Illusion slowing down against Kronovi. He's got nothing. He'll try to do what he can in the corner. Atomic coming to bail him out. Couldn't get on top of the ball. Missed. Dunking on top of 2 players. A chance for Illusion. He puts it up high. First killer. Fortunate spawn on the demo. Atomic keeping it going here for Ghost. Missed. Another one. Slows it down. Kronovi will take it away.
Oh. And Rogue starting to run into each other as they start trying to play that real tight defensive rotation. Kronovi mercifully uncontested to let Rogue spread themselves back out.
Oh, missed. Has a nice catch on the side wall, but just not enough boost to move past the midfield line, so Illusion will reset, and Wonder will get in his face. And Mist just kind of gives the ball up there. It was off a double commit on their own third. They do get the ball back into Rogue corner. Now Mist, again, another just punching it down. He'll take the demo and the boost. A lot of value for Mist out of this play, but they got to keep it in Rogue's half. They do. Illusion on the challenge, Atomic hunting, and he bounces it over one player. Another Rogue defender got bumped, and that will be a goal for Mist. Ghost got the rails back on track.
Brilliant. Wonder and Kronovi trying to play that tight defense. Kronovi expecting Wonder to just jump and hit that ball towards the midfield line. Wonder trying to go for the trap. And so they kind of hesitate there as they try and break out. Ghost crash them, block the ball. As the guy rotating out of goal gets the bump, it's wide open for Mist. And a great bit of aggression from Ghost there on the hesitation from Rogue.
And Ghost are forced to get creative on offense against Rogue. First killer has the read, he just didn't have enough boost, and even if he did, it may not have mattered. Atomic looking for a Lucian, but he'll pick it back up. Missed another challenge, he slowed down a little bit on Rogue's half of the field.
But here's the real test, you know, because game 2, Rogue absolutely dominating the pressure. Game 3 starts to slide a little bit more evenly, and now here in game 4, it's Ghost winning the pressure game, and that's the real test of this Rogue defense. It looked decent enough in game 3 when it was sporadic, but here in game 4, they're the ones getting boxed in, and they got to prove that they can hang with the Ghost pressure.
And Illusion is really making life difficult. Earlier, he had that feigned challenge where I believe it was Wonder coming up onto the ball, and he wasn't sure if Illusion was going to go for it, and Illusion was really making him work for it. And that is going to be in, a forced own goal. Atomic will pick it up off the assist from Mist.
Wonder didn't have a lot of boost, up the wall with nothing. Kronovi trying to take away as many options as possible. And Atomic executes a beautiful shot behind the defender, and Wonder just didn't have the time to recover because he didn't have any boost. If he had literally anything, he might have been able to get back in position for that. But unfortunately, the lead slips to 3, and game 4 for Rogue is looking bleak.
And finally, Ghost are getting some results off of the amount of offense that they put on, or at least the amount of opportunities they generate themselves. They had more than a couple in the last game. It's just Rogue's defense was very good, but it's that physical play from Ghost that they kind of got away from in the last game, and then they went right back to it. But oh, what a pass and what a shot from Wonder.
First killer won the pass into the middle. Oh, that shot to the back post is disgusting. The air roll all the way around, and then the late flick to go behind the defense. That's a pretty bit of shooting from Wonder.
And so, Rogue, not going quietly, will not get shut out in game 4 at the very least. That's a high bounce for Wonder. He does get it. Kronovi up, but Mist will beat him to the ball. And Illusion already downfield. First killer has the touch off the backboard. Atomic killing all the time. The pass to Mist. It's saved by first killer. Rogue trying to move down the pitch, but Kronovi is denied. Wonder just throws the ball downfield. He did have first killer, and well, everyone runs into each other. Just first killer and Wonder. Wonder trying to go up for it. First killer wanted to cut it down, and instead it will be Ghosts picking up the game 4 victory and an unexpected game 5 matchup here between Rogue and Ghost.
Yeah, I think you could ask pretty much anybody, you know, who you thought was going to win, and everyone would say Ghost, and nobody would have said it's going to be a tight one and headed to game 5. But you got to give the edge to Ghost here, because ever since that game 2, the scales have been slowly tipping in favor of Ghost, and especially here in this game 4 with a suffocating performance. Nice try from Wonder on this goal. Again, Kronovi doing a nice job trying to get in the face of Atomic, but just the perfect bit of shooting. Missed, it's a dangerous ball, sort of that slow floater, and that's actually not a bad placed ball from Mist as he launches that ball towards the goal, because when you're shooting that ball that way and you see that defender's already positioned on the backboard and you sort of shoot this slow shot towards the same side that the defender is coming off of, there's almost no way to manage your speed. You have to hit the brakes in that scenario because you're always expecting that guy to just come off the wall and go straight across and make the strong clear. So when you sort of loft that ball at him, it forces the weaker defensive touches and allows that strong follow-up touch from Ghost. So well done on Ghost, absolutely working that Rogue defense in game 4. They earn the win, game 5, and I gotta say I'm favoring Ghost here in game 5.
But what are we looking at from Rogue? They obviously have the capability of winning this series. They weren't able to control the pitch like they could in games 2 and 3. What's got to happen? Do they have to get back to that control game, or do they have to adapt to? I mean, Ghost are just winning these challenges in midfield like it's free.
They are absolutely winning the challenges, and it all just comes out to, do you have the ability to make the big blocks? Because you, like a player who's really good at making huge blocks on transition touches is a player like Turbo. You know, he's so patient, and he's the one guy on NRG that it's like, all right, we need to make a huge diving block and get that touch away from the offense to sort of break the possession cycle. And Turbo's your guy for that, because he just plays the game in a very timely manner, I would like to say. And so does Rogue have a player like that on their team? Maybe. And if I'm going to pick anyone to be that, it's going to be Kronovi. So does he have the ability to measure the challenges?
I was just about to say, imagine hearing the advice. How can I be better? Just play like Turbo Pulsa.
Just play like Turbo.
Oh, there's First Killer. He'll play like himself, and Ghost were all caught on the line. Rogue, they get the first goal of Game 5.
That's a real nice touch from First Killer. That ball comes out to you in the midfield line. You see everybody on the floor, and you just pop it right off the backboard for the easy double touch. Classic advantage of position. The play's in front of you. It's above the defense. It's an easy goal.
Easy goal for Rogue, but Ghosts are back on offense. Lucian trying to steal the ball away. Kronovi's had a couple of nice touches, but at the beginning of this game, he had a attempted redirect he was trying to go for. He's going to find this pass to First Killer. I wasn't able to find that earlier touch. Oh, Wonder got chipped. He had the boost to go for that, but the chip will stop the play. And again, it's that physical play from Ghost that really just trips Rogue up. And
It's been brutal.
It'll trip any team up. Yeah.
And it absolutely will trip any team up. Illusion probably been a solid contributor in that aspect of play, I would like to say. And ooh, they just got the 1-2 pass off the side wall. Kronovi doesn't have time to make it back to this, and First Killer, he's kind of thinking in the corner, sizing it up, just decides, you know what, it's okay. And I think he tied himself up as he tried to jump back into the goal. I think a wheel like caught the wall or something, changed his trajectory, but either way, I'm not sure he was going to make that. That shot was money.
Yeah, that was going to be tough to get to for sure. You take it for Mist. Oh, the pass right in front of the box. The shot comes in, and Wonder puts in another goal for Rogue. They won't stop here.
Nice touch from Kronovi back out to the corner, and Wonder definitely going for the near post, forces Illusion to dive at it. Unfortunate miss, but, you know, it's okay because he got the lucky bounce, popped right back into him, and he's able to split the defense on the backside. Very fortunate, yes. After unfortunately missing, yes.
Well, we'll see if fortune continues to favor Rogue. The double demo will make things really difficult for Ghosts on their own half, but Kronovi still has to work his way long ways against the back wall. First Killer punches it against the back wall. Wonder keeps it slow on the air dribble, gets back down, but again, the challenge from Mist and Illusion will clear it away. Rogue are forced to start from their own third.
But you can see Wonder running interference in that midfield, though. And look at the triple commit. First Killer going to be the first person in charge of blocking this transition goal. And there's that communication from Rogue. Bad time as you pass halftime in Game 5 to have those issues start coming back.
Yeah, especially with this lead. Atomic winning one touch. First Killer will have the save. Looking for that poise on defense that we saw from Rogue in Games 2 and 3. But here's the pass to Atomic. Back to Illusion. Goal for Ghost.
This looks like a goal that I broke down on the telestrator this morning from G2. Illusion, the floater into the midfield. Atomic not trying to do too much. Do not go towards the backboard or the net where the defense is. Dish it back into the corner. Illusion nails it, and a beautiful tying goal from Illusion.
Oh, tough on the defender, because it looked like he had both options as his car was approaching that ball. And then all of a sudden the pass comes out. Huge win for Ghosts. And now all tied up, about 1:30 left. Atomic win on the first touch. The First Killer He's cut off by Miss at the third. Wonder, he's going to carry this now. Tried to get under, but Atomic going the other way. Kronovi takes it around the corner. Rogue back on defense. A demo from Miss, but Kronovi gets back in time to play it to the corner, but this is really going to make life difficult for Rogue on the clears. First killer gets a solid touch out. And now Wonder up on the ball, up high, and it's taken away by Mist. A good jump off the line and a beautiful follow-up from Atomic. Atomic again in midfield. Time running out in regulation here in Game 5. It didn't look pretty at first for Rogue. You thought more of the same, but instead Rogue have taken it to one of the best offenses in North America. And we could see an overtime. That was a dangerous ball. Missed another shot. We saved by first killer.
Oh, and Rogue ran into each other again.
Oh. And Illusion had gotten in the way. It gives Atomic another chance at the ball. Flip reset on under one. He's got another touch. Does they have a goal? No. Kronovi has the save, but for how long? Illusion off the back wall. There it is! The goal for Ghost with 14 seconds remaining.
Again, they break him down. It's just floating. Kronovi, that's a great lift. Illusion makes the read, and Mist gets the bump on the people, rotating back into the goal. Kronovi doing his best to recover off the post, and Illusion delivers another big one.
It's like Ghost took the best available option at every single turn on that possession. But Rogue, they're on offense. This time is expiring. Mist gets a solid touch back to Rogue's half. Kronovi wants to keep this in the air. Wonder does so as well, but Kronovi just couldn't get to that boost fast enough. The challenge, just keep the ball in the air.
Okay.
Now Lucian kills this. This will be tough for Wonder. He keeps it up. Back over to first killer, and Rogue can't do it. Ghost survive the tsunami, and Rogue are taken down.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. If you're a Rogue fan, you thought that finally this was the time. You got the 2-1 lead in the series. You have a solid lead in the game for a while. And then they come back with the equalizer at about 2 minutes, and then 14 seconds left. Ghost hits Rogue with their own late game go-ahead goal, like Game 2. That was it. They tried. They tried so hard.
And again, I thought all the credit to Ghost. I mean, their physical play just it destroyed Rogue on offense, and they didn't have a response for it. There was nothing that they could do. They were trying to avoid those demos, but a lot of times it's just those little chips, the little right before you get out, and it just slows you down. Like there were a couple where Wonder, it was like Wonder would have a chance at a quick transition, but then he'd get chipped by Atomic as Atomic is rotating back. And while they didn't actually like take Wonder off course or anything, it killed his momentum. And it was those things. It was those little physical touches that helped Ghost win this series.
And it's going to be that evolution that Rogue is going to have to find, because across the board, there were a lot of positives to take away from this from Ghost. But still, it wasn't so much the mechanical mishaps on defense this time. It was handling the pressure that Ghost were able to put on at the end of the day. They come up with a big win. So well done to you, Ghost. Battle back and not crumble.
Well, we got a fun one coming up next after this. It's going to be Soniqs versus the Pittsburgh Knights. You're going to want to catch that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT Orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする こまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？
Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to new beginnings somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series and my room. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Exmore, alongside Gibbs and Jorby joining me now. And I just want to re-mention again, if you guys are just joining in right now, you might be confused as to why we're sitting here in front of our webcams. We are not flying out to the studio anymore, just due to precautions for the coronavirus. So we are casting from our rooms, but we still have incredible action to get to you guys. And we just came off a Game 5 banger as well. Ghost versus Rogue. This one went down to the wire, but Ghost came out on top. It seemed like everyone had them as their predicted wins, but Rogue put up a fight, Gibbs.
So the casters talked about it a lot. Possession was so key, like Jorby was saying earlier, where it felt like when Rogue finally got possession in a few of those games, they looked deadly. But the games that Ghost won, they completely outshot Rogue. It wasn't even close. One player, though, that I want to give huge props to is Illusion. Like, the goals he's scoring this season are so mechanically sound. It is so much more than we've ever seen from him before. Like, I thought it was kind of a mistake to get rid of Memory, and I was like, maybe you should have got rid of Illusion. But lately, the way he is shooting, he has been fantastic.
I mean, not even just the goals, but his involvement all over the pitch, like the demos, the bumps. A lot of those plays came, like a lot of the goals that Mist and Atomic were able to get came off of his. He's a monster as a first man. Like Gibbs, I'm with you 100%. I want to give credit. I want to give a little bit of credit to Rogue, because I do think that this was probably the best showing that Rogue have had this season, and that was despite. It wasn't that Ghosts were playing poorly, because Ghosts were still getting super creative on offense, but when Rogue were able to possess, they limited those opportunities from Ghost.
Yeah, it felt to me like both sides had something that they were bringing to the forefront here. A couple mistakes though on the backside for both teams. I was watching Rogue at one point, a ball just passed out on defense to Ghost, so it seemed like just a couple cleanups here on defense that need to happen.
It was rough. I thought First Killer a couple times, he would just drive to his corner boost when he's the last man back and just leave wide open nets for Ghost. But I thought on both sides, Ghost and Rogue, sure, they shot really well, but I thought it was because both teams were just trailing back to their goal line, rotating back there every single time. There was so much space for good passing plays. Now, credit to both teams. They made those passing plays count. A lot of give and goes, a lot of quality infield passing, but it was because of those defenses just driving to their goal line constantly that was plaguing both teams.
All right, we gotta move on right now because we have a juicy match coming up in a second. But first, we gotta look at our Player of the Day nominees. Gibbs, who we got up there? I feel like the Ghost one would have been hard to pick from, to be honest.
Yeah, Ghost was tough. I put it up for Atomic just because he's a mechanical genius. That game 5 play, the aerial dribble, flip reset to begin the pass and play to win that game was so crucial. Such a good impact player. And then Memory, man, Flight's on the board. That was a big win. Not only that, but with the Rogue loss, Rogue now falls to 10th place. But the best part right now between Flight and Rogue, they're both sitting at 1 and 5. Week 8, Flight versus Rogue could mean everything for RLCS.
Yeah. Oh, man. I remember saying at the end of that, it was like, if Rogue were going to turn their series around, that was the series they needed to do it. Like, you were taking on possibly the number 3 team in North America. You had them beat. And now you are kind of looking at relegation now. That this was your opportunity, and I think it got away from them now.
Well, that's a battle at the bottom to stay out of that auto relegation. And just a reminder, with 10 teams, that 10th place team does get auto relegated down to the rival series. But the next 2 teams don't really have to worry about that right now. These 2 teams are fighting for a middle to top spot. And it is our match of the day is going to be Pittsburgh Knights versus the Soniqs. This is a match we've been looking forward to all day. Both these teams, looking pretty solid. The Knights a little shaky. The Soniqs coming out strong, but how long will it last is the real big question here. Gibbs, it's really hard to pick one way or another. Everyone was against me. I'm the only one that picked the Knights, but I'm going to make you redefend your pick for Soniqs here.
All right, so first, before I do that, I want to just talk about the format for the regional championships because we haven't talked about it a lot. There's 3 different tiers. You have the top 2 that will go automatically to the semifinals. 3 and 4 then get 2 chances to make top 4, while 5 and 6, they have to win 2 to once again make it to the top 4. And that's for $100,000 extra on top of the prize pool that it was before. This game is so important for both teams. Like Pittsburgh Knights, no one's really talking about that top 2 conversation for them, but the 3-4 conversation is right there. They just have to take down Soniqs, while Soniqs, they want to stay in that top 2 race. But Soniqs is looking good because Shock is the MVP right now. It's as simple as that, Leaf.
And Jorby, I want to send it over to you right now because we didn't get to have you on for the predictions before. Where are you laying in this match here? I mean, I was the only one on the desk before that had the Knights winning this one. I wonder if you stand on my side or if you're with all the other guys unanimously on the Soniqs.
Sorry, Leaf, you're still by yourself on that island, man. I gotta go with Soniqs. Yeah, I can't pick against Soniqs. Even though the Knights, I thought last week they had started. It looked like they started to figure things out with AJ, and I think this is going to be too tough. Like, you have Dapper and Shock who are playing out of their minds right now. And despite Gibbs not putting Shock in his top 3 North American play, I don't know what that's about. But he is, I haven't seen him play poorly. And I know Shock himself said it's going to happen eventually, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Like, with Shock on the pitch against the Knights, I'm going to pick Soniqs.
Well, let us know online if you guys agree with all of them or if you're going to stand strong with me with the Knights on Twitter at RL Esports, #RLCS9. But our match of the day is hot and ready for you guys to devour, so dig in.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. It's the Corelli and Turtle duet here to have Soniqs and the Pittsburgh Knights kick things off for the 3rd match of the day. And Turtle, the desk broke it down a little bit. Let's talk about the Soniqs. They're feeling really hot right now. They've done a great job throughout the season. Can they keep it going against the Knights?
Oh, man, I definitely think that they have what it takes because for me, I mean, everybody's looking at Shock, right? Shock has been an MVP-worthy candidate this entire season long. His passing, his shooting has been on point. But for me, what I'm looking for is Dapper. Dapper has been such a core piece to Soniqs and their entire rotation. And what I've been mostly impressed with him has been his assists. In the rival series, he was the lead assister, and it's definitely been bleeding all the way into RLCS. His pass his passing has been on point. Everything that Soniqs have been bringing to the table has just been fantastic. So if I'm looking out for them, I'm going to be watching out for Dapper.
And on the other side, let's talk about the Knights now. What you talked about bringing things to the table. What do the Knights bring to the table here?
It's a little bit rough because I think that they're not involving themselves more into that demo playstyle that they kind of made popular last season. And instead what they've been going for more is these passing plays, these give and goes that we see oftentimes between AJ and Reynolds. They've been a great duo this entire season. I think they've been developing their synergy. So I think they're going to need to incorporate that, but possibly push Gyro up more. He is the lowest for shots on net. So in the entire season, he's the lowest player for shots on net. You're going to want to involve him as much as you can and be a little bit more aggressive for the Knights.
And for the Soniqs, Sathu has really been coming into form as that third man. He's been looking in stronger and stronger. And there was criticisms earlier on in the season about him, but he has shown to be so strong for the Soniqs, kind of pulling up the back end for them. And we will jump into game number 1 here between Soniqs and the Knights. And there is a lot riding on this match. The Soniqs want to keep, obviously, a quality record going here, while the Knights looking to start to claw their way back. Yeah. And Gibbs talked about it in the pre-show. The Knights are really not in that bad of a position. They're sitting at a pretty even record, and they have a chance now to really turn things around. So game number 1 gets kicked off here, as the Knights looking to put on the first attack. Shock, who's been a standout player for the Soniqs, game in and game out, so clutch for this team, especially in overtime. He scored every single game-winning overtime goal for the Soniqs.
Right, he's a huge player, and like you mentioned in the pre-show, Corella, I was listening, you guys talked about impact players. I completely agree with you. Shock is number 1. Every move, every position on the field is so precise and calculated from this player.
Sathu trying to get an air dribble going. It was stopped up by the Knights. The ball thrown downfield from AJ, and Dapper's clear now with no boost. Going to go off the sidewall. Gets Demo to open up, and a shot blocked away by Dapper.
And right before we got into this, I mentioned the fact that they weren't, the Knights weren't going for too many demos, but now right away we've seen so much more aggression. Just this game alone, it feels like we've seen more demos than the whole season for the Knights.
And that was what was so successful for the Knights last season, was the demo game. It threw off a lot of long-standing RLCS teams. Sort of this new meta. Haven't quite seen it too much from the Knights so far this season. Sathu off the backboard for Dapper. Another one off the backboard. Shock patiently waiting. Lets Gyro bring it down. Still with boost here is Shock. And he sets up for Sathu. Shock can't get around it. Just a bit over the head of Sathu. Here's Reddles. Has options. Space. Just popped it up. And it comes clean off the back wall. I don't think anyone for the Knights thought that was going to happen.
Oh, more demos as well. But so far, Soniqs have been knocking on the door waiting for that first goal. They've had great chances out into the middle. There's a good chance for AJ. Forcing the 50-50, but so far, an even game.
And Gyro was just chasing around Sonic players on their side. That's a tough one as it comes off the crossbar from AJ, and the Knights getting the better of the Soniqs. But as soon as I say it, Dapper gets a dunk downfield. AJ spawns on the right side, and the ball comes straight to him in the clear away for the Knights. Sathu's clear is straight into the hands of AJ. Some help from his teammate in Gyro. It's cleared away by Shock. Follow-up from Reddles is weak. But the Knights definitely getting the better of the Soniqs right now. Clear from Shock. Backboard couldn't get the second touch.
Well, solid 50s as well. Everything so far from the Knights with their challenges, keeping the ball and possession in the opposition's corner, forcing it into that place where you can just starve out the opponents. They're getting all the boost. You can see they're forcing so much panic on the defensive side for Soniqs.
Yeah, Soniqs, a lot of balls coming clean off the back wall there, especially when 2 players go. Getting panicked on the defensive end. Shock just throws it back towards Reddles. Dapper helps him out to clear it off the ceiling. Still in control for the Knights. Pass from Gyro to Reddles across the box. High. Met by AJ. He did get to it. Sathu there to shepherd it away. The Knights, though, slowly chipping away at the defense of the Soniqs. This one comes down to AJ. Sathu has to stretch out, uses all of his boosts, but does play it past Reddles. Gyro's going to pitch it towards the net, and a tough save. Gyro again, he plays it high. Dapper made an incredible save, but still the pressure on. Another one comes out from Dapper. The Soniqs barely hanging on, and now Dapper into the air dribble.
A huge defensive stop from Dapper. Save after save. You can see the Knights, multiple shot opportunities. And yet Dapper, he got that first touch. And Gyro, he did have an opportunity, but couldn't get above the ball. Soniqs, they barely managed to hang on. And so far, a huge defensive game from them.
Another shot comes out from Gyro. And while with all this pressure from the Knights, Soniqs still holding strong on the defensive end. Two players go, and this is dangerous now as it's going to drop in for Gyro, and 2 bite on the Soniqs leaves an open net.
And you can see Dapper and Shock actually got a little bit of each other on the wall there. It's almost like you just throw everybody into that 50-50, a 4-play a challenge. That was insane. 4 players just getting tossed into the middle of it. They end up going towards Sonic's net. I've never seen anything like that, and that's the first goal that gets scored off for the Knights.
Pittsburgh Knights now on the board first. Time running out for the Soniqs. Dapper looking for Shock. Boost to work with here for Shock. He does play it over 1 player. Follow up from Dapper. Shots high, turned away by Reddles. Tathu called off to give way for Shock, but in the end, the Soniqs lose their attacking chance.
We could be seeing a repeat of what we saw last weekend with Soniqs versus Ghost. It just felt like it was all Ghost's game to win. Every single series, they were just locked into their own defensive side. Soniqs couldn't clear the ball out, and we're seeing a repeat of that. However, this time it's the Knights who are able to capitalize and punish.
Maybe one last opportunity. There's a big miss, though, for Shock. The Soniqs just can't keep a hold of the ball. AJ going to try and kill it in the Soniqs corner. It's going to pop out, and Gyro might get the kill from the ceiling. No, Shock's going to keep it up.
They've got a chance.
Jet Reddles. Dapper, that touch is certainly going to hit the ground, and in the end, a 1-0 victory for the Knights.
And a really solid performance all around, everybody on the Knights. And I love to see at the beginning, the demos, the aggression start out for the Knights. Because like you said correctly, this is what worked out so well for them. And you can see the shot differential, 16 shots to 2 for Soniqs. They were just locked in on their own half. They couldn't transition the ball out of their own net. And that's what forced that one opportunity, that one mistake where you get a little bit confused on the rotations and everybody's forced to go up.
And 10 saves for the Soniqs as well. You can see Dapper and Shock get locked up. I don't think it would have mattered in the end.
Yeah.
That ball was far and away from any Soniqs player. And it came off of the double commit.
And it was that turn as well from Dapper. You could see in midfield, he did turn around. In that instance, you would want to have communication come out from the third man who should have most of the comms under control, telling Dapper just to rotate all the way back. He's going to go. So we might even be seeing a lapse of communication. Soniqs, that panic play and getting forced into awkward situations, that's the result of that.
And so now we see the Soniqs struggle against the Knights. And almost kind of a reversal now. The Knights just really had the upper hand here in this game. They looked strong. They were putting on a lot of shots. It was tough for the Soniqs to break out. And more importantly, they made the Soniqs panic on defense, which just further created more problem for them. So what can you do if you're the Soniqs?
I mean, for Soniqs, I think you have to counter a little bit of that aggression. Maybe go for a demo on the third man who's rotating back for the Knights. If you can demo that player, then you could actually have a great counterattack opportunity. You can open up some space and alleviate some pressure, as well as you got to just win more challenges if you're Soniqs.
So we head into game 2. And you do have to give some credit to the Soniqs. The defense held strong. Of course, no one wants to play defense throughout an entirety of a game, but if you are making the stops, that does count for something.
I mean, just think about that play we saw with Dapper. If he can continue to perform that well on the goal line, once they start to kind of transition the ball out and Dapper's still playing so amazing on defense, you can tell and you know that Soniqs are going to fight their way back into the series.
And here's an opportunity for Dapper. Can he put the striking chance on off the post? Follow up there from Shock, and immediately answered in the game 2 for Soniqs.
And this comes down to poor defense on the backboard. AJ, he was looking to get a touch to where it could place and drop down into the corner of their own end, but instead it actually hits that lip and goes directly down, no angle whatsoever. And that means that Soniqs can run in, rotate out. You saw Dapper got a great early shot on net, and now his team can just crash in. A much better showing so far from Soniqs here in the first 30 seconds.
And I like that word, how they crash in, and that certainly has been how the Soniqs have been playing. Whether it's been Shock or Dapper to set up the play, and then Sathu and the second man come through for the Soniqs to just crash the net. They do get on the board first against the Knights.
And that's really a good boost of morale for Soniqs, because they were locked in their entire game 1. So to get an initial early goal like that is huge for the mentality.
Shock, a dunk, and it was in the end cleared away by Gyro. just on the rotation. Dangerous ball, Shock first one up, beats AJ. It's going to come down off the ceiling. Follow up from Dapper, pushes it through, and the Soniqs a 2-0 lead.
Dapper, outstanding timing on this challenge. You can see the way he positions himself on the ball is to get over it so he can block any remaining clear to get that ball out of the net. He stuffs them directly in the face, and he shoves the ball directly through the net. A great play from him.
And a solid start for game 2. Sathu, he wants a piece of the Knights defense, and it is cleared away by Gyro in the end. The Knights now looking to put on similar pressure, but the passing from Sathu to Dapper, wide open shot, and the Soniqs up 3-0.
Now they're just making the defense look silly, Corell. You can see Sathu. I love that initial turn out of defense. When you're rotating out and you can get in front of a clear like that, it is huge. That's where the space was opened up for Dapper with an open net. Soniqs, they're getting involved again, having these 3-man passing plays that we saw all throughout this entire season. And so far, it's been a polar opposite gameplay and style from Soniqs.
Fake kickoff comes out from the Knights. It did produce somewhat of an attacking chance, or at least to advance to the final third. Here's one off the back ball. Bump from Gyro. AJ just a little bit too late on the follow-up. Can't blame him. It was a little congested in the box. Redall with full boost here. Had AJ to his left. Opted to go for the back post shot, and everyone up from the Soniqs there. Watch it go by. Great fake from Gyro, looking for Redall's back post. Tried to take it himself, and Dapper gets the clear. Reynolds, shot goes wide, does catch out the defense, and he's so quick to the ball for a second chance, and the Knights get on the board.
Sathu, you gotta be quicker. Shock actually was gonna slow down the play. Maybe you could have gotten a 50-50 to stall time out for the defender, Sathu, or excuse me, Dapper that was in the backfield. He needed more time, he just took it too slow, and that's where the Knights caught him off guard.
And so plenty of time left for the Knights to get back into it, especially after what they showed us in game 1.
Yeah.
And they are showing it once again. AJ double tap from the Soniqs corner. Soniqs do come away with it. Shock looking to take it himself off the wall. Time for Dapper here. Plays it across. Nobody home for the Soniqs. AJ takes it away. Reynolds. Tough ball. Sathu couldn't get to it. And Gyro to play it off the back wall of the Soniqs. Dapper muscling through. It comes out to Reynolds. Back post shot saved away by Shock.
What a stop from Shock on the goal line. The saves so far have been outstanding from Soniqs. They've been managed to stay in this game because that save from Shock, so crucial with the way he pre-jumped as well. You can see they're getting started on their own end. The demos are coming back in. Knights are rebuilding their confidence and pushing up even more.
Reynolds tried to take it himself. Soniqs been playing a lot of defense all of a sudden. Very reminiscent of game 1. Struggling to break out, and they seem panicked. And quite a few lateral balls as well that aren't leading to any follow-up from the Soniqs.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that just comes down to the speed at which they're transitioning out. Sathu here, he's failing to control the ball. He doesn't have the dribble. I mean, when you choose to take it slow, you have to make sure you can at least get behind the ball, and Soniqs are failing to do so. That's what's opening up a lot of the space and opportunities for the Knights.
Chance here for Gyro. It's a little awkward. Does beat the first man on the attack. This ball will be thrown to the Knights' corner. Comes out to Shock. The shot's going to be high off the backboard, looking for a bump, and Reddall's going to take it away. Had his boost stolen, so that'll slow down the attack for the Knights. Time ticking away, though, for the Pittsburgh Knights. While they have all that pressure, once again, struggling to find that final piece to put the ball away.
Definitely, and that's what it's come down to. It's the final shot. And while we've been sitting here criticizing a lot of the way that Soniqs have been moving the ball out, what's important is that they're getting these saves and they're managing to find themselves in front of that final shot.
30 seconds left. Gyro, dangerous ball. AJ already up. Reynolds, keep the attack on. Tried to play it back. Sathu there for the long clear. Going to chase it with no boost. Looking for the back wall and looking for help. Gets it from Shock. Just run the clock out at this point. I think the Knights know it.
And I love that decision from Shock to just flood the ball into the corner. He doesn't even try to get the angle on the shot. He knows that they're up by 2 goals. They got the security. If they can just waste time, Shock. Huge play.
And that will do it here in game 2. Knights do get one for the road, but in the end, it won't matter. 3-2 victory for the Soniqs. And I feel like when you think about this game, on a macro level, and just game 2, felt like the first half was all Soniqs.
Yeah.
Great attacking,
100%.
great offense, making sure, or getting that defense spread out on the Knights' end. And then all of a sudden, they kind of took a back foot and said, we're just going to post up on our own side and let the Knights have a few more shots, but the Knights just couldn't find the target.
And I don't mind that passive approach to the game. I just think that whenever you're going to go a little bit slower, you have to make sure that all the challenges you're going for are much more solid. And the Knights, they had a lot of cracks that they could have slipped in and found to break the defense of Soniqs, and I think it came down to those challenges last second. And here we can see some highlights at the beginning. They were on point a lot more with their passing, but then once they started to push back, the Knights actually had a couple of chances here to flood the ball forward, get some shots on net, but it all comes down to that defense, and they definitely managed to hold out.
And to be fair, I think the Knights did clean up their midfield presence quite a bit to not leave open nets like that being beat by basically one touch there from the Soniqs, but it was too little too late. And like we said it in game 1 and we said at the beginning of game 2, Soniqs are giving up shots. They're giving up opportunity. Maybe they don't become shots, but they're opportunity for the Knights that the Soniqs are just able to defend over and over and over again. And that's really been the story of this game, is Soniqs playing a lot of defense, but the Knights just not being able to figure out that last percentage.
But I feel like it's much easier for the Knights to fix that last issue, because if all you're worrying about right now is the shooting, I think they're in a good position right now to take charge and find themselves in the lead of this series. Because if all you got to worry about is shooting, I think they can fix that up and clean up really easily. Because right now I'd be more worried actually about Soniqs, because as much as you want to talk about Rocket League, the defense, it is always so much better to be on the opposition and be aggressive and have a confident play style than forcing yourself back.
So we'll jump into game 3. And to your point, we want to see more from the Soniqs, and maybe Sathu. How about that to start things off? The big dunk.
A great read here off the backboard. I love his positioning. He was waiting for Redos, because that bounce out actually caught him off guard, the defender. Redos was actually looking to carry the ball, dribble it out off the backboard, and then flick it right over Sathu, but instead he's waiting there patiently. He sees the misread bounce, and then he challenges in with a great dunk.
So game 1 starting, or excuse me, game 3 starting off right for the Soniqs. See if the Pittsburgh Knights can get things going. They are finding themselves on the offensive end one more time. A great demo from Gyro opens things up. Another one from Reddles looking for the final shot, and it's going to be light from AJ, and the respawns come through for the Soniqs.
Now, if you want to compare last season, you know, right there in that instance, whenever you'd see the Knights get 2 demos back to back, you would finally see that third man come in, crash the net, and get the finishing goal. But instead, we're seeing nobody there for the shot for Knights. They're getting those demos and the aggression, but where is the final shot?
Shock played off the corner, and Sathu there to clean it up, and it was a save from Gyro. Great attack from the Soniqs, quick and concise. Dapper's first touch a little heavy, comes out to Reddles in the end. He's got to go past Sathu, looking for the dunk. Dapper there to play it away. AJ hunting, shot just wide, follow-up from Gyro, and the Knights just still can't find the target. AJ's pass will go over to Reddles, but cut out by Shock.
AJ, he had a chance there. You could see him patiently waiting. He had an opening right on the net. He just couldn't wrap himself around the ball in time. The Knights still hunting for their first goal.
Reddles had options in AJ. Led him a bit too far, let Sathu come through. Shock takes it away. The ball comes out to Dapper. He'll throw it on target. Saved away by Reddles. Opportunity now for the Soniqs. Great pass down to Sathu. Just barely couldn't get around it. AJ plays it across. Gyro on the back post. Everyone went from the Knights, and it's going to pay off as no one back for the Soniqs. Everyone had to stretch out for that play.
And the defense just broke with Shock's initial hit. You can see Dapper didn't think that Shock would have gotten a touch. Instead, he panics a little bit, forces himself up, and the Knights, they capitalize off of the double commit.
So we find ourselves all tied up. The Knights are able to piece something together and finally break that defense of the Soniqs. Soniqs looking to respond immediately. This ball carelessly just bouncing in the midfield. So Shock does find Dapper, looking for 2. So AJ there on the back wall to clear it away. And a great 1-2 downfield for the Knights. Gyro couldn't find his man on the back wall. AJ, great pinch to at least pop it up and slow down the counter from the Soniqs. Reynolds has gyro shot in the upper corner, but it comes off the crossbar. Reynolds trying to push out Dapper. AJ can't beat Dapper, and a great save from the Soniqs.
And that recovery from Dapper, he was getting bumped, pushed to the side. He still managed to avoid it altogether and get a save, but now AJ, again, they're getting flooded. The double commit comes out, and Reynolds is there for the finish.
And look at this play from AJ. Takes it into an air dribble, but look at the challenge, how he positions himself to make that so hard for the Soniqs to win. Comes straight out to Reynolds and an open net off the double commit.
And this is why I wasn't worried at all for the Knights, because they have all this pressure. They're starving out Soniqs, and it's only a matter of time until we see something like that where it's just double commit after double commit. Trying to maintain communication and organization in the backfield when you're getting spammed with demos, with shots, and you're forced into these uncomfortable situations is almost impossible.
Reynolds trying to keep things going for the Knights. They would love a bigger cushion than just one goal. Reynolds full boost, looking for gyro. Shock knew it was coming. And the defense for Soniqs are able to find themselves out. Dapper tried to get past one, couldn't get by Reynolds. Now the counterattack on AJ, looking for the demo. Shock's got to get by. Great dodge from Shock and stop. And the Soniqs defense, again, barely hanging on.
If we're going to see Soniqs find themselves back into this series, or this game rather, they're going to need to get a solid transition attack and just catch somebody off guard from the Knights. A demo right there could do it.
Demo, Sathu, gonna take it himself. Shot is dangerous.
Dapper.
The rebound from Dapper's there. We got ourselves a tie game.
Exactly what I mentioned. They need to carry it from the defensive side, which they did. That demo forced the rotation to be off, and then Sathu got a solid flick on net. Dapper's there for a crash, and just like that, after they've been starved, bruised, beaten in their own defensive end, they respond with a great counterattack.
And Sathu taking it all the way. Great job by him to at least create the opportunity. And here's one from Reynolds, saved by Shock, and immediately back the other way. Now the Knights putting on pressure. Still a dangerous ball as Shock lets it go. Couldn't get to it. Dapper trying to take it himself, finds the back wall. Shock was there. AJ gets the pinch towards the net. The Knights looking to answer back. AJ, tough bounce there from the corner. Read nicely by Sathu, and a weak clear. Here's AJ. Trying to take it by himself, just floating. Had the flip the whole time, and Shock patiently waiting. He knew he was past the net at that point.
That's something we've seen so much from this defense. They've been managing to hold on because of plays like that. Dapper, you just saw how slowly he took it. That is the awareness of an RLCS player at its finest, is knowing where your opposition is, where they're positioned, and knowing when you can take your time.
And maybe one last laugh here for the Soniqs as they're in the 0-second time. Everyone committed on the Knights. Sathu, can he put it away for the Soniqs? He can in game 3.
They keep the ball up. Shock, that amazing flip recovery in the corner to beat out 2 defenders. Get it for Sathu, position it perfectly. Soniqs, a huge play. The last thing I expected with how this game went.
Clutch from Sathu. We talked about the clutch factor from Shock
earlier,
and it's Sathu here in 0-second time, the late heroics. And you can still see the Soniqs, they are feeling a lot of pressure from the Knights. Look at the shot columns compared to the saves on the Sonic side. It has been a lot of pressure they've had to absorb, and a lot of it's come off the back of Dapper.
And with the minimal amount of opportunities that they got, Soniqs were there to punish. Every time they were able to transition out of their defensive end, they put up a great shot. We just saw it here in this replay with Dapper and Sathu, the great duo with the flick from Sathu. And then later in that game, the 0-second goal. These guys are limited on their options and the quantity of opportunities, and yet they're still punishing and making themselves look so great on the field.
And so I ask you again, what do the Knights need to do? Because look, I think they look great right now.
I think so too.
The offense is there, the passing is there, the threatening chances. It's just the defense from the Soniqs that is just so rock solid. Even when it looks dicey, they're making the saves.
And the thing of it is they're also controlling the midfield. This game is such an interesting one to watch because it reminds me, like I said, of last weekend with Mist and Ghost, how they were looking so dominant against Soniqs, and yet Soniqs were the ones who walked away with that win in that series. So maybe this is actually a new playstyle that's developing out of Soniqs, where they stay a lot more turtled up on defense. They're waiting it out, playing patient, and they respond with these crazy counterattacks. So, I mean, like, to answer your question, brother, if you're Knights, I think you just have to have a better composure on defense whenever you see those transitions and counterattacks forming.
And we'll see if they can do that just here in game 4. As now backs against the wall for the Knights. And like I said, they've been playing well. Soniqs have been able to just eke out a win here and there and put the Knights on match point. Here's AJ off the ceiling, still has 28 boosts to work with. Used his flip to catch up to the ball. Shock. Gyro looking for help from AJ, and AJ trying to follow it up.
Wow, and all the players from Soniqs were just flat on the goal line waiting. Nobody was up there to challenge, letting the Knights have all this space in the midfield. They're letting them just kind of run around the field, knowing that a solid opportunity isn't going to come their way so long as they can time their challenges. Soniqs, an interesting play style, but it's definitely working.
They certainly are passive here in this game against the Knights. Like you said, you mentioned the midfield. Soniqs really haven't spent too much time there.
And multiple times, even if you look at the defensive line, they're all kind of flat and composed on the backfield. They're just waiting patiently for that touch out, because it feels like the Knights, while they're not just instantly losing possession, they're not really too threatening with how they're moving the ball.
Soniqs, when the chance has presented itself, they've been deadly in this series. And a big clear comes out from Gyro. Dapper couldn't get by AJ. Shock looking for Dapper, and he plays it out looking for Sathu now. Sathu plays it down. The shot's too high. Before clear comes out, Dapper was ready for the mistake. The Knights looking to play out from their own end. Sathu to boom it downfield. Sathu chased after it and tried to get a bump there on AJ as well. Reddles, first touch. Dapper barely got a piece of it. Sathu judging his options.
You know it's dangerous when you can see Sathu get the ball on top of his car. A frequent dribbler. So good with the control. Shock now off the backboard. No boost. A bump might come through. A great shot on target. Dapper almost clutched it out.
And still the play dangerous here for the Soniqs. Dapper going to play it off the ceiling. Sathu looking for the shot, saved by Reddles. Coming down from the ceiling. And Soniqs, it's the best look this game. Can't put it away. Dapper looking for some demos. Shock from his own corner. Out to the midfield. Gets some help from Dapper. And these teams trading clears back and forth. Here's Shock, though. He'll bite on it. And he'll beat out AJ. Waiting for the ball to come down was Dapper. In the end, cleared away by the Knights.
A much more even game in terms of possession. We've seen now Soniqs, they've had opportunities, and this time it seems as though the Knights are able to hold and counter anything that the Soniqs team are really throwing towards their own net.
Definitely aren't seeing the control that we saw in previous games from the Knights. Soniqs are breaking out a lot more, but it's turned into a back and forth game through the midfield, and Gyro gets the flipping off the crossbar, and the Knights get their first goal in fashion.
Gyro, the decision here to hit it with the bottom of his car was incredible. I did not think he was just going to go for that. I thought maybe he would have gone for a double dutch off the backboard. Instead, he hits it with the bottom of his car, follows it up off the ceiling. Gyro, a nutty play.
So a great goal for the Knights. And that's how you beat down a tough defense. You got to pull off something spectacular.
Yeah.
There's a great pass down from Sathu. Soniqs looking to find their equalizer here in game 4. Shock plays it out to Dapper, and the shot cleared away. Big clear from Gyro, and it's might just roll in for the Knights. It does. Everyone committed for the Soniqs.
Gyro, an MVP performance here in game 4. The way he was able to get in front of that shot, he read the pass out and then cut off any angle towards the net. Gyro, such a huge statement from him in this game.
Staring down at game 5 now. Soniqs have a minute to work with. Gyro pops it up for AJ. Dangerous from this position, looking for the second touch. It went wide. Demo opens up some space for Reddles. Long clear now for the Soniqs. Everyone racing back for the Knights to get in position for the inevitable attack.
Going to be difficult, though. 2 goals, 40 seconds. Soniqs hanging on.
AJ went up for it to make it look scary. Didn't have boost. Reddles still fighting for every inch here and almost gets a second touch there. Gyro to pop it up. Wasting a lot of time are the Knights. Here's Dapper. Can't get a hold of it. Looking for help. Safi couldn't follow up. He thought Dapper had it. Here's Shock. He's got Dapper. It's over AJ. Dapper looking for a second touch, and he can't get it down on target. 5 seconds left, and it looks like we're going to a game 5 between Pittsburgh Knights and the Soniqs here, and what a series it's been.
And a much different approach to the ball in the midfield game for the Knights. They were definitely analyzing the fact that they had all that space, but instead of pushing themselves forward and just kind of giving the ball away, they actually were passive themselves. And they said, you know what, we're not going to abuse this space and just keep giving you possession, which is what you want. They were falling into the trap of Soniqs. And this game, it felt like they were a little bit more passive. We could see the pop-off from Gyro, huge plays from him, and it just seemed a lot more controlled from the Knights.
And for the Soniqs now, they weren't able to put up a goal here, and
what a read as well from Gyro.
Yeah, it was a great read from Gyro, and it was a great game from Gyro in general. His first goal was something magical from him with the flip reset off the ball. But for the Soniqs, they looked dangerous in this game. They really did, but it just felt like there was a couple. They actually had the same problem that the Knights had.
Exactly.
It was like you kind of put everything together and you give yourself the opportunity. It's right in front of you, and they couldn't put it away.
And that's what I'm talking about. The play styles swapped because they had this space in the middle this time. It was Soniqs who were pushing up forward. But sometimes it's whenever you can't get a counterattack that surprises the defense, it's much more difficult to really get a goal as a team whenever you're moving forward, because you don't have that surprise factor. You don't have that open space that, you know, you're forcing the opposition's defense to panic in. And this time the Knights, they were much more calm, much more collected. They pushed themselves back, and that means that they were more prepared for whenever Soniqs would go for counterattacks that would just, you know, explode out of their own end.
And so now on game 5 here between these two teams, and honestly, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Knowing what the Soniqs have been able to do, their games have been quite scrappy throughout the season, but also knowing the Knights, that they sit at a pretty even record, and it doesn't really feel like they're not playing poorly. They're not playing great.
For sure.
I think so far here in this series, I think they've played pretty good. I mean, this is a great series for the Knights. Win or lose at this point, the first 4 games have been pretty solid from them.
And I think the Knights, you know, their story throughout this whole season has really just been developing their play style, because, you know, they can't go for things that are similar to their play style before, where they're getting all those demos. They've kind of had to adjust, because Mist previously on this roster was that guy who would come in for the cleanups. Like I said, I mean, we had a lot of moments where, you know, people would go for bumps, they'd get demos, but then that final shot wouldn't come through. That's the role that Mist filled. So not having him on the team and there to finish those shots forces them kind of into a different play style, where they kind of got to develop different things and develop different ways to move and transition the ball downfield.
I'll take a quick break here as we get everyone into the lobby, and of course waiting anxiously for game 5 here. And there's a lot on the line here for these teams. When you think about, obviously the Soniqs have performed quite well throughout the season. They want to keep that going, but also the Knights looking to really start to break out from the bottom of the pack and show that, yes, we still are the same Pittsburgh Knights that we saw last season. Yes, we are looking like a world championship team. That's where the Knights left off last season. That's what we get into this season. As we take a look at the highlights of this series so far, you can see they're a little tied up for the Soniqs in game 1. Let the Pittsburgh Knights get away with the goal. And it was that panic that opened up a lot of opportunity for the Knights here early on in the series.
Definitely.
But as it went on and on, the Soniqs started to find more footing throughout these games.
And in the first game, I actually thought that, you know, it was a repeat where we saw Soniqs stuck in their own end, but the difference was just the quality of shots. And now you take it on to the second game, which is one we've seen highlights for right now, and you can tell that they're passing the ball much more fluid. Like I said, it's better quality shots from them, which is something that we look for a lot whenever you're transitioning the ball out. So I think this game 5 is going to be very interesting, because, you know, we've seen a battle right now of play styles, but now, you know, it's your last opportunity. You have to finalize really the way you're trying to approach yourself towards the ball right now. Who's going to be more passive? Who's going to be more aggressive? I can't wait to find out.
And series like this just make me so excited as we jump into game 5 here, because both these teams are so young in RLCS. It's the first season for the Soniqs. It's the only season, or only the second season for the Knights. So there's a lot of potential that these teams have if they stick around season over season and have great matches like this.
And I think that speaks to the potential of all these players from the Knights. And here's a wide open net from Sathu early. We got 9 seconds into the game, and right away he's shooting a banger from his own goal.
Yeah, big miss there from Reddles. Gyro thought he had it, so he crept up a little bit too far, and Sathu saw the backfield wide open, booms it over Gyro's head. It's as simple as that for the Sonics to get on the board.
Like I was talking about earlier, though, I mean, the veteran experience and play for the Knights. I mean, these players, like you said, Corelli, and as well as the Sonics, you know, you've got Dapper and Sathu, but Shock, he's new to the RLCS. This is a great starting season for him so far, and just the potential on both these rosters is out of this world.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses of potential. The Knights, of course, last season, really all of last season, and their major win. And also, so far now from the Sonics, they have looked pretty good here in the RLCS, but even better is Reddles from the pass down from AJ.
And now we've got a response here. Gyro, a huge clear out, then AJ, the three-man passing play. I love that bounce down and a hard read off the backboard for Reddles, reading that bounce off the wall. That was such an impressive shot because he had to pre-jump where that ball was going to bounce, so getting that angle so difficult.
So a tie game in the first minute. Gyro opts not to go for that ball and let Sonics break out. Reddles intercepts. Play down to AJ off the back wall. Gyro a little late. Turns back around. The ball given up. And Gyro fighting for it in the midfield. Reddles plays it over to AJ and met by Dapper. AJ does get the better of it. And Sathu barely hanging on the backfield. Has to dodge another bump. And the demo does come through in the end from Gyro, but the long clear from Sonics will let him get back in rotation. Here's Gyro. Tough save here from Sathu as he clears it off. Still demos those Knights attackers rotating through the defense of the Sonics and picking off players as they go.
And I'm still amazed that even with all those demos, the Sonics, they're still managing to stay and hold themselves into this game so far. You would have expected more panic play, double commits, and yet they're still here tied up with 3.5 minutes to go.
Does speak to the organization and communication that you see from the Sonics. You talk about passive play, especially on defense. That only comes if you can trust your teammates and in constant communication. Sathu off the back wall. Gyro only with one pad to work with.
Nice 50.
Does get the challenge. Here's Shock by himself.
Space.
He's got to beat the entirety of the Knights defense.
Reset.
Almost goes under Reddles. Sathu trying to keep it on, but it's going to be a clear for the Knights. Here's a dangerous opportunity as Sathu couldn't get a hold of it. The Knights trying to break out. Shock has other ideas. Sathu pass to himself, looking for one more off the back wall. Comes off a Gyro. AJ, a little bit of time as he tries to get past Shock. Couldn't do so, and now Sonics. They've been across, left, right, up, and down to the net. Haven't really put on a scary shot yet.
And I think something they could implement from the Knights is that demo play, because I think if they could get a demo rotation into their performance and how they're going through the corners of the Knights defense, that can really add more panic and more pressure right now to maybe open up more space.
Coming up on 2 minutes left here in Game 5. This win so crucial to both teams. Though we don't predict any of these teams to be in contention for relegation, you do start to think about how far can each of these teams go.
And it's funny you say that because, you know, earlier on in the season, we saw the pro player power ranking. Sonics were pretty much ranked dead last. Everybody was expecting them to fail. And so far this entire season, they've been outstanding. And they're showing it here why they deserve to be at the top.
But can they eke out a Game 5 win over the Knights? It's a tough ask. And for the Knights, of course, they would love a Game 5 win over a hot Sonics team. A little under a minute and a half left. This ball been back and forth on both sides of the field at the moment. No one really getting the upper hand. Reddles from his corner beats one as Shock can't get by him. AJ. Shock still going. Dapper's going to commit. He does play it to the corner, and it does get by AJ. Sathu gets bumped, no boost, trying to win the challenge against Gyro. Shock looking for help from Dapper. 2 went here. Dapper's going to take it, and it puts it high.
And we're seeing a game of tug-of-war right now in the corner of the Knights defense. Soniqs, they've been able to keep the pressure on, but it comes down to that final touch where you can flood the ball and push it out into the middle. They're failing to get it across, and that's why the Knights have been able to hold on even through all this constant pressure.
Gyro wanted the pinch from the wall, couldn't get, or I guess he did get it, but not enough. Sapthew, hit by Gyro. Sapthew still going to follow up, but AJ so quick off the ceiling, he might have it again. He gets demoed for his efforts.
Shock taking it slow.
Yeah, and the Knights definitely backed off there.
Yeah.
AJ. You can see Reynolds trying to take a piece out of the defense there. 10 seconds left, overtime.
Oh no, a big
possibility,
miss.
But a big miss there, as you said. Gyro going to try and play it across the Knights. Looking for one more opportunity, couldn't get it. And now Sathew's going to keep it up in the end. No one can get a hold of it. And overtime in Game 5. And Turtle, I said it. Every single overtime, the game winner has been scored by Shock for the Soniqs.
Clutch.
And here he comes off the back wall, looking for a second touch, not enough boost to follow it up.
My question is, how are the Knights going to transition this ball out of their own defensive end? So far, they've done well to hold on, but Soniqs, they've been brutal with this pressure, the boost starvation. So far, looking like a different team. They don't care about playing passive. They're trying to win this overtime right here, right now.
Opportunity for Dapper as he comes flying through. Cleared away by Gyro. The Soniqs getting the better of the Knights right now. This ball's going to come out dangerously. Will bounce over the frame of the net. Dapper looking to square up that challenge. Great touch from Sapthew. Almost got it by AJ. Follow up from Sapthew. Shock's there. Couldn't get a hold of it. Gyro fighting his way out from his end. Has the flick. Sapthew's got to come through and make the save. The Knights looking to be on offense now. This ball played to the back post. Reynolds was there. And it does come off of him to pinch to his own corner.
Huge clear from Dapper all the way across the pitch. Now they've been able to at least have some
Oh, the bump!
What?
Is it going to roll in back post? It's Shock again for the Soniqs, and a big bump for the Soniqs to give themselves a Game 5 victory.
The last thing I expected was a double commit and then a bump from the defensive end. You can see Soniqs forcing up. We wanted to see it. The last element they were missing in their rotation was the aggressive play, was that bump, the physicality of the game. They finally implement it here in overtime, and it works wonders for Soniqs.
Wow. What a play from the Soniqs. And like you said, that was really the last piece that they needed. They put the shot on target. Sure, it was a weak shot, but the bump is what opens it up, and that's all they needed to the back post. And a great bump by Dapper, and he had one heck of a series. You might look at the scoreboard here in this game and say, oh, you know, he might have been playing okay. But what a series from Dapper, and the Soniqs really stepped up here in game 5.
I mean, Gyro said don't sleep on the piece, but now I'm thinking don't sleep on the Soniqs. These guys are popping off completely. I've been so impressed. And what's amazing about this roster, they've managed to continue their level of consistency throughout every single series. Every single team, Soniqs are here. And this time, I think it was a much less focus on Shock and a much higher one, like you said, on Dapper, on the things he's doing to move the ball down the pitch, the demos that he's getting, the passing, everything from him. I think he really is the core player. And the defense, like you said, for Soniqs, excuse me.
Yeah, and like you said, Dapper's defense, I think, really sticks out. The great game-winning bump there, but the defense from Dapper was what kept Soniqs at least in this series. So we have to put that one to bed. A Game 5 winner goes in favor of the Soniqs over the Pittsburgh Knights. We have EUnited and G2 coming up. Stay with us.
CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
another week or will we not?
Get it while it's hot.
Welcome back to LeafX's Lovely Lounge, and by that I mean the Rocket League Championship Series, Week 5 of the North American League Play. you have to deal with it because they put me in charge of hosting for some reason, so I get to do bad alliterations. Anyways, aside me is Gibbs and Jarby. Welcome back. Let's talk about that match. It went the distance, of course, and I feel like expectedly, Shock got that last goal.
Game 5 overtime, Shock. Of course. Why not? Why not? Like, obviously, Dapper, he set up that whole play. This is 2 weeks in a row now for Soniqs. They got outshot by 18 shots last week versus Ghost. They find ways to win. This time, outshot by 20 versus Pittsburgh Knights. They're sitting in dead last in shot differential for the entire season. Minus 77 shots. But they make the big plays when it matters. Dapper, huge defense from him. And then, of course, Shock, the Game 3 pass overtime play. And then, obviously, getting that Game 5 overtime winner. Again, they just find ways to do it every single week, Jorby.
They really do. And, you know, I got to give credit to the Knights. I thought the Knights would give the Soniqs a fight, and they did. It went all 5 games, and I thought all 3 of them. I thought AJ was looking pretty good, but Reynolds and Gyro have really just picked up the pace. And, you know, Gyro had that the sick goal. It was the ceiling read pre-flip that he had. That was a forced own goal. That was a nice shot from him. And the Knights are really starting to figure out this flow. And despite this is just the curse of the Soniqs. You will shoot, and you won't score enough to win the game. I mean, 47 shots, and you only came away with 8 goals. Like, it's how do you beat this Soniqs team? Like, it feels like they can do no wrong right now.
Well, I'm going to tell you how to beat the Soniqs team. You go back to what you were doing before. Where are the demos? I mean, this is something that we expect from the Knights, right? Bringing on AJ, obviously that's changed a bit. You got to readjust, but maybe they bring back those demos. Like, Gibbs, do you think this is something that the Knights really need to bring back in their arsenal? Because it has been less and less that we've seen those explosions.
I don't know. Like, I thought this series wasn't terrible from Pittsburgh Knights. Sure, they could have, you know, maybe sealed the deal here or there with some quality shots, but the plays coming out, like AJ, he does an aerial dribble, beats all 3 players, so then Reynolds can score. They're making the plays happen. I think there's just something special about the Soniqs team at this point. It just seems like every week they defy all odds.
I thought Sathu in particular, you know, and sorry, Leaf. I thought Sathu had he's kind of struggled in previous weeks, and I thought he had a pretty good performance overall. He actually covered some of his teammates' mistakes on defense a couple of times and really kept the Soniqs in the game.
Yeah, no, I was obviously wrong. I was the only one that stuck with the Knights, but they are looking better. And exactly, I do think that we're starting to get Knights more on the track they need to be on. But Gibbs, do you think it's going to be too little too late at this point?
I would say no, because I think you pick up AJ for the end of the season, right? You're trying to figure out throughout the season. I think they're still comfortably one of these top 6 teams, and will go to the regional championship. They might have a harder road than they wanted, going down maybe in a 5th or 6th spot. But I think if they get that clicking with AJ, I think there still is time that they can make a magical run.
Well, we're going to find out as league play continues later on, but we still have the rest of today to get through. So let's get to our 4th match. It's going to be EUnited versus G2. G2 is the only team in North America sitting at a 4-0 record, 0 losses thus far. And EUnited already played a match today against Flight, but obviously that didn't go in their favor. The question is, Jorby, do you think right now EUnited is ready and prepared to take on the Titan of G2?
I do not think they're ready, and I do not think they're prepared, and I think this is going to be the easiest 3-0 of G2 season. G2 are playing their offense is absolutely insane, and they're going to absolutely pepper EUnited's back wall, backboard, and their net, all of it. There won't be a back wall by the time this series is over. You know what? G2 might not even go for the back wall. G2 are so good, there's just going to be infield passes all day. I can't, like, after EUnited, they got slapped by Flight, who are also in that fight to stay out of relegation. And I have zero faith in this team right now. I think that if they can figure out their passing on defense, and if they can slow down a little bit, because I feel like they rush their touches too much, and if they're trying to do too much with the ball, there's miscommunications on defense. G2 are going to pick that apart.
Yeah, but if they slow down too much, Gibbs, don't you think you might see G2 just take them over? Jorby, I feel like it's that's just not the.
Well,
I guess there's really no solutions. I can't think of any solutions.
It's less about slowing down and more about not rushing your touches and like actually realizing how much space you have instead of booming the ball away or trying to rush a touch that you don't need to rush, and then you end up mistouching it right into the opponent, and then you get scored on.
And Gibbs, your take on this? You're just laughing away here. Was it?
I just
you
love
don't
it.
See a solution either.
Like, there's no way. I think we saw it last season. Like G2 8th place when they played EUnited, they scored 15 goals in 4 games. They dominated EUnited. This is a team of G2 that lives on the offensive side of the field. All 3 players, top 3 for positioning, went on the offensive half. And one of the most defensive teams there is EUnited, who just let Flight play offense versus them. And now you got G2 coming in. I don't think there's a shot. Now, I'm not as high on G2 as everyone else just yet, because I still don't think they've played a tough opponent necessarily. I'm just saying, but this is not a tough opponent at all. And I think G2 easily wins this series.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to have to find out right now, and I want to know your thoughts as well. Does EUnited stand a chance against G2? Get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But right now, EUnited needs to bounce back, but G2 stands strong in their way. And to bring you the action is our favorite power couple of Rocket League, Corelli and Turtle.
Oh, yeah, we're coming back. We got EUnited and G2 and the desk had some pretty harsh words for EUnited. Yeah. They think G2 are just going to come out and smother them. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with that. I don't think anybody in their right mind can really go on the side of EUnited in this situation, especially with the series that we saw earlier in the day from EUnited. Things were not going their way at all. The challenges that I noticed were the most important issue on the side of EUnited. They weren't going for, first of all, they weren't pushing forward to get challenges, and when they were forced to move out and actually go for a 50-50, they would get destroyed against Flight, who's a team that's notably not the greatest, offensive pressure. And I think when they're going up against G2, this is what we're going to see. We're going to see Chicago and JNaps, the insane duo. I think these two are the best duo right now, possibly in the world, because you've got both of them top 2 for shots per game. JNaps #1 for assists per game, and then Chicago #1 for goals per game. These two work so incredibly well together, and a lot of times you'll see them coming out of the defensive end. I just don't think EUnited have what it takes to stop them.
I certainly think G2 look like a fantastic team, but something that we touched on the pre-show that wasn't talked about too much here from the desk was who G2 have actually played so far. And most of the teams have been at the bottom of the standings here in RLCS, and EUnited looking like one of those teams here. And for G2, don't get me wrong, they've looked good in all of their games. And I think that does count for something even when you play maybe not as strong teams, you're still coming out and looking really, really good. Rizzo in particular, recently in the last couple games, has looked really well. And you mentioned the weapons that G2 have in Chicago and JNaps. Certainly, season in and season out have always looked good. For EUnited, they need to disrupt this G2 offense. If they can get in the way, a couple bumps, some demos, or maybe even just keep possession of the ball and be more on the attack than normal, I feel like EUnited could stand a chance, but it's a tough call.
It's definitely going to be difficult, and I think the one thing that I noticed out of G2 that was fantastic was their speed of passing. The way these guys and this roster move the ball on the offensive side of the field is so lightning quick, to the point where even if it's a basic predictable pass, the speed of it is just to the point where you can't even intercept it if you wanted to.
Well, that's how you start off. If you're EUnited, Roll Diz catches out the defense of G2, presses up a bit too far, and the pass out from Hoxer and EUnited. Great way to start game 1.
And that's a classic Roll Diz goal, a cleanup man himself. He's always getting these great goals where he's just in the last position. He's got to make that hit. Roll Diz, he's been confident. If there's one thing about EUnited that I know, it's that Roll Diz can come in and really put on a shot on target when he needs to. He's had a lot of clutch moments, and I think, maybe if we can see them be a little bit more aggressive, EUnited might have a chance, and I'm not seeing it though.
He has been the man to clean up for EUnited. He certainly was last season. And starting off on the right foot here in game 1 against what is looking to be a very strong G2.
Yeah.
One that is back in form, especially from the previous season. Had some things to figure out. I've taken care of business when they've needed to so far. This ball does roll back to the G2 side. JNaps tried to pick it up. Big play here from Ajax off the back wall, and Chicago does get the touch.
It's such a difficult read for Chicago off the backboard. He had to pre-jump that, make sure he reads the bounce perfectly. You've even seen it a lot of times this season. A lot of players struggle with those backboard reads. G2 looking confident, but they're still trailing by 1.
Plenty of time left, just over the first minute here in game 1. Rizzo up to receive it. Comes straight back down to Roldiz, but he doesn't get enough power on it, and Chicago there to clear it away. Still United looking dangerous here. Eventually it does break down. Here's Rizzo. Dishes it off to JNaps. Tough save, and Ajax makes it. Roldiz has options, and Hoxer's next to him. Does feed it through, but a defender just gets a piece of it. On the G2 side, came a little too quick. Chicago over to JNaps, looking for a second touch. Didn't get the other side, and Rizzo to keep playing on for G2. Great dish out to Roldiz. He was going to keep it going. The pass over to Ajax. Ajax takes away that corner boost.
But I love what I'm seeing so far from both these teams. Great midfield possession, good passing into the midfield. Comes down to who's really predicting the line of the ball, the path of the ball, and how they can get in front of it to keep the possession. But so far, I mean, I've been impressed with the way United have started out this series.
Yeah, United have looked pretty good, but as soon as I say it, it's a race for JNaps to get back. He had no boost to get around the ball, and that was a huge missed opportunity there for G2.
And I think maybe if he was a little bit more prepared for the clear and he timed that flip a little bit better, even without boost, he could have gotten an angle on the net. A huge miss for G2.
Still plenty of time. Here's Rizzo looking to take it himself. Stay behind this ball for the challenge. Chicago can't follow it up off the roll. Here's Ajax. Drop down from Roldiz. In the end, ends up for a pass for Rizzo. Looking for options to his left. Tries to go for the back wall.
Nice pass out.
JNaps, the shot off the crossbar and in for G2. Textbook play.
This whole play, though, started off with that weird hit back from Roldiz. He was trying to go for maybe a back pass, and that's what led G2 to have this possession. A bit of a mistake for Roldiz. The communication didn't come out, and then the classic, like you said, textbook play where they feed it out into the middle. Somebody's there for a great shot.
Yeah, great pass from Chicago, and that's really what was textbook. Maybe not playing it off the crossbar, but the pass back towards your man was so crucial from Chicago to have that play end in success.
And from a player's perspective, I mean, it's always really difficult to get those midfield passes to go backwards into your own teammate, because timing that is so difficult. That's what makes it so deadly for G2, is that the pass isn't centered and rotating towards the net. It's actually going backwards, which makes the shot so much better.
Still, EUnited are pressing on here, and they're, playing against what we would say is a stronger team in G2 compared to Flight. There's a big demo, like you said, and opens up the net for JNaps, and G2 ahead by 1.
Rizzo, a nice feed out into the middle. Chicago gets a solid 50. Then Rizzo, he does this throughout his entire career on G2 so far. He's the guy who's getting those demos, who's going for a bit more creative plays to throw off the defense. He does it here, and now they lead by 1 goal.
So G2 coming up on a minute left, trying to hang on to their lead. Hoxer can't get the flip reset. But to the point I was making earlier, it does feel like United are playing better and better. And that's a big miss from Rizzo. Still, G2 maybe not panic too hard as they are in the lead. Chicago looking for a flip, try to get by Ajax. Hoxer can't get by Rizzo, but you got to think if United get back into this one, and maybe they won't, because Rizzo's gonna open up the net once again for G2, and Chicago puts it away.
You know what, when Rizzo can't actually find the net and shoot on target, he knows he can at least get a demo, and that's what he does right here. He goes for the demo, just a heat-seeking missile towards the net. The goalkeeper's taken out, and again we see a wide open shot for Rizzo's teammates.
The first 4 minutes of this game looked pretty good for EUnited. Much better than when they played against Flight. But G2, maybe it was just them having a slow start. Dangerous ball comes out, missed from JNaps, follow-up from Ajax, and there's still life in EUnited.
G2 thankful they got that security goal, but now they've got 24 seconds to try and hold on to this lead. Rizzo needed a better clear out. In that situation, it's so much better to feed the ball into the corner and stall out some time so that your teammates can get back, rotate back defensively. But instead, he kind of fed it out to the middle. You need to have a better hit there. EUnited, they capitalize.
United have a chance to get a demo on JNaps past Rizzo. J-Jack's got to get in there and couldn't get inside. Oxer, only 40 boost. Had rolled Diz downfield. 10 seconds left now for EUnited. Can they get one late? It comes out to JNaps, who'll boom it straight back to the EUnited side. It's going to be a 0-second carry, and it could be rolled if he can get a second touch. And Rizzo's there to knock it down. G2 will take game 1.
EUnited, they had a chance there towards the end, but it was ultimately destroyed pretty much by the G2 defense. It's a brick wall that they've been building up. It started out a little bit shaky with that wide open net for EUnited, but they managed to fight back. And a big portion of that was to those 2 demo goals that Rizzo opened up for G2.
And honestly, watching this game, G2 did exactly what I expected them to do. Came out maybe a little bit slow.
Yeah.
But near the end of the game, they started to really heat up, open up opportunity, maybe off the demo from Rizzo or the shooting and passing between Chicago and JNaps. But I am impressed with EUnited. They put up 4 quality minutes here in this game. And I think that flight game might have served as a wake-up call to say, you know what, look, we are better than maybe that series showed, and they have a chance here to play against this G2 team and really take it to them.
And with EUnited, the thing that I really want to look for so much for their roster to do well in a series is creative plays. I think back to that Cloud9 series that EUnited just completely won with fashion and with style throughout the entire series against Cloud9. And it started off, those first 2 goals of that series were double touch backboard reads where they're showing off their mechanical ability. You know, we've got Ajax, we've got Hoxer. Both those guys can be so lethal on the offensive side. It's about how you set them up. So I think if they can get those setups there, then they can finally show up with more mechanical skill and really impress us with the shots that they're able to pull off. Because so far, since that series, EUnited have been so flat. A lot of these goals they're getting are very mediocre, and it's mostly just punishing goals. So if they can really open up with more creative passing, even demos, you see somebody like Rizzo, he might not be the best mechanical player, but the fact that he's able to make himself stand out by going for demos, doing that extra step to set himself apart. We need something like that from a player out of EUnited, and I think for me that could be Rolditz.
And for EUnited, they did have a lot of the passing plays going where it felt like they were dangerous on offense, and G2 did give them the space to pull off the passing plays. It's just finding that shot. Can you put it away? The G2 team gave up some of that space for EUnited to put it away. They just couldn't find the target. And again, this was a close game. A 3-2 loss for EUnited is not a bad loss against G2, especially who have looked so hot. But now it's like, now you go into game 2. What is it that you can do to really take down this G2 team? And I think that they showed it in game 1. It is that passing play, and they were quick to the ball. But as the game waned on, G2 really started to learn and adapt to what EUnited was bringing.
I think it was really a warm-up game. G2 now, they're starting to get to their max potential. And like it's multiple times where we see from the defense, I love the duo from JNaps and Chicago when they feed themselves the ball back and forth. These give and goes back and forth between Chicago and JNaps. They carry it out of the defense so many times, and more often than not, they can manage to find a shot on net. You know, maybe they don't get the goal 100% of the time, but almost always they will find an open opportunity to put one and strike the net with lots of shots, potential, and panic play that forces the defense to kind of react the way they do. And EUnited, it's going to be managing that. So if I were them, maybe you could position yourself more towards where JNaps or Chicago are going to be in the midfield and try and cut off that pass.
And that's exactly what I think EUnited will try and do here in this coming game. And for G2, I think it's business as usual as we get players into the server, make sure everything is put together. We're going to take a look at some highlights from the last game and see what EUnited was able to put together early on. It was Roldiz to start things off, and it was off the clear from Hoxer, and G2 crept up just a bit too far, and that's what opened things up. And that's where EUnited really started to get things together, as they were able to find a second goal as well.
And look at those passes, though. Multiple times we saw it where G2 can just toss the ball out into the midfield space. And we've been saying this and praising G2 all the time about their midfield passes. But I think what they've changed throughout these past 2 seasons, because when you think about it, last season, G2, they were almost relegated. They played in the promotion tournament. They had to fight their way against some of those rival series teams to get back into this season. So when you talk about what they've changed, I think they've implemented more elements other than just those midfield passing. I feel like they were too predictable all the time last season. You know, you knew they were going to go for these midfield passes all the time, and now they're kind of mixing it up. They've got Rizzo's demos. They've got the passing give and goes between Chicago and JNaps, and now they can mix in some of that surprise factor with the midfield passes. So they've got every element they need.
And I think it's quick and to the point too. It's snappy from G2.
Yeah.
They're not trying to be too cute with it.
Definitely.
Get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 passes. How many touches can we get? It's do what needs to be done and then put the shot on target. And that's what we saw. All it takes is Chicago passing back towards JNaps. He's a striker. He's going to put it on target, and it's a quality goal. And then, of course, like you said, having Rizzo opening up the net for G2 is a very strong attacking position for this team. As we get into game 2, see if G2 can keep things rolling and if EUnited can bounce back. Very close game 1 loss here against G2. Starting things off, that shot just high from Hoxer. That quick pass, though, is exactly what EUnited need to stay dangerous.
Yeah. And I almost got flashbacks to last game. You know, that initial burst of speed that caught G2 surprised and in the backfield with a huge gap in the defense. Could have gotten one there for EUnited, but it's still 0-0.
JNaps. Now Chicago plays it across. Rizzo was there, but couldn't go too far.
Boomer.
Big clear from Hoxer, and it's going to go in. JNaps couldn't get back, and it is flashbacks from game 1.
Yeah, Hoxer, he just caught G2 off guard with a giant clear. The rotation was a little bit too slow, and I think it comes down to keeping possession, because you got to wait at least for that last defender of G2 to rotate back in net so he can block out a clear. Nobody was there to contest or challenge, and that's what left the field wide open.
And the thought was Rizzo trying to keep the play relevant by creeping up. JNaps was making a very far rotation back and just couldn't get back in time. There's a shot off the crossbar from Chicago. JNaps trying to keep it alive for Rizzo to come through. Still dangerous here for G2 as Chicago's going to play it out. JNaps once again is there. Shot put on target, saved away by Hoxer, and G2's attack will break down.
Oh, good speed again.
And Ajax gonna put it away, and like you said, it's the speed from EUnited on the counter. Get 2 quick ones.
And Ajax, the way he pinched the ball out, nobody's even ready for Ajax to shoot the ball. We're waiting for the third man rotation to come out from G2 to
It's
get
just
back
a second
in the net.
late, too.
Yeah, and they're not ready and prepared for that instant speed from Ajax, and now he's able to turn the ball around.
And G2's rotation, that's what they want to do. It's just that EUnited are able to find the net before G2 can get in position.
And it's that speed that could be the kryptonite we've been waiting to see if any team possesses against G2.
So a 2-goal lead opens up for EUnited in a comfortable position, but now you got to play 3.5 minutes against a very strong offense in G2. Big clear from Chicago. Doesn't hit the ceiling to keep its height. Answered back by Hoxer. Rolled gets a demolition on JNaps. Hoxer looking to pop this one up for Ajax. Not enough boost to get there.
What I want to see from EUnited now that they've got a 2-goal lead is not let up on the pressure. Don't try and play a little bit more passive. Stay aggressive. It's so often that we see teams go up against a situation where they're the underdog and they'll play passive once they get that lead.
Definitely don't want to turtle up. You can see that G2, they do make mistakes. They do give you space. And if you're there to meet it, you'll be rewarded. As of now, EUnited definitely feeling that G2 pressure. Chicago over to JNaps. You can see the space that G2's given to work with. And they certainly are a team that'll make you pay. Pass down from Chicago. Shot left side. Saved by Hoxer. And gets the demo on Chicago. Rolled trying to keep this one going. For Chicago, not a lot of boost to work with. And Rizzo looking for the last defender. Couldn't get there in time. Now Ajax. Opportunity for EUnited as the ball's carried up and over to JNaps. Rizzo. Pass out to Chicago. Chicago's there, met by Ajax. EUnited. Another threatening shot. Chicago's up. Doesn't get it. Second touch from Ajax goes in. What a play for EUnited.
Ajax, he has been a monster with the speed. Look at how much faster he was than Rizzo, beating him out in the midfield. He follows up the double touch. In that situation, you just got to hope somebody on the backboard is going to miss. It happens, and Ajax is there to punish.
Big play from Ajax. And if they weren't comfortable before, they certainly are now. 1 minute and 40 seconds left. A 3-goal lead for EUnited. A completely different team in regards to what we saw when they played Flight. And while some may say that you know, they caught out G2 a few times. I mean, that's what you got to do. Here's G2 to get on the board. It's Chicago.
I mean, speaking of catching the defense off guard, you can see JNaps with that challenge there, catches Hawkser completely off guard. He didn't know what was going on. He was mixed up in the net, forced into a difficult situation. Chicago is there with a solid finish. And G2, they've got a minute and a half left to find 2 goals.
Here's Rizzo taking it himself. Gets a second touch and a third over down to JNaps. An opportunity shot saved away by Ajax. Another chance for Chicago, saved away by Hawkser.
Defense getting tested. Ajax, big saves. He's had such a stellar performance so far this entire series.
Rizzo to the far side. Chicago and JNaps are both there. Big clear from Hawkser. That one's not on target as it comes off the back wall. Popped up for Roll Diz. Hawkser used all of his boost to drop it to the midfield. Roll Diz again, trying to keep it alive for EUnited. Hawkser has boost to work with. Rizzo in a tough spot. Hawkser beats him to the ball off the backboard. Here's Ajax. Plays it down and away, and EUnited get their fourth.
Can you even stop this man, Ajax, getting a hat trick? And I want you to pay attention to where he positions himself over the ball. He got so high up above the ball to the point where he could slot it directly underneath the defender. Ajax, he is popping off right now.
Coming up on 30 seconds left, but I don't think EUnited care at this point. They are feeling themselves in this game. They are looking to take down G2 in game 2 and in a commanding fashion. Here's Rizzo trying to save face. Chicago could get past Ajax. With 10 seconds left, it's all but over here in game 2. EUnited have just turned it on. Rizzo going to play it off the back wall. Follow-up from JNaps is there off the crossbar. Plenty of shots for G2, but too many off the crossbar. Look at the saves, even at the end when it didn't matter. Hawkser stretching out, and EUnited a commanding game 2 victory.
Defense just standing tall for EUnited. This was a complete turnaround, and Corelli, it's such a difference that I almost forgot with how EUnited are playing right now. I almost forgot that they lost to Flight earlier. Literally, this is such a different team that we're watching right now. And Ajax, you have to give it to him, a hat trick, huge performance. He was getting some crazy saves towards the end there, and we'll take another look at the positioning, the way he got above the ball here and managed to slot it down. That was so impressive and a great mechanical play from Ajax.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of his goals were incredibly impressive from Ajax, and Hawkser had a massive defensive game, over 1,000 points that game. 7 saves.
And Roldis didn't even have a save. This man was probably just out there in the midfield. He was challenging multiple times, and it came down to Hawkser. Like you said, 7 saves. That's ridiculous for any individual player in one game alone.
And he kept his team in it, and that's what you need, especially when you have Ajax doing so well on offense. You have a defensive rock like Hawkser coming through and making 7 saves and holding it down for your defense. And you saw a lot of the goals that that Ajax put out were just solo plays that he was able to take down the field, get a second touch, or beat the first defender. Very strong showing here from EUnited.
And for G2, I mean, they had a couple chances of possession where they would carry the ball. They'd have solid passes. The shooting maybe just needs to be a little bit better. It's a difficult thing to analyze because I feel like G2, while they were getting smothered, it was those defensive mistakes where they can't put themselves in front of the ball. So if you can fix up your defense, I think they've got a closer game.
So we'll dive in to another game, game 3. Tie series. In a series where, you know, you think back to what the analyst has said.
They gave G2 all the praise in the
Hands
world.
down.
Yeah, no hope whatsoever for EUnited.
And yet, a close game 1 and a commanding victory in game 2. And here's Ajax again. Can't get it down. Chicago was there. Follow-up from Hawkser. Turned away by Rizzo. And Ajax has just been a massive threat for EUnited. Here he is again. Another shot. It's weak. As he's fighting for it in the corner. Buys enough time for Roldis to come through, and he plays it across. Hawkser pops it up for Ajax. What can he do with it? And cleared away by Chicago. Rizzo's there to receive it. That shot wide. Roldis does a good job to buy some time for his team to get back. G2 now looking to put on the pressure. Hawkser does a good job to clear it away. Here's Roldis off the corner, gets a second touch. Still dangerous as it's just going to float to the back post. Roldis Ajax is there. Hoxer's up. Nobody from G2 is, and cleared away by JNaps in the end. The shot not dangerous enough.
Yeah, G2 doing a solid job of moving the ball with that first clear out to a teammate. But then that third man, you know, once they get that passing play to get the ball out, there's nobody waiting for a final shot. And I think United have recognized that idea, and now they're just putting themselves in positions to retrieve the ball after that initial midfield touch comes out from G2.
Ajax has options to the left, and Hoxer's shot just wide. Follow from Roldiz also goes wide. He had an open net, couldn't put it away, and EUnited did everything right.
And that's got to hurt for Roldiz, a clutch player. Oftentimes on EUnited, he's the guy who's finishing. Now another chance here, a 50-50. It goes their way, but not towards the net.
Roldiz still fighting for every inch, and a big clear from JNaps. Hoxer smartly went back, and he does make the save.
So surprised to see Roldiz with a huge miss towards the offensive end. So normally, at least for those shots where it's just a wide open net, he's been so consistent.
So still a tie game, 0-0. Coming up on halftime here. Rizzo plays it over to JNaps. And you can see EUnited getting smarter and smarter about the predictability of passes from G2. Follow up from JNaps is wide. Chicago trying to keep this one alive for G2. JNaps over to Chicago. Shot is going to be, it looked like it was going to go off the crossbar. Ajax clears it away in the end.
Good possession so far from G2. We're seeing them start to starve out EUnited, a little reminiscent of that first game where they started to carry momentum. A big miss there on the backboard, but it was almost made up for.
It was almost a great fake. Hoxer barely getting a piece of it there. United, their chance to put some attack together. It's stopped up by G2. Roldiz trying to buy time. JNaps with no boost has to use his flip. Roldiz does well to track this ball to the other side. Chicago up by 2 on EUnited. Chicago trying to get a bump on Roldiz. JNaps trying to force it through the defense. Here's Rizzo.
Good passing.
That shot's wide. Pass up to Hoxer off the ceiling, and it's easily dealt with here from JNaps.
You can see the respect from G2 as well that they've given EUnited now as the series has progressed. They're pushing a little bit back as that third man, not being as aggressive because they don't want to get caught off guard like they have been for the first few games where there's just a booming clear. Another great shot here from G2.
Tough save from Hoxer, does make it. Ajax was left on the goal line there in a tough position, and big miss there, and a follow-up from JNaps, cleared away by Ajax. Still EUnited hanging on, but feeling a lot of pressure.
Goal line save after goal line save. How long can EUnited hold up? And will they get a counterattack to surprise G2? Here's another passing play.
Hoxer tried to get over Rizzo. Rizzo patiently waiting for that one to come down. Dish off to Chicago and saved away, and everyone from G2 committed. Roldiz gonna pop it up for hot Ajax there. Here's JNaps, 70 boost.
1v1.
Tries to get by the last defender, couldn't do so.
Oh, there's space for Ajax. He's got full boost in the tank.
Gonna take it, hard touch. He's not gonna catch back up to it. Great catch from Chicago. And maybe G2 want to do it in 0-second time. No, it'll drop down. Still a scoreless game here in game 3.
EUnited, they're hanging on by a single thread at this point. Goal line saves are just getting put on the line right now for EUnited. They need to make this defense work.
JNaps contested, and here comes Roldiz. He just got
space.
Rizzo to beat. Can Roldiz go by? And great defense from Rizzo leads to a counterattack. JNaps trying to push Ajax out of the way. And good defense from Ajax, so the last defender standing strong for both teams. Demos on Rizzo, shot. JNaps gonna take it himself. Looking for the dunk, does get it! The 50, the challenge for JNaps. And G2 take game 3.
And JNaps had space in the air. I was thinking maybe he's going to go for a flip reset, but instead he decides to just hover behind the ball. He forces that ground 50 all the way through to the net. The goalkeeper is caught off guard, and this time it's not a shot. that can get saved, but instead of 50-50, it just doesn't come out. And at that point, that's frustrating to deal with against JNAPs.
Tough series or tough game for EUnited here, as they were in it. They had a lot of opportunity. G2 in the end, it comes off of the challenge win from JNAPs, and it comes out, and he'll put it away. And for G2, they got to be happy. That was a tough game.
My goodness.
Where they come into a series where they are probably assuming they're going to win, and EUnited is making them work for it. And I'm extremely proud to see them play so well, especially after a tough series from Flight. They are going back and forth with this G2 team.
Yeah, and I mean, I think to speak to the defense of EUnited, Rizzo had 0 shots that game, and he's a guy who, if he's going to put something on target, it's usually going to be a cleanup goal, where JNAPs and Chicago are the ones who are doing all the work in front. They force the defense into weird situations, and then it's popped up right for Rizzo to go in for a shot. And in this situation, in this game, Rizzo had 0 shots, and I think it all comes down really to EUnited's defense, because they were able to get in front of Chicago and JNAPs and instantly deny any sort of momentum or possession from G2, and that's why I think we're seeing a better EUnited performance. It relies more on saves, but I think if they can keep this up, they have a chance here to take home the series.
A lot of defense being played for EUnited, and yet they are standing tall, similar to how the Soniqs were playing earlier. A lot of defense, and yet they come out with a win. EUnited now trying to force a game 5 here against G2, backs against the wall. Can they get the job done? It was 1 overtime goal to separate them in game 4. And it was a winning position for EUnited, or really for both teams. Very close. Here's Hoxer. Has Ajax downfield, but it's too far. Chicago.
Oh, what a demo.
He wanted the pass to JNAPs, but Ajax takes him out. Chicago running out of boost, but does get the clear. Here's Rizzo, pass over to JNAPs, looking for the back wall. Ajax, big clear. And pinch down towards Hoxer, off the back wall, looking for cleanup, and Roldiz is there, and can't get the second touch as he comes down. Still a dangerous ball, it was bouncing.
Chicago, the way he managed to get in front of the ball there, so impressive. He had to be so quick to jump into the air, block out the shot. Great performance from him to stop the ball and get in front of these shots, which is something that we didn't really find that too often. And now we see another one out of JNAPs where they get in front, but EUnited just running around the defense, and now here's an open net for Chicago to shoot at. It goes in.
And what? G2 gets a goal that EUnited have been preying on the first 2 games. Everyone committed.
This looks like a complete swap of who's scoring, because at EUnited, they would get these style goals. And now it seems G2, they're kind of turtling up a bit, waiting for that over-aggression, and then they strike back with a booming clear.
And I wonder if Roldiz, who was coming to follow up, just was expecting a different bounce, maybe coming off the crossbar, maybe more down towards the net or higher up. So he did seem off the mark, and it was a tough read. It was tough to tell where it was coming from. He was a great pass. Ajax trying to get the bump. EUnited looking to respond quickly here. Can't find it. And so Rizzo over to Chicago and back. Here's Roldiz. Pass 1, but it's straight to Rizzo. Roldiz chases out JNAPs.
Oh, maybe a fake?
Leaves it to Chicago. JNAPs trying to clear through the defense.
I love the idea. Creative play there for JNAPs to go for a fake. He's got another shot here on net. Great passing so far from G2. Chicago's in the air, has the shot on net. It goes off the crossbar.
And Chicago almost got it as he came down as well. No boost, still the shot put on target. Saved out by Ajax, and G2 knocking on the door at the moment.
You've got to be kidding me. That was so close. Beautiful back-to-back plays from G2. I love the fake idea from JNAPs, and then the passing across the goal line. Everything coming in clutch and into fruition for G2. They just could not find the final shot.
EUnited would love to find an equalizer sooner rather than later. Ajax. Roldiz does get a touch. It is on target. Rizzo has to make the save, and everyone from EUnited was in attendance on the G2 side. Here's Hoxer.
Nice
has
pass.
options to Ajax, and stuffed by the G2 defense. Rolled is down to Hoxer. Can he get the touch? He did. JNap's there to slow it up. Rizzo shot too high and a big miss. Roldiz does clean it up for EUnited.
Oh, no.
Hoxer shot cleared away by Rizzo. EUnited are looking to turn the heat up.
That was the third time I've seen Chicago have a little bit of a miss-touch on the backboard. And on defense, he's had a couple of times he's been bailed out by his teammates. So far, the defense has been holding strong. Chicago, if he can have a little bit better of a defensive touch and performance in the backfield, I think they've got this win in the bag if they can close the series out.
Hoxer trying to pop it up. Roldiz is there off the back wall looking for Ajax. 2 go from G2, and Chicago was waiting on the goal line. It came straight to him. Still a good setup there from EUnited. It was just the shot, and Ajax gets bumped into that. Saved away by his teammate. JNap's going to do it himself off the crossbar and in, and G2 get a cushion.
If we look at this replay, back to the beginning, JNap, he bumped into the defender into the ball. I think that was Ajax he bumped into the ball. Yep. And then he managed to go for the flick to recover after that bump. Is so crucial. An extraordinary play, so unique. G2, that's a fortunate goal to say the least.
And so now EUnited really need to get going, as time is not on their side. Down 2 goals, 45 seconds left. Gold is. Hoxer does get a piece of it. Chicago plays it off his own back wall. Is actually pretty smart in the end. Comes out to Roldiz. Off the back wall, follow up from Hoxer. Does get a flip off that touch, but it was hit too hard.
And that shot from Hoxer, he was the final man to put something on target. He had to find the net, and now an open one is there for Rizzo. He actually kind of saves it. I'm not sure if that was going to go in completely, Rizzo. Unfortunate circumstances for him. There's 20 seconds left.
And big clear here from JNap's. The shot was wide. And EUnited looking to score with it. Just some time left on the clock at this point. Follow up as Chicago is looking to put it away. Big clear comes out from Hoxer. If he can keep it alive, picked up boost. And that might be it. Roldiz can't get a hold of it. G2 are going to hang on. And EUnited, they made him earn it.
Oh, yeah.
In the end.
Things were getting a little bit scary, definitely, for G2. That was a incredible series so far. EUnited, like you said, I thought they played well. I definitely think that you cannot come out of the series if you're EUnited extremely upset, because they brought it to them. They did have a great showing, especially on defense and especially from Ajax.
Yeah, I think Ajax looked great. Hoxer also looked great. And I think all of G2 did their part. Like I said, I feel like in this particular series, G2 came out and did what I expected. You saw the passing plays. You saw the give and go. You saw the quick transition. Everything that you expect from G2, they did it in this series. But you have to give credit to the EUnited defense. That's really what stuck out to me from the team, to hang on.
Oh, yeah.
And then not only that, because it's one thing to just sit back and play defense, but it's another to create chances, be so quick down the field. And that's what we saw.
And I actually think it's a very similar play style to the previous series with Soniqs. They were trying to, kind of replicate that style of where you're waiting, you're giving the opposition more space in the midfield, only to catch them off guard for the counterattack. And it did work wonders a couple of times. We saw multiple cases where they'd get a huge clear directly from their net, almost a hyper beam clear, where they just smash the ball forward. They catch somebody, rotating back too slow on G2, and that's something we see a lot from Sonic. So a similar play style there, but against G2, you have to have even more of an insane defense, because their shots, passing, it's all too good and too crisp.
And G2 still do not have a loss, and they are currently looking very strong here in North America. They go home with a win against EUnited. We've got more North American RLCS action coming up. Stay with us.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする。 こまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feeling change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive with guilty chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though. Give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though. Give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again. We can start it. To escape. People take your own. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove. When you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon, when we dance again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Brody Leaf Moore, and I'm the host of the Rocket League Championship Series, and I'm telling this to you because you're watching the Rocket League Championship Series, week number 5 of North American League play. And to join me in on the action is Gibbs and Turtle. Now, we just watched EUnited and G2 play. G2 coming out 3-1 victorious in that series, holding on to their perfect record. And I think this was expected. Gibbs, so the question is, did we see them bounce back from their match earlier, or is EUnited still looking a little rough?
I think it's a mixture. I think this was not the worst series in the world for EUnited, but they scored 6 goals. I think one of them was because they were on offense, and all the rest were just third man misplays by G2 or just wide open nets where EUnited, they just get the clear and it just turns into a goal. I think G2 has to clean that up for sure. But like at the end of the day, when G2 has offense, here's their game plan. Rizzo goes for a demo, then Chicago and JNAPS pass, and then they score. And they do it over and over and over again, and it works. And it happened here again.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree. I think that G2 were looking so much, a little bit shakier, but then at the same time, I thought EUnited, compared to their series earlier against Flight, that looked abysmal for them. I thought they definitely picked it up and did do at least a little bit of a 180 with their play style. They brought it to him with the defense. Ajax, I thought, had a fantastic performance, but at the end of the day, it was just too much to handle this G2 offense, like you said, Gibbs, when they're going for demos, when they're getting aggressive, and whenever they're finally shooting on point, and you've got that dynamic duo of JNAPS and Chicago. I just don't see how you can stop it so long as their defense isn't pushing up too far.
Well, I heard Gibbs talking about this before, though, is that we still feel like, they haven't been fully tested yet. And Turtle, I'm wondering if you're feeling the same thing, and if once they are fully tested, do you think that this G2 playstyle is eventually going to fall apart, or is this a winning playstyle that could win this entire region?
I really think it's a winning play style. I think that at this given time in Rocket League, there really is no free wins right now in the season. I think that there's definitely, lower level teams, but for the most part, I think since G2, they've managed to stay consistent every single weekend so far, and we are really, deep into the season. I think that the fact that they've proven their consistency really shows that even against the higher level teams, they're going to be showing up.
Now, to me, Leaf, real quick about G2 is this is the same playstyle from last season as well. It is a playstyle where if you make mistakes, you will get punished hard. Yeah. When they went to the World Championship, made it to the Grand Finals, same exact playstyle. So it is a playstyle that is risky, but when it works, they can easily win this region. But the problem is, I want to see when they start playing those tough teams like Spacestation and Energy, if those mistakes happen. Because if that does happen, we could see them falter. We saw on Twitter with JNAPS, he thought they clinched a regional championship spot. They haven't clinched just yet. They are 5-0. Very likely a lock, but if they lose the last 4, which again, their schedule is pretty tough, then if things go really bad, they could still be out. So they still have to play every single series incredibly close, try to get one of those top 2 spots.
I like when Gibbs I love when Gibbs comes in with a point and we just move out. It's like he's just pushing us. All right, guys, I gotta say something right now.
It's rude. I'm a little bit offended.
It's just get out of here,
I'm standing here this whole day too. It's not fair, man.
It's because I got a nice basement, man. Gotta show it off.
Yeah,
you do. Anyways, we got to show off some players right now. Let's check into our Player of the Day nominees. 4 should be up on the board right now since we've had 4 matches go by. Gibbs.
The streak has been broken. Now, it's because we left the studio. Shock is finally not on the Player of the Day board. His teammate Dapper, huge defensive stops, and then the Game 5 bump to seal that overtime. He gets it on the board. Then JNAPS, 100% goal participation, making incredible plays, as we saw those highlights there from that last series. With Atomic and Memory, 4 very solid choices so far.
Yeah. I mean, I love to see Dapper up there. We've been giving so much love to Shock, but I think Dapper has been so solid and consistent every single weekend with incredible saves. And then even whenever we did see Shock pop off, it was because Dapper had these incredible passes out to the midfield, finding him on the offense. Then JNAPS in that previous series, I don't even think we need to really talk about it too much. He was just unstoppable whenever they were able to move forward and have that duel with Chicago.
I think that's the thing. You look at JNaps and it's right. You know, he used to be called the knapsack. It felt like for some reason he fell off a bit, but he's back to full form right now.
Oh,
and
yeah.
when you got teammates like Chicago and Rizzo who are also playing in full form, you're just going to look that much better. You have that much more freedom to do what you need to do on the field. And it's no question, of course, that JNaps is up on that board too. I do also have to mention, though, you know, Sathu on the side of Soniqs as well. You know, of course, Shock is overshadowing them, but Sathu, one of the biggest step-up performances I've seen from a player over a couple seasons. His performance has just increased tenfold, even in this season alone. So it's always hard when those guys play to figure out who should be up on that board, you know. But I think we should get on with our show today and move on to the next series. We have 2 series left, and the next one, of course, is going to be SSG, Space Station Gaming versus Cloud9. Now, Cloud9 they have a big name behind them, but they don't have a big performance behind them here in Season 9. SSG, on the other hand, are looking mighty good, and this one should be in their favor, Gibbs.
It's so unusual because Cloud9, I think there is still something there. They just haven't combined everything together. We still see Gimmick. He's leading for Golden Striker right now. We have Squishy up near Playmaker. Torment making a lot of saves. I feel like on the defensive side, though, that's where Cloud9 continues to crumble. And that's not just Torment. We see Gimmick with a lot of mistouches to set up quality shots for the opposition. I'm worried about the defense of Cloud9 mostly because I think the offense is starting to click. And I think there's always a threat to take down Space Station, but Space Station, it's a 3-headed monster now. Like AXB on the offensive side, late in series has been an ultimate closer, Turtle.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I want to talk about was AXB. He was popping off. Huge performances from him last weekend. And then I'm kind of on the same pitch with Cloud9. I think that they just need to predict a little bit better where their teammates are going to go. And I think that comes down to communication because so many times if you watch their series, I think they're pushing forward a lot, waiting for, say, Squishy or Gimmick to make a great pass out into the middle. But then that initial pass is not at all what was expected. And that's where they get caught off guard. So if they can be on the same page all the time with where their teammates are positioning themselves, where they're hitting the ball, I genuinely think they have what it takes to get back to that peak Cloud9 performance that we've seen so much throughout, you know, pretty much the past 4 or 5 seasons of Rocket League.
So, Gibbs, do you agree then that it's just something as small, as simple as that? Or is this a full playstyle change or even a player change that needs to happen with Cloud9 to get them back to peak performance?
I think one of the most compelling stats, like Cloud9 came in, I believe, season 3 or season 4 or something like that, where if you take all their losses and divide them in half, their losses begin at season 8 because they've lost so many times since then. So just over this past year, before that, they were so dominant. Like, I think at this point, this roster has been played through. So if they don't make the regional championships, I think you almost have to make a roster move because it does seem like at times they don't look as hungry as some of these other teams. And I think that is just something where you need new and fresh blood to come in to then present like Cloud9 some new energy because it does seem like they're a little bit flat right now.
Turtle, are you on board with that same idea too? Well, I mean, you did just say that you just want to see some more passing and stuff, but do you honestly truly believe that's all that's needed for Cloud9 at this point?
I mean, I think it's really going to come down to the synergy, and I can definitely see a roster change on this roster with either Torment or either one of them. Like you said, Gibbs, it's something about the level of freshness that a new roster brings to the table, and I think it'll revitalize their hunger. They'll be way more eager to get a win, and I think it'll boost all of their confidence. But then again, I still think that if they were to do a roster change right at this given moment, it might be a little bit too early because there are signs of previous day Cloud9 performance, and I think they are right on the cusp of finding that. They just need to predict where they're going a little bit better and, you know, get on the same page as everybody on the field.
Will Cloud9 bring themselves back to the glory days? We find out in just a minute, but not before you join us online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. We want to hear your thoughts on this match coming up. Cloud9 has fallen, but beating SSG will bring some redemption. Let's find out if their honor can be restored.
Cloud9 taking on Space Station Gaming here, and Cloud9 right now 1-3 in league play, definitely in a position where they need to find those wins, cannot really afford any more losses. Meanwhile, Space Station looking like one of the best teams here in North America. Every caster, James, in the pre-show had a list like who's in your top 2. Every single one of us said Space Station is in that top 2. How do you feel about Space Station right now?
For me, Space Station is definitely up there. I don't know if I would say top 2 just yet. They did take down NRG. They're the only team to have done that this season, but there's a lot of good-looking teams. We even saw the Soniqs play. They're looking to be playing well. G2 is playing very well. So for me, those are the top 4 teams. All those teams that we had just mentioned, those are the teams that are going to be fighting for top 2. I'm not ready to put Space Station there yet, but a win here against Cloud9 would inch that closer to me. But, you know, the real story for me is Cloud9. These are former world champion players. They're players who have been around for such a long time, and Rocket League Esports been teamed for over 1,000 days. They are part of the history of Rocket League, a huge part of it. And this seems like maybe this is the season where things end for them if they don't manage to find a way to win and find a way to turn it around. And a win here against Space Station, who's a top 4 team who's been playing well, this could revitalize their season.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need right now. Very much on the struggle bus. They've been struggling with this straight whiffing. Just the simple fundamental concept of touching the ball has been a problem for Cloud9. But we'll get into the match here and see how they do. Can they bounce back against one of the brightest squads in North America right now? We've got SSG in the orange, Cloud9 in the blue. A best of 5 here in week 5. Torment sets us up, Squishy now through the air onto the backboard, looking for the double tap, drops it down, and there's Squishy Muffins starting off hot.
Squishy has been the shining light for Cloud9 for this whole season, and this one, he used his boost perfectly. That was a picturesque double tap. It does not get better than that.
That was exactly the sort of energy they need. And it's the sort of energy that Cloud9 has built their success in Rocket League on, is these strong solo plays built by a strong support network as well. See, can they keep it up here, though? Space Station, a team that has gone to Game 5 plenty of times this season, been able to pull out the wins. Typical pass to one. Arsenal in the midfield. It's lofted high. Airborne challenges, keeps it neutral as AXB and Squishy clash in the midfield. Now Torment with lots of space. Got Typical up to challenge him. Drops it down for Arsenal. Barely beats Gimmick, but no, it just stays neutral. Now Torment looking for the flick. Puts it up high. AXB will push it off to the edge, and Typical will transition it into the blue.
Good challenge from Squishy, however. You saw Typical wanting to go for a flip reset play. Closed it down, and now Gimmick going for this challenge here. It's a lot of pressure on Squishy to get this stop, but that bump from Gimmick did wonders.
AXB pushes it into the corner. So looking for that first goal, gets it through 2. It's out to Typical, looks for the shot. Can Gimmick get there in time? Oh, he does, and Squishy finds the clear. Space Station, an excellent look at the net, but not able to push it through. The defense holds, and now the counterattack. They're going to have to play some defense of their own.
Gimmick bailed Cloud9 out right there. There was a missed touch, I believe it was from Torment. A missed touch that resulted in that pressure. Gimmick, a miraculous save to preserve the lead.
AXB with a miss. Now Arsenal just looking to see if he can hold on to ball control in enemy territory. Gimmick's got other ideas and puts it to the midfield, but here's Typical up to Arsenal, gets it around Torment, and we got a tie game.
And it seemed like it was just a matter of time with how much pressure we were seeing from Space Station, and that pass from Typical was so good. There was a player that was challenging his angle towards the backboard straight ahead, but he passed it around him to the left. Arsenal was ready and waiting, and a quality strike.
Typical now off the kickoff. Following this in, looks for a bump on one in net. But Torment gets it to the corner. And Arsenal's not able to gain control. Gimmick to play the midfield. Squishy's out on the chase. Back across and in front of the Space Station net. AXB will find a clear. Gimmick dumps it to the midfield. Squishy Muffins demolished, but no one else on Space Station makes contact with the ball. They'll roll all the way to their corner, and Cloud9 will be able to move up. Now a crazy counter clear from Typical all the way back down to the corner. Comes off the edge, and then Squishy manages to find a clear.
And that was a very quality clear from Squishy as well. Wave, you saw him angle up. The clear was so good. Arsenal was on the wall waiting for it, and it still got by him.
So AXB out in front of the box. Squishy now. Stretch. Arsenal gets dunked by one, and now AXB rotating back, leaves it for Typical, gets called off the ball. Typical not able to find contact. Cloud9 doing a good job of holding onto the ball and winning challenges in the 1v1 department. It's giving them a lot of ball control in this game. So we're across halftime, still tied up at 1. Bench back out in front of the box. Squishy Muffins tries to get it past 2, but won't get the play off. Space Station now back to the midfield. Typical holding on to this, but low on boost. He's going to try and play the small ball with Torment, but he just keeps it right on his hood. Space Station still struggling to get this ball to the corner. Now Arsenal, not a ton of boost, and Gimmick takes it away from him. Underneath one. Now into the corner once more, and man, this Cloud9 defense just holding on in the corners. There's a demolition that might open it up. AXP takes the shot and puts it through. Space Station takes the lead.
Arsenal escapes Gimmick so closely here. Watch as Gimmick is blazing in, and AXP rather dodged it. It looks like there might have even been some sparks of a glancing blow. Had Gimmick gotten that demo, that would have saved things for Cloud9, but Space Station, they are setting up camp in the Cloud9 half.
Oh, AXB bumped off the backboard, nearly finds the bump on Sipical, who comes out of net and does make the clear. 1:30 left to go. Cloud9 has put up a valiant effort, but Space Station does hold on to the lead right now. Squishy off to the side. Sipical, an attempt. AXB, the miss in the midfield, opens up space. Torment over to Squishy for the tying game. No! Sipical makes the diving save, and AXB will find a clear to midfield. Here comes Space Station looking to secure the win with 1 minute left in game number 1. Arsenal onto the backboard. Squishy backpedaling here, doesn't make contact. Arsenal gets the pass. No! Gimmick and net will make the save. They'll keep it a 1-goal game. And now looking to tie it up. The demolitions rain everywhere. Gimmick, the shot towards the goal. AXB's got it away. Torment on the far side, back in. Gimmick, another demolition. Things have gotten so physical. Now a 1v3 momentarily. Sipical in the midfield will just try to keep it in enemy territory. And oh my goodness, things lighten up, James.
An insane amount of demos on both ends. We saw Space Station getting the most benefit out of it from their aggression, but Cloud9 jumping right back into the pit, throwing a few punches of their own, but a double commit. This is bad for Cloud9. AXB, the closer the Desk talked about, gets his second of the game off of this misplay from Cloud9.
And they looked for that just midfield across the center pass, and it's completely intercepted. AXB's got an open net to shoot at. 19 seconds left, and this one's looking over. But I have enjoyed a refreshing presence from Cloud9. It's felt like they've had a lot of opportunities to score, and the defense has turned them away most of the time.
Even
here.
there.
The only goal, though, was the one at the very beginning of the game, as this one's going to wrap down to the end. Space Station's going to be able to clean up game number 1 just fine.
It seemed like things would be, off to a good start for Cloud9 with the Squishy double tap. It was the picturesque, picture-perfect double tap from Squishy. And then things started to fall apart for Cloud9. We saw them make a few good defensive stops, but Space Station, they were overwhelming. They were smothering. We saw Arsenal getting demos, Sipical getting saves, AXB putting shots on target, Arsenal being downfield, Sipical, even the pass to Arsenal was something else. And then you pair that with the mistake that Cloud9 made, that one defensive play. We see Gimmick and Torment not on the same page. You saw Gimmick was already airborne. Torment hit that into the middle for AXB. It was just not what you want to see from Cloud9. More defensive mistakes.
Yeah, the prettiest goal in this series easily was Squishy's goal at the very beginning. Everything from Space Station was pretty simple. It was just punishing mistakes, just pushing balls in, saying thank you so much for the opportunity. We'll take that goal. We're happy to use it. And they don't have to play exciting Rocket League right now. And I'm scared for Cloud9 if they can't be strong enough on defense and Space Station's able to win on just simple goals. They're not even having to push them out of their comfort zone. I don't know what Cloud9's going to do.
It's going to be tough. And for me, the part that's making it tough is Arsenal's upfield. He's grabbing boost. He's getting those demos. And you also have Sipical coming out of the backfield, who is putting pinpoint passes on, very damaging hits towards net that wear down Cloud9 little by little. And that offense of Space Station, it's a lot to put up with. We even saw, the holes that they can create, even when there is quality defense. We saw Cloud9 get multiple saves. Gimmick bailed him out with a couple good saves. But in the end, Space Station, too many opportunities for them to stop them all.
Well, we'll move into game 2. Space Station up by 1 and now looking to get the lead here in game 2. Arsenal airborne off the backboard. Here comes AXB. No one's really up to challenge this. All 3 commit. Sipical puts it back in. AXB's got just enough boost, maybe. Jumps it back into the box, but it doesn't quite get it on target, and the defense will be able to sort themselves back out here in just enough time, it looks like, and Cloud9 will survive the triple commit, a rare situation where all 3 players go up, don't make contact, and the goal still doesn't get turned in. But Spacestation turns this right back around. Torment puts it back down. XP to the edge, nearly. Oh, are you kidding me? How does this go in?
This was filthy from AXB. He jumps immediately, reads the bounce, gets that. I don't even know if it was a double tap with how quickly he bounced or jumped off the wall. That was something else.
I think that replaces Squishy's shot now as my favorite shot of the series.
He flipped into that ball. It seemed immediately off the wall. He must have been spamming jump. And then to get that read at that angle, AXB, he was the player, if you watched a lot of last season or in the season before, AXB, you expected him to be more of a support player, more of a player who's doing things on the back end, trying to help elevate his teammates. And now this season, he has been playing lights out. He has been the one who has been making the flashy plays. And it's something else to see, Waypoint.
It's been pretty incredible. I mean, oh, here comes Cloud9 on the far side. A shot from Squishy's just wide. As they have had a decent presence on offense here in the past 45 seconds or so, but only one really good look at the net. And now 3 minutes left to go in game number one. Still looking for that first goal. Sypical cranks one towards the back. Here comes the shot from AXB. Cleans it up nicely, and that's 2-0 for Space Station.
AXB adding another one as we see Sypical even driving at Squishy Muffins. You saw him driving at Squishy Muffins. Squishy had to just sit there because if he goes and jumps for the play, Sypical can jump right into him and go for the demo. Cloud9 has been stuck on their goal line. It's been a bloodbath here for Space Station.
Sypical gets and keeps it in the box. Arsenal couldn't quite get the read. It looked like AXB was going to have a free third goal, but the counterattack from Cloud9 comes through. I think Space Station got baited in by that juicy opportunity.
Yeah, you saw AXB trying to race back, and Arsenal almost got a touch on the ball. Torment was able to connect on that hit, and Cloud9 right back into this one. Just one goal back. That was a close counterattack play. That almost got cut out.
Here comes AXB. Cloud9 now on the board. The drop comes back down for Torment, but AXB's got it away. Right here at halftime, Space Station took the win in game number one, and now they've got the lead here in game number two. And what is developing the Space Station series, Cloud9 is definitely holding on and looking, I would say, the best they've looked so far this season.
I think they're looking pretty good. I don't know about the best that I've seen, as we saw some mistakes earlier in game one, but they are showing those flashes of Cloud9, and they tend to do that every series that they've played. They have those moments where you think maybe Cloud9 is back, but they haven't been able to put it together for a whole series.
I like the play from Squishy. He found the pass, and now a shot from Torment just high, and Arsenal will bounce it off the floor and back out to the edge. AXB with the stretch, and Arsenal now looking for the cherry pick, puts it towards the goal, but Torment will be up in time to make the stop. Sypical out of the backfield, pass to one, pass two. He's out of boost, but can he find a way around the third? Gives the brakes to Squishy, but Torment and Squishy will be able to get that one back across midfield. And now Squishy with the shot. Gimmick looks for the redirect, but AXB's got it. Now popped high, Sypical through the air, across one, 40 boost left to work with, goes for the carry over, no, Squishy gets it high. AXB now airborne. Torment beats him to the ball, an open backfield here, and Arsenal races back to get control. 1:15 left to go, still a one-goal game, and Cloud9 knocking on the door. Arsenal's going to pass it across the Sypical off the enemy backboard. And AXB will keep this one deep in the blue. Final minute approaching here. Cloud9 still trailing by one. AXB lofted. Sypical and Squishy on the challenge. Arsenal is airborne here, and Torment gets a piece of it. Gimmick knew this by himself, but what a read. The Space Station defense actually finds the read on that second touch. And Sypical with a shot towards the backfield. Squishy's there. Now up. There's Sypical. Back down. Gimmick will launch it. Sypical and AXB looking to hold on defense. Past one. Burning time off the clock as well, baiting all of Cloud9 into this corner. Squishy's going to try and use a flip reset, but no good. His Gimmick's up. Past one. Squishy now looking for a pass across, maybe back down to Gimmick. Torment's there, but AXB, they're just in their faces. They know exactly where the shot's coming from over and over again. Space Station's defense is insane, and with 8 seconds left, the final attempt for Cloud9. Can Torment hold on to this? Gets it back across, but Arsenal over the top of Squishy. Squishy demolished just to add insult to injury. Space Station runs away with game number 2.
You saw Squishy wanted to go for the dribble, and he was in position to catch the ball, but Sipical deletes him off the field. And again, AXB, the goal scorer for Space Station, getting the only 2 of this game. And Cloud9, 1 goal away from being swept. And this is what you expected from the results coming into the series, but I'm sure so many out there hoped that maybe this was the week that Cloud9 would find their stride.
Well, for sure, and I think that with the Space Station, they're entering kind of this smooth part of their schedule. They've got Cloud9 this week, then Flight on Monday. They also have Rogue coming up. Those are the next 3 teams they play. And anyone who's been watching the beginning of the season would say those are all 3 simple series that Space Station can easily win. But I think that there is a trap in going into that with that mentality of approaching these as like, oh, these are guaranteed wins. And Cloud9 is as a veteran of a team as anybody here in this league. They're going to be approaching this with all of their energy. This was definitely a potential upset series. And Space Station, though, they've done exactly enough to get through so far. They're not overexerting themselves. They're just playing clean Rocket League, James.
They certainly are, and it's been clinical, and they've punished Cloud9. Cloud9 hasn't really had much room to be creative. You even see on the defensive end, a lot of times when Cloud9 is going for those clears, their teammates are actually retreating back for boost. And most of the time when you're going for clears, you want to have someone already boosted up on the wall, ready to assist. So Cloud9 have just not been able to break out because of the smothering boost stealing and offensive pressure that SSG has brought in this series.
Squishy looking for a dribble out in a critical must-win game here for Cloud9. Arsenal onto the backboard. Torment up, doesn't get enough of a touch. What an adjustment from Sipical, though, to finish it off, and Space Station scores first again.
Arsenal going for backboard. This is a very difficult read for Torment. He's trying to get to the ball to the corner, and Sipical, like you said, that adjustment midair, because he knew that ball was awkward for Torment. When you see those and you see a defender going up in a situation like that, you're expecting that it doesn't go perfectly.
Oh, Arsenal nearly gets the air carry on the kickoff to get a second goal here for Space Station. But in the meantime, Cloud9 defense holds on. Arsenal stretch out to Sipical. Extension to the corner, and AXP will chase. Squishy over the top of him. Here comes Cloud9 now onto offense. They wrap this into the corner. Great clear from Arsenal. Torment. Quick adjustment in the midfield to pick that one up. Falls back to earth, and Squishy will look for the pass down. AXB cuts off. Doesn't give it to Gimmick. Flick over one. Sipical up. Stretches it up high. Is anybody there? AXB comes in to find the angle. My goodness, what a recovery. These guys playing on fire right now.
And the flick from AXB, the speed from Sipical, AXB getting the recovery on all fronts. Space Station is playing lights out. And AXB is having quite the series. He has to be the nominee for player of the day from the series, for me at least, Wavepunk, as he has been critical in so many plays.
Oh, finds a crazy another shot. This one just a bit high. Typical fall back, being pressured here by Squishy, but now up for it. Actually just bumps Squishy off the ball, leaves it for AXB. And Gimmick will get this one off the back wall, but Cloud9 doing just enough to keep it in the orange right now. Typical now through the air. Flippery set to work with. Stolen. Squishy takes it away and now advances up on offense. Hoping to find his teammates, but AXB dribbles it past one. Now Gimmick with the challenge. Gets it off of his hood. Onto the backboard. Space Station stretches it further. And it's all the way the length of the field into the blue. Typical will look for the dribble, but Gimmick and Dominus getting in the way. Now AXB back across the goal once more. And is constantly changing directions on Cloud9 here. They are struggling to find meaningful clears as Typical gets a pass two. The double committed net is needed just to get the defense, just to keep that one out of the goal. Arsenal now trying in the corners. Gimmick gets a pass one. AXB off the back wall. Another touch from Typical goes wide. As Squishy makes another stop. The defense from Cloud9's holding on, but oh my goodness, Space Station continues to just breathe down their neck in the box. So many players. And AXB now out of boost, just going to try and stall this out. Gets it past the transitional offense, and there won't be a counterattack today, James.
And I was going to say, wait, Bug, oh, the counterattack.
Never mind.
It happened. The caster curse.
To be fair, Arsenal passed it straight back to them, and ASP's like, whoa, bud, come on. I wasn't ready for
and that was such a strange series of events because I was getting ready to comment on how a lot of times we'll make remarks that talk about how one team can't even get it out of their own half. But for a good 30 seconds, Cloud9 couldn't even get the ball out of their box.
Yeah. It was an extremely tight defensive stand there, and it does result in a goal on the other end. Even if it is a punishment of a mistake, but that's what Spacestation's made their bread and butter this series. So Cloud9 happy to do a bit of cashing in of their own. With 1:58 left to go, though, they've got to find one more. Again, a must-win game. As Spacestation won the first two, now look for the passes back. Oh, the pass just behind AXB. Arsenal will chase it himself. Keeps that pace on the ball. Two defenders commit. Here comes AXB. Squishy's really caught in a bad spot. AXB misses, though, and that keeps the game within reach for Cloud9.
And that was a huge mistake from Cloud9. Again, it was Gimmick and Torment both throwing themselves at it. Squishy, he just had to watch that ball. If it was on target, it was going in the net. Cloud9 getting away with one. We'll see if they make the most of it. Still down by one.
AXB with the attempt. Cloud9 continuing to pressure this one. Spacestation can technically afford to miss goals right now, but you know the 2-goal buffer is really a cherished possession in RLCS. They would love to just have the comfort of not having to, to think about pinches and fluke shots. This Gimmick puts it back into the corner. All three players from Spacestation there. The touch upwards is just enough. Squishy can't get a read on it, and now Typical out of midfield, keeping it close by as Torment's just trying to tackle him off the ball here. Squishy will crowd the box as well. Now Arsenal moves in the final minute. It's all up to Cloud9. The slow play. Man, Spacestation playing so smart, understanding they have control of this series, forcing Cloud9 to make the mistakes. But a miss in defense. Torment puts it to the upper corner. The misses are just enough, and Torment makes it count. It's a tie game.
Squishy puts a hard hit to the corner, and it looked like he was going for a bump on Typical. Maybe that's why Typical was forced to jump earlier than he was ready, or just at a different time. And Torment, that was the best place shot that you can make. And Cloud9 are right back in.
Right when they needed it too. So clutch from Torment, and now looking to see if they can finish this off in regulation. They still got 23 seconds left. AXB with a high hit, a demolition on the Typical in his own box. Squishy with the chase, but he's out of boost. It's just a threat. And now Gimmick putting it high again. Typical to Arsenal. Just enough of a touch. Back down to Typical. There's nobody home. No, it's Squishy in the net. They get it out from him. Typical going to try and stretch it to Arsenal. Gimmick's up. Now back down. Squishy with one last attempt. A full boost to work with. AXB gets the block. Are we going to overtime? Gimmick gets bumped off it. We will. In game 3, Cloud9 has to score this goal.
That was some good defense. And those final seconds, AXB had to throw himself in front of Squishy. Ooh.
Gimmick through the air. AXB onto one. Squishy now sends it from midfield. The defense just barely gets there in time. Arsenal off the back wall, but Gimmick with a miss. Torment with control. And the positioning's been all there for Cloud9. And Squishy's up through it. AXB gets it away, but Gimmick with all the space in the world. He'll pick up this ball into the corner once again. Two players on the backboard. And Arsenal trying to clear it. Squishy's right there where the clear comes through. Now onto the backboard again. One goalie demolished. Typical's got to hold on to it. Torment puts it just high. Arsenal doesn't make contact. Gimmick will score. Cloud9 stays alive, and we go to game 4.
And that all started out with Squishy actually got a bump on Typical. Typical still powered through. Torment wasn't able to hit the mark, but Gimmick, after that flurry from Cloud9, finally put in the winner, and Cloud9 are still in it.
They stay alive, man. And that overtime, that in whole overtime, it was just Cloud9. Even the kickoff, the very beginning, they had an opportunity to score right away. Spacestation barely gets, they barely make the defensive stand, but they don't transition into offense. I don't think that ball was in the blue. I don't think it was in anywhere near the Cloud box that entire overtime.
It didn't seem like it. Cloud9 really started to hit their stride near the last half of that game. It started out pretty bleak. Spacestation, they were controlling the pace, they were controlling the game, and then we saw that goal that they gave up when they had Cloud9 locked in their own box for so long.
Yeah.
And they gave up that goal right after you said that Cloud9's not going to score a counterattack goal, and then they get a free one, and that was the difference in this game.
No, and then the like you said, the missed shot from AXB, probably the simplest shot he had taken all season, or all series. That one miss, that's the difference between overtime and the series being over right now, and us going into game 4. So Cloud9, well done to them. They stay alive, and man, gotta give credit to Torment too. That one shot, the upper corner, perfect placement. One of the only shots he had available to him, made it work.
And then Gimmick getting the overtime goal. So everyone from Cloud9 making plays on this one. And Spacestation, it was the opposite. They made some mistakes. That net, like you said, for AXB, especially with the series that he's been having, scoring a lot of good goals, he just needed to put that one in, and he came up short. So we'll see if he has it in him to help close out this series for Spacestation.
Well, generally in series where we expect a team to win, kind of a potential upset series, Game 3 is the game that the underdog, does win. That trend would hold true here if Spacestation were able to get the win in Game 4. As it plays out, AXB over to the edge. Arsenal gets countered by Gimmick. Pushes it through and then continues to put pressure on Sypical here, but finds a nice long clear. Arsenal in a deep cherry pick will just rotate out, leave it for Sypical in the corner. He pinches it with Torment, and it goes all the way back to the orange. A nice touch in the midfield. Sypical stalls this out. AXB's not really in position to make use of this, though. He's got to get up and play defense. Does so cleanly. Off to the corner it goes, and he and Sypical will try and stretch this one back into Cloud9's half. Torment. Down to the corner. Arsenal's back down. Gimmick was he too far forward, and that one just rolls on in.
Gimmick was cheating up. He was expecting Squishy to get a challenge there. He was thinking that Squishy was going to perhaps get a 50-50. Maybe it'll kick off the ceiling. Gimmick wanted to be in position in case there was a rebound opportunity, but Squishy didn't get a hit on the ball, and the ball launched all the way back towards net. You can't really blame Gimmick too much for that one. From his angle, it seemed like it was very likely, if not 100% likely, that Squishy was going to at least get a piece of it, so that doesn't happen.
Oh, double commit on offense. Won't be punished as Arsenal is able to clean up the clear just fine. Cloud9 trailing once more. But they found a way back in Game 3. Can they do it again here in Game 4? Now up. Sypical on the edge. Going to chase this. See if he can do it himself. Still has boost in the tank to work with. Gets a pass 2. Squishy not really in a great spot on that. Gets caught on that corner and then out of position. Nobody really set up on the goal line. Both players missed. Arsenal should have free contact here over the top of one. Squishy will hold on to it as he positions on the backboard cleanly and gets a carry over the midfield defense. There'll be no punishments today as Torment through one. Arsenal back down into this corner. Gimmick will push it through. Cloud9 just trying to muscle their way into the box. Struggling to get it into a shootable position, though. Now a 2v1 here. The pass across. Sypical gets cut off from behind by Squishy. Arsenal now come on back into the corner. Gimmick's touch goes into the midfield. There's one bump. AXB pushes it back deeper, but not in a position really to take a shot. Now crosses the box. Sypical looks for it, but Squishy blocks everything as he trails behind that ball. Here at halftime, still just the 1-goal lead for Spacestation.
And we saw Cloud9 starting to position in their own box, getting ready for the pressure that they know is coming from Spacestation. AXB with the boost still. He'll kickstart this. We'll see how Cloud9 cope.
Torment with the long touch into the corner. Squishy provides pressure, but Sypical able to handle just fine. Arsenal bumped off into Skyland, but AXB comes in quickly, picking it up. Torment in front of him. Backwards, just a little bit of boost to his name, passes across to the box, but Sypical waited for the defensive touch, and defensive touch came through.
And I like
Arsenal
the idea from AXB, however, going for that dribble in the corner. He knew that someone was going to be near post, but Cloud9 sniffed that out easily.
Gimmick to the edge. 149, Cloud9 still shut out here in Game 4. Everything up against the wall. They've got to find a way. Tie this game and then get the lead back. As Gimmick up for it, pushes it on to the crossbar. So close. The best look they've had this series, or this game rather. It's no good. As Gimmick now in the midfield. A pass across to Squishy, over across the Gimmick back. Oh, but he doesn't make contact. It kind of found its way like Swiss cheese through all the defense. But the shot just not there, and now Sypical looking for a counterattack. A flick over two. Gimmick up will get the stop, but here comes the rest of Spacestation. One clear. Back to the midfield. Gimmick with a touch on the wall, a stretch back down. Sypical We'll get it behind one. Gimmick looks for the bump on AXB, just crowds him away. Squishy should find the shot. AXB somehow finds the miraculous save. And with the final minute here, it's still 1-0 Space Station.
Squishy thought that he had done enough harassing AXB in the net, but AXB still kept his eye on the ball and was able to step up and preserve the lead. Fantastic defense from AXB.
And that might be the one that wins in the game here, James. AXB now out to the edge. Sypical and Arsenal both in this corner. Just keeping this ball in the most awkward dead spot for Cloud9. The bump, Sypical will get it up high. Squishy comes in, still looking for the goal. It's on the line. Arsenal will tuck it off to the corner, and Gimmick's got to find 2 more touches to get it back in a shootable position. AXB stretches it out as there's 19 seconds left. Squishy up onto the wall, trying to avoid a 1-4 record. He's got it back across. The diving touches from Gimmick, just looking to block any defenders, and Sypical just punts it high again, burns more time off the clock. Torment into the corner. Arsenal back to midfield. No position for Squishy, over the top of 2 into a dead empty corner. It'll drop down, and that's Space Station in 4. 1 goal was all it took.
Cloud9, they played Space Station close in this game, but it wasn't enough. It seemed like Cloud9 was certainly going to get a goal when AXB was being bumped in the net, but he managed to make that save. Space Station, you know, they're growing on me, Wavepunk. I said that they're not top 2 just yet, but I think for me this series, this win is enough to put them up there.
Oh man, and I said that I want to go back and look at that shot again. Like, Gimmick was in AXB's face, pushing him around, and somehow Squishy's shot is maybe just slow enough. Like, maybe Squishy could have like put more power on that shot to make it happen there, but what an effort from AXB.
I'm going to want to take another look at that play as well. Maybe I want to see if Squishy maybe had the opportunity to keep harassing him, or if he bailed out on it too early, whatever it may be, because it looked like it was inches away from going in. That ball it looked like over halfway in the net, and it popped right back out. AXB, he is a miracle worker. And Space Station, they're thanking him for it, because that was a close game. That play was a huge reason why they got the win.
Absolutely no. I think AXB easily goes on the Player of the Week board. We'll see how things go, though, as we have one more series left today. NRG, the reigning world champs, taking on Knights. Knights suffered a loss earlier. Can they bounce back here against NRG? We'll find out after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
too long. Feelings they run. I know it's hard. We'll win this time. Don't wait too long. Feelings they run. I know it's hard. We'll win this time. Need you by my side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leafx. More alongside me, our Gibbs. You're just jealous, Gibbs. You're just jealous. Same with you, Turtle.
That was
Welcome
beautiful.
back. We're gonna talk
That
about...
was beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. I should do movie trailers. We're going to do some talking about that last match there. Spacestation Gaming versus Cloud9. Honestly, that was a really good series. I really liked what I saw out of Cloud9, but unfortunately, they were not able to get a win over SSG, and SSG holds that power behind them that all the rest of the region thought that they would have, Gibbs.
Well, in a world where one man can take down a squad of Cloud9, that is AXB, Leaf. That is AXB, and what a performance from him. Putting up the offensive numbers early on, then getting bullied in the net and still making a crucial save to win it in Game 4. AXB all season long, like, he's always that third man for Spacestation. And last season, we even kind of joked behind the scenes, like in the green room, like AXB MVP, AXB MVP. He didn't have to do it last season. This season, he's doing it all for Spacestation. And this Spacestation, it's a brand new look for this team, and it's all AXB lately.
And the thing I love about AXB is the fact that he's almost like a shapeshifter. He can do literally anything his team needs him to do. He's a shooter. He's an insane passer. His passes across the field to set up his team. And then even here in a lot of the highlights, we see him cleaning up these goals. He got the incredible save. He can be on defense. AXB literally has every single quality you would look for in a player on your team. You would love to have him, and that's why he's such a crucial foundation for Space Station. And for Cloud9, I just feel like we're losing hope at this point. We had a lot of missed challenges on the defensive end, and really their only potential was through demos and through Squishy popping off with solo individual plays.
And that was the goal, or the save you mentioned just at the end there. I mean, he was getting bumped and bullied in the net.
Insane,
he was about to get dunked on, and then all of a sudden he sneaks that one away. Just an incredible play from AXP all around, especially when I do feel like even Arsenal Cyclical weren't playing at their peak performance. Still good, but not peak, and AXP is still able to hold them together. He's like the glue he is.
And then at the same time for Cloud9, like, I don't think it was a miserable series from them. Like, this was competitive. They did take a game, which could help later on for game differential, because right now the bottom of the standings is so incredibly close. The problem is, again, the rest of their schedule is not any nicer. When they go to the doubleheader week, they play NRG. And it doesn't get too much better with that. Then they play Soniqs. Then they play Pittsburgh Knights. So all tough games left. I still think that they're not as bad as their record has them right now at 1-4, but they lost the games that they probably could have won earlier in the season, and they dug themselves a hole that they might not be able to get out of.
I think it's just going to be super rough from them. No, I mean, Cloud9 in general, it's going to be a difficult series for them to bounce back, even as the season progresses, because I think they're just in a mental hole right now that they can't climb out of.
Now, before I was just mentioning that Gibbs had mentioned NRG, which is a great transition, was a great transition into our next match. So we're going to talk about it, NRG versus the Pittsburgh Knights. This is our final match of the day for week number 5, North America. It's not the last we'll see of North America, as we do have the doubleheader on Monday. But for today, at least, it will be our final match. And I'm hoping this will be a good one. NRG has been talking about themselves not looking too good, but obviously it's NRG. PK still trying to climb up here. But I do want to look at the season as a whole. We're getting really far through the season right now, Gibbs. There's got to be some scenarios starting to arise here.
It's my favorite time of the year, Leaf. Playoff scenarios are here because of that Cloud9 loss. Now, if NRG takes down Pittsburgh Knights, NRG will clinch a regional championship spot as well as G2. At 5 wins, that'll be enough to get them into the regional championships. Obviously, a lot of the season left to play. They want one of those top 2 spots or even top 4, but for the time being, they'll at least be in the regional championships and will be for RLCS season 10 as well, a lock there. So playoff scenarios are finally here, Leaf. They're finally coming.
But at the same time, it doesn't mean anything's locked in at this point. So people still have to fight. So let's talk about the fight at hand, NRG Pittsburgh Knights. Turtle, the Pittsburgh Knights have it's like there's potential there, right? They're so close, even against the Soniqs, going to game 5, but there's just one small thing missing. And I'm just wondering, I doubt they'll be able to find it in this series today unless you think differently. But, do they have any chance against NRG to take this series?
I think it's going to be an important series, not only for both teams, because, for NRG, we've had a lot of talk about whether or not, NRG is slipping behind, whether or not they're really back on top. And I think NRG, this win against the Knights, a team who's a little bit middle of the pack, is huge for them. And like you said, if we're going to look at things that the Knights should work on, I think it's going to be how they can cut off a lot of the transitions from the opposing team. Against the Soniqs, I thought that they were doing a really bad job of getting in the middle and getting in the way of a lot of the counterattacks that were unfolding right in front of them. So if they can challenge a little bit better, be more prepared on defense for those counterattacks, especially when you've got Justin on the other side of the field making crazy plays, going for solid flicks, you have to beat him in the midfield and you have to stop the counterattack. So if you're the Knights, that's what I would focus on for sure.
And Gibbs, for you, for NRG, is this just an easy win for them, or are they going to have to fight for this?
I think they'll have to fight. I think Pittsburgh Knights is a solid roster. They're still trying to find their form a little bit, but like NRG as well, when they played Rogue last week, at times they looked dominant. At other times, they were letting up a lot of freebies. And I think that might have been because they had big leads. But we still don't know yet from NRG. They lost to Spacestation just 2 weeks back where their defense kind of fell apart. Looks like they're taking the foot off their gas just a little bit. And if they leave that door open just slightly, Pittsburgh Knights could sneak through it.
NRG or the Knights, join us online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. We want to hear your opinions on how this series is going to go. But game day may be nearing its end, but that doesn't mean there isn't time to get up and get loud with Wave and James.
That's right, Leaf. It doesn't matter where you're watching from. I'm in my house. I've been getting up a bit, and I also got really loud in the last series, so we'll just continue to do so because it's game day, folks. We got 2 more great days of Rocket League coming at you as well. James, I predicted Knights to beat NRG in this one, and here's my theory, is that Knights getting beaten in the first series against Soniqs, they're going to be more just galvanized to come in with more energy. Energy is going to be a bit slow, and honestly, I've been a little underwhelmed by Energy overall this season. How do you feel about this matchup?
To me, I think this is an easy win for NRG. The only team they've lost to is Spacestation, and Spacestation's a good team. On the other hand, for me, the Knights have been struggling quite a bit. AJ still has not really fit in my opinion, and Reynolds is having to do a lot of heavy lifting on this team. And NRG is going to be a very difficult opponent for this Knights team. I think it would be an upset if Knights managed to get the win here.
Yeah, I feel you. The NRG is a really, really good team here, and I do think that NRG is going to bring Knights their A game here. Like the Garrett and Turbo and Justin haven't gotten to where they're at in this league and in this esports scene, sleeping on opponents that they should beat. They always always bring in their A game. So we'll see how this goes.
Turbo has half the world championship titles, so he knows how to win.
Yeah, no, it's one of those, like, it does not matter what you want to say about who's like the best mechanical player. He's absolutely the GOAT of Rocket League right now. So we'll see how this one goes as we get into game number 1. We've got NRG in the blue and the Knights in the orange, a best of 5. NRG right now at 4-1, Knights at 2-3, looking to bounce back after a loss earlier today and end the day at 3 even. We start the Knights in the midfield. AJ, the pass inwards towards Reynolds, but just too far ahead of his team captain there. Garrett will find a clear. Gyro drops it down. Both of his teammates around the ball. Reynolds will pick it up as NRG gives him space. And actually, does he bump Justin? What happened here? Reynolds puts the ball in.
That was a nasty bump from Reynolds. He gets the first touch here and goes straight for the bump on Justin. And the heavy lifting from Reynolds continues. What an incredible bump play that was. Oh my.
An absolute mad lad. And honestly, everybody from the Knights have been able to score the crazy solo goals. It's been definitely their biggest strength this season. It's the other departments where they have struggled a bit. See if they can rely just on their strength to get the win on NRG, or do they have to tighten things up on the defensive department and the team plays in the midfield. So they get an early lead, though. Few teams, though, have gotten early leads against NRG this season and still lost. They've got a lot of work ahead of them. AJ has a read on Turbo, and now Justin over to Garrett. The shot from midfield, just off the crossbar, back down and good. Garrett ties the game.
Garrett putting this one bar down off a lovely touch from Justin. And he had to come in, and it looked like he might have had to finish that one off. It was bouncing right on the goal line. Regardless, that is what you want to see. A banger from Garrett G.
Now Knights need to find a response. Reynolds is up, but Justin's got the read on him this time. No bumps to be seen. As Garrett stretches on the wall, Justin up. Doesn't make contact, but draws Gyro out of position with that positioning. Now Justin past one. Turbo out for the read. Manages to get a wheel on it, but still AJ gets that ball to the corner. Gyro now looking for the touch out of the corner just to push it in front of the box. None of his team really in position to make use of that touch, though, and the defense in position just fine. Now Justin with the extension. No, Reynolds off of his backboard. Gives it to AJ. Now off the side wall, Reynolds airborne. Nobody up to challenge him. Puts it off the backboard. Nearly gets the dunk, but Garrett G gets in the way, and Justin's got the clear. NRG will hold on.
But I love that effort from the Knights, especially AJ getting that center ball. We see him trying to do that again.
Oh.
But a good play from Garrett and Turbo. What a Turbo pull shot Garrett into this.
Look at this catch from Garrett just to get it past AJ. Beautiful stuff. And then you're right, Turbo comes up, bumps Garrett, adds some more speed to it, and NRG's got the lead.
So does that begs the question, is that a Turbo type goal? Because I mean Turbo kind of scored it.
If it makes you scratch your head really hard, I think it's a Turbo type goal. Garrett G nearly finds a double tap to make it a 3-1 game. The Knights will hold on. Now, looking to tie things back up after having the early lead. Justin in midfield. Pushed across. Right here at halftime, Knights trailing by 1. Gyro off his backboard. We'll get it back to midfield. Garrett G. Nice touch pass, Reddles. AJ back down and in. Turbo over 1. Gyro low on boost. Spent all of his boost just getting up to this ball. Doesn't really have much left in the tank to work with afterwards. Now Turbo with a slow play in the midfield. The pop up high. Justin comes in to try and take the shot, but AJ will get the save. Now Garrett G. Drunken to do it all by himself. Off the backboard. Out to Justin. Off the crossbar. Back out. Just a bit high from the Rookie of the Year. Garrett G now over the top of 1. Turbo and Justin on the backboard. Back out. AJ, the soft touch over towards Reddles. Looking for the crazy back play. Not going to work out this time. Gyro just trying to push it, and a few solo attempts from the Knights easily turned away by NRG.
That pass looking good to Reddles. AJ and Reddles have been connecting on quite a few passes. That shot narrowly missing its mark as well. So the Knights, I said I thought it might be an easy game for NRG, but they have been playing them very closely, even in these final minutes, getting some good looks towards net. But they just need to find a way to tie it up.
And still just a 1-goal game, so this playing it close is going to be good enough if they can just find a single crack in the armor. It's Reddles coming back down. Justin. An extension over 2. That one's just in, though. The crack in the armor comes on the side of the Knights. And that's 3-1 for NRG.
Justin getting there first. AJ cheated up. He was getting a little greedy, which is understandable. You're approaching the final minute of the game. You're down by 1. He turned around. He didn't realize Justin was so close to the ball. By the time he did, Justin had this shot. It was too late, and AJ just had to watch it go in.
Oh, Justin looking for the double tap, and it goes in. You're kidding me. Off the defender and back out. Justin styling on him.
And Garrett G with the setup as well, but look at that high-speed double tap. AJ thought he was in position to stop it. He wasn't expecting that perfect of a shot from Justin, and that is why you do free training. That is why you do the training packs. Get those reps in so you can make shots like that. And Justin getting another one for the road.
The kickoff goal, Justin getting the change up on Gyro and net here. He thought he had it red. Justin just changes it at the last moment off to the edge. 46 seconds left, and this game's over, James.
You know, maybe I was right when I said it would be easy for NRG. This game, it was so close for so long, but in the final moments, collapse from the Knights.
Yeah, they've scored 3 in the final minute. Can they make it more? As Garrett comes off, looks for the crazy angles. They're starting to just play loose and clean. And if you're anybody, if you're up against NRG and they're feeling comfortable going for crazy freestyles, esque shots, you're really in trouble.
You don't want to give Justin space. You don't want to give him boost. You don't want to give him an excuse to try to clip on you.
Honestly, if he's got an internet connection, you've already given him too much. So at this point, NRG feeling pretty strong. That game easily going to be theirs. And for the Knights, it's time to go back to the drawing board a bit. But if you haven't figured it out during the week, I wonder if the next 60 seconds is going to be enough. They do a good job respecting the rules of Rocket League, keeping the ball in the air as long as possible. Here, can they actually get another goal for the road? No, it gets bumped away, and finally, NRG will take their win, up by 4.
And despite the scoreline being very lopsided, I think the Knights will still feel pretty decent about this game. They played close with NRG all the way till about the final minute when things came apart at the seams. But the Knights had some good chances. AJ was finding Reddles in the middle. The passing was there. They were getting physical. The one goal that the Knights did have was a beauty as well. That bump play from Reddles where he goes for the shot and then bumped Justin out of the way. That was the first goal of the game. But then NRG, they really put the pedal to the metal in the final part of the game. And once those goals started coming in near the end, you could tell that the Knights were just letting off the gas. And NRG, they were doing the opposite.
Yeah, it's, you know, and I worry for the Knights a little bit. This is a team that really operated entirely around their energy and their mojo, even stretching back to DreamHack when they won. This was a team that was standing on tables, and mocking the teams across in friendly, bantering ways, but just being very strong and having a good trash talk game. Reddle's tweet before this game was, "Good luck, friends," with a smiley face. And I'm like, oh, no, if this man's being friendly, he's broken at this point. I want to see a little bit more energy from the Knights.
We're talking about NRG. We're talking about the defending champs. So if there's one team you're not going to trash talk and say that you're going to beat, it might be NRG. It might be NRG. And I think this season has been a little bit of a humbling series or season for Reddles. It's not really going exactly the way that the Knights had hoped or imagined, especially after how good last season was with the Mist. So I can understand it. There's a lot of factors that would lead to a tweet like that, and I can see why.
Well, game one definitely looked like you were playing against a defending world champion. But NRG has stomped quite a few teams in game number one and then struggled in the rest of the series. We'll see how the Knights bounce back here in game two as we move on to Neo Tokyo. Reddles with a nice stop to get in underneath one. Now he's got Turbo in front of him, goes for the slow play, gets the flick up high. Here comes the shot from AJ, just a bit too above the goal. And now Reddles will push it over to the edge. Back in Justin, the long one. Can AJ half flip and get back in time? Oh, Garrett G actually just plops to play for control as he anticipated AJ making the stop. Reddles back to his corner now. Justin will get out, plays it into the corner. Garrett G now against one. Justin towards the goal. AJ is not the best of touches, but nobody's airborne for NRG. They'll hold on just fine. We'll stay scoreless after 1 minute of gameplay in game two.
3v1. AJ was the last back and made the play, but still a huge boost advantage for NRG right now.
Gyro in this corner. Up against Garrett G. Kind of traps Garrett against the wall, which leaves enough space for AJ, and Gyro will get his own corner boost, so a boost deficit can be recovered a bit. Now Garrett G through the air, a demolition onto AJ, and net paved the way, but the retreating defense holds, and Knights are able to get that shot off. Now pinch back out, AJ extends it, just looking to buy his teammates time, but Turbo's got other ideas. Back into the midfield it goes. Reddles is up quickly. Justin plays it to the corner. AJ on the rotation out, looks for the corner boost. Justin isn't able to make contact. He's going to need some help from Garrett. Pushes it across midfield. Justin and Turbo both bite on this. A big double commit, but the ball stays glued to that backboard. Makes it difficult for Knights to make anything out of it. And now here comes Garrett up against AJ. Gets it over the top of him. This one looks like it might be good, except Reddles in the air does get enough of a stop. Well done. The Knights hold on. And we'll stay scoreless as we approach halftime.
And now we're seeing multiple demos, but the flip reset from Justin. Cutting me off with a clip. Yet again, that first touch, it even bounces off the ceiling. He had one boost left in the tank. When he gets his flip reset, he used it up and then got the shot. Unreal. Justin, is he even human?
I don't know. Garrett in the game chat was saying he's currently rapping during his game, and I think if Justin's feeling that good, the series is already over. But Reddles looks to try and see if he can get a clip of his own. Doesn't make contact there. Justin's goals have been sensational this series. His Turbo up, doesn't really have a great flight. AJ had an opportunity, but again, not able to get it underneath the corner. Now Turbo up, across. Garrett's gonna turn on this one quickly. Chase it down, back into Justin, shot on target, blocked by AJ. What a play, pinched it off the ground and back out. And they'll keep the goal at 1, but Knights still struggling to find a real good, strong offensive presence as Turbo will finally find a hole and it goes in. Reddles' best effort is not enough.
Turbo, this shot off the pass from Garrett. Garrett has been doing this quite a bit. You have to give Garrett credit for setting his teammates up so well, lofting the ball up so that they can do the maximum amount of damage. Great setups from Garrett. Turbo puts that shot in. Reddles couldn't handle the heat. And NRG with less than 2 minutes left, up by 2. This seems like they are in the driver's seat, and there's no way that the Knights are going to be able to pull something out unless they do something different.
They are really with their backs against the wall at this point. Gyro, AJ takes a shot, finally! He's been shooting for that corner every single time, finally gets it into the corner, and it's good for the Knights' first goal.
And there's that something different I was looking for. You see Gyro gets called off. AJ calls him off so that he can take the shot, and AJ blasts that. I've been wanting to see AJ get more involved on the shooting portion of the defense, or on the offense rather. He has been passing to Reddles quite a bit and passing upfield, but now taking the shot himself, and it's exactly what the Knights needed, and now they're within striking distance.
Now the creativity on that goal as they find another one. Reynolds finds the 0 degree from the corner, and we're all tied up.
And the Knights wake up. Reynolds, the slow play, you saw him play Justin in the corner. He lets the ball bounce. Such good control. Unexpected corner play. That is what you have to do in the corner, is try to outthink your opponents. Reynolds did exactly that. Phenomenal shot.
And Justin looked for another ceiling play. The Knights defense holds on this time. Garagino cross midfield to play back. Gyro's touch is maybe enough of a pass to AJ as he gains control up against 2. Justin gets the block. Here comes the follow from Reynolds. It's up high. Here comes Gyro for the 3rd shot. Oh, Turbo makes the stop on the goal line. The Knights cannot make it through. 2-2 now. Still, they had the winning shot right there, but Turbo shuts him down, nearly finds another far side. Garagee's shot is denied by Reynolds. End to end, goalpost to goalpost we go as Reynolds back down to AJ. This one for the win, off the ball, oh, the woodwork and in. AJ's shot again goes through.
This was a roller coaster of emotions from both sides. It looked like Gyro was going to score. Then it goes all the way downfield. It looks like Turbo might be able to take advantage of a mistake on defense, and then again full field counterattack, and AJ with an insane shot. That was unreal. The Knights have come alive.
AJ targeting the upper right corner over and over again. I think he's 2 for 4 in this game, but they only need the 1 goal to hold. 13 seconds left. They've got the lead. They could tie up this series right away if they can't find some magic right now. NRG looking to tie up the series. Turbo through the air, loses control of the ball. AJ's not got the best touch, but it's back to Gyro. Can Justin find a way to turn this one around? Keeps it up, but no. AJ will push it to the ground. Knights come alive in the final minute and tie up the series.
The Knights just needed a little bit of a cast or curse. I said I didn't think there was any way the Knights would get back into this one, and then almost instantaneously, AJ hits that first goal, and it was a banger. And then Reynolds, that goal in the corner was honestly of a difficulty that you can't even imagine it. You go back and look at it, he has to play the defense in the corner and has to get this shot on target and managed to do it perfectly. Then the AJ shot off the crossbar, bouncing up and down. The counterattack was insane. Taking another look at it, look at the placement, look at the power. If Justin... Justin was so close to blocking that. If this shot was not as perfect as it was, Justin gets the save. That was as close as it gets.
I love the way that they dialed that shot in slowly just over time, because AJ, he targeted that corner so many times that game and missed the first 2 just wide of the net, but the second one a little bit closer, and then 2 shots he was able to put into that corner, and that's got them the win there. And man, yeah, the way that they turned that around, it's you no one expects Reynolds to make that shot. It's literally, if you just go take your car into free play, sit in that corner and look at how wide the goal is. Like, it's so difficult to make that shot and not hit any woodwork.
There's no angle. There's no angle that you can go for. So for him to be able to make the play and go for net, most people are expecting you to pass in that situation. He went for net and hit it. So all of the goals from Knights were spectacular that game, and that's going to put them right back into the series.
Well, again, NRG has come out with all guns firing in game 1. So many series this season. And then dropped game number 2. Can they bounce back here, though? Turbo looks for the drop down by himself. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe so much interference. And he makes this shot work.
I don't know how Turbo does this. He gets the triple tap. He gets bumped. Then he goes for net still. He got bumped and hit his head on the ceiling. Yeah, I'm not even kidding.
On the ceiling. That was insane. He's like, I got this. No problem. I'll recover. Amazing play. As now they advance, looking for goal number 2. Justin puts it on target, but AJ gets there. Now Turbo pulls it off the corner. Gyros touches enough to get it off to the edge, but Garrett G back in. AJ sits in net strongly and wisely, making the stop. And now Justin up for another one. Nobody home to stop him, but he can't find a touch towards the goal. That touch is past Reynolds. Garrett G's there. AJ makes the stop. Turbo pulls it to the backboard once more. NRG absolutely threatening, breathing down Knight's neck. The first minute's going to come and go here. With NRG up by
Turbo
1.
There go for that bump on the goal line. Turbo getting aggressive, getting physical. But AJ on the goal line has been quite solid. We're seeing him play a lot more defense than we have in the past. He has been the last line of defense quite a few times, and it's also put him in position to where he can take that shot as third man, and that seems to be working for the Knights.
Gyro with the air carry. Not really able to use the flip reset, but Turbo and Garrett both engaged there on the corner. Justin makes a key stop. Now Turbo trying to create him some space. Here comes Garrett looking for the shot. They crowd out the goalies. Couldn't get it out of that corner and into the net. Now flying back on defense once more. Gyro and AJ in the midfield trying to gain control. Garrett and Turbo double commit from the 2 Octanes. Garrett G up for the shot, but doesn't make touch. The defense now all high. Could Justin recover from this? Nearly finds the shot, but no, Gyro able to guide it off to safety in the corner. Now Turbo pulls it in. Finally it goes through. So much pressure from Knights and the defense from so much pressure from NRG here to score the second goal.
And look at what Garrett does. He jumps in the path of AJ. I don't know if you caught that. He knew AJ needed to go up for the ball. Garrett blocks the trajectory so that AJ cannot jump right away. He delays his ability to react, and that opened up the path for Turbo to get the goal.
Garrett G with a miss on the retreat. I think it was just enough of a what is he doing to stop the Knights from advancing. Garrett G trying to stall this one out, uses his flip reset immediately to try and dive on this ball, but doesn't make anything out of it. Now the pinch back across. Garrett G will turn in quickly, force the block out of Gyro. Now through 2, Turbo pulls it, looking for the setup, gets it across. Garrett G's airborne, tucks it in and pushes it down for goal number 3.
Garrett and Turbo have been doing everything so far this game. Turbo with that little flick gets it above Gyro. Garrett will put this in. Justin has all he's had to do is watch.
You got that one. That's Garrett G didn't score any goals in game number 2. But gets that third goal here in game number 3 using that blue atomizer. I think it was in the shop yesterday. As Reynolds pushes it across, Garrett G up, gets a block. Now AJ guides this one to the corner as we're across halftime, and game is starting to get out of reach for Knights. They've got to start lining it up right now as Justin looks for another crazy tap. Turbo sends it to the far side, but it's wide, and Reynolds will look to hold on to this one. Past 1, now up against Justin, past 2. Turbo pulls us up for it. Gyro was looking for the bump, but Turbo gets it away. And now Gyro with the back pass to nobody. It's all the way to his corner, and Reynolds and AJ have to adjust so much just to gain control of the ball. It's AJ now up to the corner. There's Gyro looking for a shot, but Garrett G blocks him at the point of contact. Now the counterattack back down. The touch from Turbo just too soft. None of his teammates are able to reach it. 46 seconds left here in the last minute. It's over 1. The pressure from Knights into this corner. Turbo not quite able to get the clear, and Justin will find one. The Knights, I feel they have little moments of breaking out here, James, but they're not able to get a steady offense going. Maybe it's they're not controlling the boost enough. The midfield game seems to be strong. It's the moment they get into enemy territory, things seem to fall apart.
Yeah, NRG has just been playing quality defense. They even get this block here. The shooting hasn't really been on point for the Knights in this game. However, it's mostly due to NRG just bringing the heat. And that shot, that little touch from AJ was something else. We'll take another look at it on the replay. AJ saw that Justin was in net, and he flips and gets the lightest touch. Justin was going to get the save.
That was gorgeous. He got a reverse goal for that. I haven't seen that medal in RLCS, I don't know how long. And that's the start of a comeback. You got to do 2 more here in the final minute. But we've seen the Knights come back from that before. Justin now in the corner. Long clear down. Chases it himself. Looks for a flip reset. Has it lofted in front of the goal. Reynolds will be up to block Garrett G's final shot. Now Reddles hounding Turbo Pulse. It doesn't matter. Turbo still gets the block. Justin tries to make the adjustment, see if he can put the shot on the open net, but he's not quite able to get around it. The final 30 seconds, down by 2. Things looking grim for the Knights. Looks like match point for NRG is inevitable. A demolition in net opens up some space, but Garrett G gets up before the second demo comes through and now just plays it off to the corner. With 15 seconds remaining, things all but over here in game number 3.
It looked like maybe game 3 would play out like game 2, with NRG getting out to those early lead and then seeing the revitalization, but no, it has been all NRG in game 3. Turbo getting this final goal from wall to wall.
Wow. Just the
It bounced
trebuchet.
once, so.
Got it all. He was literally all 4 of his wheels were on his back wall when he made that shot. 2 seconds left. This game, just a formality at this point, as they'll bring it down to the end. How long can they keep the ball in the air this time?
And that's a hat trick for Turbo. And honestly, Wavepunk, it's not useless, even though we see a consolation goal. But for Turbo, he's in the hunt for Golden Striker. So every goal counts. And we've seen it even in previous seasons where an entire race can come down to a single goal.
Well, we've seen races come down to a single game back in seasons 3 or 4. I don't actually remember which one it was, but Pashy passed somebody. I think he passed maybe K-Dop for in the final day. He scored 7 goals in one game and rocketed up to take the shot leader, the goal leader of the season, the golden goal. But yes, Knights struggle again in game number 3. 4-2 here is the end for NRG, and now on match point, things definitely looking rough for my upset prediction here, James.
It is looking rough, but Wavepunk, I wouldn't lose too much hope. Even this game, the final scoreline was just a 2-goal game, even though we saw both teams kind of had the stats there in the final moments. What I saw from the Knights in game 2 is that they have what it takes to take down NRG. They have what it takes. It's just going to require that they play airtight defense and get AJ involved in the offense, get him more shooting opportunities. And also, if you're Gyro, get some demos, clear up some space for Reddles. That worked really well for him when he was leading the charge and then letting Reddles kind of clean up the goals. Reddles is such a playmaker. He's a shooter. He knows how to make plays happen. So you need to make sure he's also getting opportunity.
They absolutely do, but there was one key moment for me where Knights got 2 demolitions and the ball immediately falls on their third man's hood, and he just took a shot, just blasted it at the net, and Justin got the save. And what was definitely their strongest offensive positioning of game 4 turned into nothing. So sometimes they get the demolitions and it still doesn't work out because they're just too aggressive. They're too antsy. They want to go. Like maybe just thinking through it a little bit more. And it obviously Rocket League's a game that you have almost no time.
It's all about the timing. The timing on, if you go for a demo and it's a split second too soon or too late, that makes all the difference. It has to be at the perfect time.
Well, game number 4, and Knights have got to win them all from here. NRG looking to finish it off here on Utopia. Garrett G with the carry over 1, looking for the play on the 2. Reynolds gets bumped out of the way. It doesn't go in though. They bumped it just enough contact from the other cars to push that one high. The net. Now AJ looking for a counterattack. Doesn't have any more boost to work with, so probably won't turn into anything there. But a pretty stylish attempt from NRG turned away. Turbo, the far side. AJ cross to Gyro, blocked by Garrett. Got up, knew where that shot was coming from. The Knights looking for the first goal, trying to break up the momentum NRG's been building these past games.
And Reddles was stuck in the net on 0 boost. He was going for bumps when he had nothing in the tank. Now this is looking good for them as Reddles has a lot of boost, some space. The infield pass, the shot. AJ getting the Knights their first goal. And what a way to do it.
And such an important first goal, too. A beautiful infield pass, breaks up the defense and paves the way for that shot. As long as his placement was good, it was definitely going in. But, man, they had to break that up, that momentum that NRG had been building here. Scoring the first goal, definitely a good way to do it. Now NRG's got to play from behind. It's Turbo Pulsa. Lofts this one, Justin on the wall. Will try to catch it. Brings it back down, traps it, fakes it underneath 1. Flicks it to the corner. Gyro doesn't really get a good touch on it, but Reddle should get up in time. And now Turbo onto the back wall. Couldn't keep that one under the crossbar. Justin having to dodge demolitions as they push up on the offense here. He'll get just enough of a touch to get it off the hood of the frontline offense. Garrett and Turbo cross paths in the corner. Reddles looks for a shot, but it's all high. Justin out of his corner. Boost gets stolen by Reddles. Can he find the pass out? Drops it back down. Turbo's up. AJ's shot is no good. And now Garrett G versus Gyro in the corner here. Takes too long gaining control, and this ball's going to stay in the blue.
Reddles is so fast, so speedy. He gets bumps on players on the backfield. He got a bump on Garrett. He got that boost steal, getting his team some chances. Now he's got his own back corner and is coming back in, going for the double.
Oh,
and that should have been connected. Oh no!
He had the entire net to shoot at, and just the ball goes underneath him. Now Gyro going to try, gets bumped off it, and Justin, the reverse Goomba stop, I think from Garrett, keeps that shot from going through. And still a 1-goal game here for Knights.
You can tell Reddles is fighting and leaving everything on the field 110%.
Off the backboard, NRG looking for the tying goal. Turbo Pulsa puts it high. Gyro stretches for this, gets just enough of a touch to put it over the top of Garrett G. Turbo Pulsa into the corner. Justin on this back wall, the fall from Turbo. Justin, I'm not sure what he was reading here, as the net's wide open for Knights.
Justin, it looked like he wanted to go on the back wall. He had no boost. And when you have no boost, in order to be able to block high shots, sometimes you have to go on the wall. But both Turbo and Justin were on the wall. That left a wide open lane for AJ, and almost another goal, as we're under 2 minutes left. The Knights in full control.
They've had all the goals. That one crosses the net dangerously, but Justin didn't crash on in, expecting the defense to get a touch. Now the soft touch out to Garrett, looks for the pass back, not able to find it. A bump on the Gyro, opens the door for Turbo. Can he find this shot out of the corner? There's one touch back across. Garrett G not up in time. Reddles had the read. And now Justin back into the corner once more. Gyro plays it high. Turbo off the ceiling, looking to fall on it himself, and Reddles has the save to safety. Now Gyro up against Garrett, pushes it through in the midfield with 1:20 left to go. NRG yet to score in Game 4, and a loss here would send us to a decisive Game 5. Reddles through 1, through 2, and in. That's 3 goals now for Knights. They're looking to run away with it here.
And then we saw the accidental bump. Garrett respawned right there. It looks like Turbo wasn't able to rotate and get the save. And Knights, would you believe it? They come back in Game 4, and this was a resounding win. Very one-sided in favor of the Knights. And that's going to have them feeling fantastic going into Game 5.
Some absolutely beautiful goals, a few defensive punishes. And NRG kept quiet here. Can they find a way back in? As Turbo will find one. That's the beginning of the road to come back, but they've got to find 2 more.
Yeah, that was, I mean, maybe I'm calling it too early, but a 3-goal lead with under a minute left to go, that would be something else. However, Turbo keeps the hopes alive. We'll see if NRG can make some last-second heroics work.
3-goal comebacks. The most common of the least common comebacks. It's a silly stat line, but it's technically true. As Reddles looks to push this one back down. Now Garrett G through the air has a little bit of boost left and actually gets a shot. It's up high. Can Justin come in before this? Actually Turbo who's up with the shot to place it nice and soft, but just could not get it underneath that back wall. 30 seconds left. And what could have actually breathed a lot of life into this game. The pass back into Turbo. They get it through that midline defense. Garrett G doesn't want to challenge, though, and this burning the time, keeping it up high, is going to spell a win for the Knights. As Justin, no contact in the corner either. They lose so much time on this transitional play, and Gyro shuts it down into an empty corner. 9 seconds left. Getting it across the field to score is not going to happen here as they try to get it all the way down, but AJ's got so much space just to push it to the corner, and with 0 seconds left, it's impossible for the win to go their way. And that'll be Game 4 going to the Knights. Game 5 inbound, James. We've got a series on our hands.
And can we talk about that save from Gyro? It was a 2v1. He's getting chased down, and if he lets that goal in, you leave the door open for NRG. There was still, what, over 30 or 40 seconds left on the clock. Gyro, in that 2v1, made a phenomenal save. The pressure was on, and he makes that save. And the Knights now 1 goal away. Wave, you asked me what I thought about this series. I said I thought it was going to be easy for NRG, but I could not have been more wrong, especially with how well the Knights have been playing in both of the games that they won.
Dude, and Reynolds just won't go away. He absolutely, like, it sounds silly,
So
but like,
annoying to play against.
he just wants it so badly. He wants this win. You could see how much it would mean to him. He is playing with absolutely everything he has. He's using all of his boosts to his maximum potential, maintaining as much momentum as he can getting around this field. And I love the way that he is trying to give his team opportunity after opportunity. They're constantly, and one thing I do love about this Knights roster is the way that they're trusting AJ. Even after he kind of misses that one shot in the midfield that was a pretty simple one, they've just constantly been setting him up, saying, hey, you take these shots, man. You're our specialist in that upper 90 right now. See if you can do it, and we'll see. Maybe it gives them a win here in Game 5.
And everyone's stepping up. Not only AJ on offense, but Gyro on defense, Reddles in the midfield and on offense. They're playing very well. The Knights have all of the tools to be a top team. They've just, struggled to make it work. But this would be a massive series win for them in Game 5 against the defending champs. See if they can do it.
NRG. Been on this field so many times. Garrett G and Justin's names hanging in the rafters. Turbo's was up there 4 times. If anybody can call this his home field, it's him.
And they won their title on this map as well.
They have. It's gone to this game. It's gone to the Champions Field every time for them in the Worlds. It's Justin over the top of one. Back down in. Reddles over there is Turbo with the shot. AJ's got the stop. Justin now to try and get the solo play. Gets it through one and a gyro with the miss, but Reddles on the edge when all hope was lost makes the stop and gets it all the way back down. AJ tries to make the shot. And the play from Gyro's a bit high. Now Justin through one. Reddles over the top of 2. Garrett G's up. Makes the stop. First minute will come and go. No goals, but fireworks on both sides. Both teams with opportunities to score.
Oh
AJ
my goodness,
nearly puts
Justin.
that in with a backflip, but no. Justin gets it away.
Justin, he saved that going in reverse. He was in reverse when he jumped off the wall, got the first touch, and then boosted to get the block on the second. The Knights are relentless in their attack. NRG is holding on for dear life.
Justin thinks about it, but gets called off by his team. Reynolds pushes this high. AJ's turned around backwards. Now Garrett G going to try and move down the field here, but struggled to gain control, and Gyro wasn't making it easy on him. Now Turbo to the backside. Gyro's up. AJ and tries to place it to the edge of that corner, but no good. Garrett G now through one, up against 2. Reynolds touches just neutral enough, but Justin closes the gap. Now off the backboard, the touches from Justin are in. He scores it here in the Game 5. Can this be all they need?
Can you believe this shot? What? A triple tap from Justin in Game 5. I'm speechless on that play. Oh, that was gorgeous.
Justin has scored 3 highlight plays. We have a top 5 every week, and I think 3 of them are going to be Justin this time. Reynolds over to the edge. AJ back out. Garrett G in this corner. Reynolds takes it away from him. Now AJ up against Turbo. Turbo just outright tackles him and gets it through. 2:45 on the clock, approaching halftime, and Knights, they have battled so hard to get to this point. Can they find a way through the stingy defense? Gyro up through one. Justin go for the trap, the catch, and now through 2. They'll look for the soft touch, but Reddles is up in time. Turbo thought about going for that one. Garrett's shot was good, but AJ gets the block, and now Garrett passing back to Turbo. Pass was just a little bit too fast. Now Justin looking for more control. Baits in Reddles, but Reddles manages to win the challenge. Now Garrett G through the air, gets bumped by Turbo. That'll open up some space. Justin's got to quickly close the gap through the air. He gets 2 touches over. Turbo's lurking in front of the net, looks for the play, but the defense of the Knights staying up strong, get it away. Now Garrett G off the backboard, look to try and get a crazy shot. No good right now. Gyro demolished in front.
The defense on both sides has made some stand-up plays. Turbo for NRG, Justin as well. Then we saw AJ on the goal line. Now Justin's going to be tested. No, Garrett or Turbo will come in and help him out, but the Knights, they're staying right in this one, but time is melting away. They're going to need an equalizer.
So Over the top of one. Gyro. Now to the edge. Back down. Reddles over to the side and took the shot. Turbo's got the stop. Retreating defense. The Knights going to look to transition it off their own back wall. Gyro keeps it high. Baits in Turbo Pulson. He wins that challenge. AJ out. Now Gyro back over towards AJ. Cut off by Justin. Lofted in the midfield. Turbo pulls into an open net. Can Gyro find the stop here? Turbo doesn't even find the shot. Now Reddles looking for the counterattack. Up against two. Over the top of one. Can he dunk Garrett G? No, it doesn't happen. And Turbo will clear the follow-up around Gyro. Now looking for the counterattack himself. 45 seconds left in this game. The Knights, one of their best looks yet. Through one, up against AJ. Garrett G gets it off to the side. Gyro comes on in, gets it neutral. AJ's rotating out for he takes the enemy boost, but Garrett G looking for the clincher. Reddles puts it across his own box. AJ past Turbo, but Justin wins another challenge in the midfield. With 30 seconds left, the Knights getting pressured more and more into their own half, getting suffocated here. They've got to find a way to break out, got to win these challenges and then beat the defenders. The goal line defense has stood up so strong for Energy this whole series, and now the pressuring on offense could be the end, the disaster for Knights. One last attempt, 8 seconds left. Justin to Garrett, into the corner. AJ doesn't have anything, waiting on a teammate, but there's nobody there. He's got to do it himself. Half a tank of boost to work with. Through the air, into this corner. All is it dead? Justin over the edge. Reddles, no, and it's off to the backside. No one's there to touch it and keep it up. NRG have to fight so hard, but they vanquish the Knights and take it in 5.
What a series. That was a blast to watch. Look at the saves from NRG. Forced to make 10 saves.
Oh, on 11 shots.
This
goodness.
This was a nail biter of a game, Wavepunk. Knights had some plays on defense that you were just holding your breath. Same for NRG. NRG at the start of this game, they were doing everything they could to keep the Knights at bay. Even this was what a game 5. What a game 5.
Dude, the backflip shot from AJ that's defended by like the backflip save from Justin at the beginning. These guys, it was crazy. The one goal from Justin, though, man, that was the difference maker for NRG. Justin started playing like the Justin we know. Every one of his shots that was good was in a game that they won. NRG starting to look like the World Championship team again.
They certainly are. That was the game to do it in game 5. Justin hitting that triple tap. And then shout out to Turbo as well. Turbo made some very big defensive stops. There was one play where AJ was coming in and Turbo, he didn't jump to challenge where the ball was. He predicted where AJ was going to hit it mid-air in a scoring situation. So Turbo made some big plays. Even rushing back on defense, there was the play where Garrett G was the last player left in net and the ball bounced out and Turbo got back just in time to poke that ball out. So all around some good play, but that Justin shot, that highlight reel play, that's what it took to get the win here.
That was the difference maker. That was the name of the series for NRG. Justin wins it for them here in 5. They improved to 5-1. Knights rough week there as they go 0-2, but it was a pretty packed week. So I want to break it all down. Let's go back to Leaf and the boys.
We're going to break it down here, and as James said, it was all around some good gameplay, but all around it might not have been the best analysis. Gibbs, I hear you have some redactions to make here.
Yeah, I think I need a full screen for this one. My apologies for the playoff scenarios. I got a little excited. There is one playoff scenario where Energy or G2 do not clinch the regional championships. EUnited and Cloud9 would have to win out completely, both of them, and Energy or G2 would lose out completely, and there's a chance they would make the regional championships. So I got a little ahead of myself just by a bit, but virtually Energy and G2 are looking incredibly strong, very likely to go to the regional championships.
I think that it's still fair to say that in a very likely scenario, and Turtle, if you disagree, let us know, but like I don't see G2 losing out fully or like Cloud9 winning out the rest of their series.
Yeah, I don't think that's even possible at all, given the circumstances. I mean, sure, there's a slight chance, but with what we've seen so far from EUnited and Cloud9, I can't see them putting the pieces together to just completely dominate within the next few weekends. And I just think that, Cloud9, or excuse me, NRG and G2, I think they're set.
Well, let's break down that last series we just saw. That was a nail biter. That went down to the wire. Game number 5, NRG versus Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, it just feels like the story of coming so close against every team they play. But of course, NRG walked away with the win here on this one, Gibbs.
So this was a rematch of the grand finals from last season in North America, and obviously we thought it wasn't going to be as close because Pittsburgh Knights, now with AJ, have not been looking on form. Well, NRG swept them last time, 4-0. This time, Pittsburgh Knights put up a fight, and this is why, no matter who you play going into these regional championships, if Pittsburgh Knights does make it, all these teams are so strong. We saw AJ with the pre-flip redirection shot. We saw Reynolds with incredibly fast corner plays, surprising everyone on the NRG defense. But at the end of the day, we have Justin. I think it was like a hardcover book. Like game 1, he shows up, pops off. And then, of course, game 5 with the triple tap on Champions Field, making the big goals like the World Championship once again for Justin there.
I mean, Justin, this whole series was popping off, but I mean, like we said, and like you talked about, Gibbs, this entire series for both teams was just mechanical warfare on both sides. You could see everybody on the Knights making incredible moves. I thought Gyro had a great performance, but then Justin, shots like that are what separate this player from, you know, mediocre to just outstanding. He can pop off and just have incredible moments like this that really separate and make differences in the motion and the momentum of the game.
So now for Pittsburgh Knights, obviously we know NRG is good, and it looks like they're getting back to that full form. You know, we heard them talking about, you know, their scrims being a little rougher than they'd like, but they're looking good. But for the Knights, they have to start, you know, clinching or winning some of these games, right? I mean, looking forward, they got Rogue, EUnited, and Cloud9 left to go against. These are matches that they absolutely have to finish out at this point. Otherwise, it's not looking good. And then people really start to question that roster move. So for the Knights, what is there's something that's got to be fixed by next week. Is it just do more scrims throughout the week, more practicing? Is it communicate? What is it, Turtle, do you think that Pittsburgh Knights really have to connect with to win out the rest of their series throughout league play?
For me, I'm actually very, very satisfied. If I'm a Pittsburgh Knights fan, they had 2 close Game 5s today. I think that if they're going to work on anything, it's going to be their Game 5 performance and how they start out that initial Game 5. They need to come in, bring those demos, bring that aggression right away. Once they get into a close, a match point scenario, that's when they need to bring the heat, and they maybe even should switch up their play style in that game, go for something different. And I think that even going on with those 3 matchups that you talked about, Leaf, I think that the Knights, with how they're looking today, they're going to get 3 wins every single series. I think they're going to win out.
I mean, I'm going to have to probably agree. I mean, you look at the stats, they were like almost one and the same across the board there against NRG. And again, NRG is one of those teams that's always in talks for those top 2 spots. I mean, they're the previous world champions for a reason. Gibbs, you think the Knights, you agree with Turtle that the Knights playing like that will win out the rest of their series in league play?
Yeah, I don't think they have to worry about anything. I think Pittsburgh Knights played well today. They outshot Soniqs by 20. They just couldn't close it. Then against NRG, they looked really strong. Like, again, a top 2 team in North America. So, sure, they didn't win the big ones earlier throughout the season, but they are going to get another chance when it comes to the regional championships because I do think they'll win out.
Well, it's time to move on now to a very important accolade, and it is our player of the day. And I feel like this one was just unanimously decided the second that he hit the field, and it's got to be AXB. This man just sent it today. Even when his teammates were they're not peaking themselves, he was the glue to keep them together.
Man, AXB on both sides of the field, right? Offense, he begins the series with 2-goal games, back-to-back games. But then when it mattered most, game 4, that defense that he showed last season came out. He's getting bullied by Gimmick, multiple bumps, and he somehow finds a way around him and makes a big save and avoids the dunk. Plays like that will seal a deal for AXB. The offense has been fantastic this season, but he's been the star player on Spacestation, a team that all 4 people on the pre-show thought would be top 2, and they're still looking incredibly strong.
And we're not seeing any assists, and we expect AXB to be the passer, the guy who's kind of the glue of the team, who can funnel the ball back and forth, find openings for his teammates to give them the spotlight. But today, he was the player who's making those shots, who's making a difference, and it's that versatility that makes AXB so threatening on offense. He can do it all. He can shoot. He can get crazy saves like we talked about, Gibbs. That is the one where he's getting bullied. He can recover like that. That was unreal. Space Station are so strong, especially when AXB is on point.
And when you're shooting 45%, you then shoot the ball. You don't pass. AXB, well done.
Definitely.
I almost like him in the position where he's not the guy on offense setting up assists. He's the guy that's using his brain. I mean, you saw it even down to that save there where he's getting bumped. He makes sure he holds his ground in his position to not get sent out of the net, and he's able to get that ball around that attacker to not get dunked on. He's using his brain, and I feel like, to be honest, he was doing that throughout the entire series. I was watching his rotations. They were super smart, safe. Nothing, out there were like, I'm going to be a star player. But as a result, he becomes a star player. He knows his teammates will go on offense and set up their own offense, and he can just be there to either clean up or back up to defense if he needs to be. And honestly, I like him in that position a lot better because he's a super smart player, and not rushing yourself and not being up on that offense the entire time yourself lets you see the whole field. It lets you be that player that becomes the backbone for your team. So if he's not getting assists, honestly, I'm okay with that position because that means he's everywhere else that his team needs him to be. So going forward, I mean, like, if AXB can keep this up, Space Station Gaming is just looking so good, Gibbs.
Yeah, he reminds me of Turbo Pulsa, where he's a smart third man player because he still plays that third man role for the most part for Space Station. It seems a little bit more rotational now. It's not like as heavy of a third man, but he's very similar to Turbo, where he can pick and choose his battles, and he's picking right every single time this season, when to move up, when to challenge for a 50-50, but most importantly, when to shoot. And his shooting has been incredibly accurate all season long.
Well, we're going to take a look at the standing in case you guys, for some reason, weren't here all day. Shame on you guys. Make sure you're here for all of our EU matches tomorrow. We're going to take a look back at the matches. I think, honestly, the surprises weren't really abundant today besides our first series there. Flight taking it 3-1 against EUnited.
Yeah, but I think this is a rough day for Pittsburgh Knights because I think they wanted to try and move up to try and hit one of those third or fourth spots, or even have a chance to challenge for top 2. They were 2 games away from going 2-0 on the day, and we'd be talking about a 4-2 team rather than a 2-4 team. A little bit of a rough day for Pittsburgh Knights. Like, I don't think they have to worry too much because the rest of their schedule, but the regional championships are not going to be easy for them. They don't have a chance at a bye basically now, so it's going to be tough.
I mean, my biggest takeaways are Soniqs. Really, I think that Soniqs were the people who popped off the most, and they've been consistent this whole time. So I think it's a lot of these underdogs that are starting to flourish and pop off as the season progresses with more experience in RLCS.
Let's take a look at the standings now because there's still only one team sitting there with 0 losses. And of course, it's G2 sitting at the top of that leaderboard with NRG just behind them in that second place spot. Just to confirm everything, Gibbs, nothing is clinched at this point.
Technically,
but it's still looking good for G2 and NRG.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting down the stretch. Like, we have a lot of separation. We're looking at, like, our top 5 looks pretty strong to make the regional championships. Then you got the Pittsburgh Knights and EUnited. They play in week 7. But like EUnited, the rest of their schedule, while we talked about how Pittsburgh Knights has a really easy schedule, well, EUnited, besides playing them, they still have to play Space Station and the Soniqs. So their schedule is a lot harder. So it kind of looks like we have our top 6 basically locked with Pittsburgh Knights, unless EUnited can surprise down the stretch. Then you have those 3 one-win teams. They're fighting for not only wins, but game differential at this point, because it could come down to that when it matters for 10th place, where you get demoted to the rival series.
And Turtle, for you, I mean, like, just get, we're nearing the end of the day. I just want some thoughts on the, looking ahead, make some early predictions, because your Rizzo MVP was, a pretty smart, bold prediction there. But we have those bottom spots in contention now for that auto relegation spot. EUnited, Cloud9, Flight, Rogue, Pittsburgh Knights, all those guys. Is there anybody right now that you're saying no, definitively, I think they're going to be in that auto relegated spot?
It hurts my soul to say this, but I'm going to think that Cloud9 are going to be in that auto relegated spot. We keep saying we're waiting for them to get back to that top tier form, and then we can't rely on anything, any of the hints, any of the puzzle pieces. It's not connecting. I think that they might get to that 10th spot, and I think they got to be shaken right now if you're Cloud9.
And Gibbs, any final thoughts for you now on the day? It's been a great day. I'm kicking you guys out of my house right now, so I'll give you one final word.
So G2, they are a team with 0 losses, but you see all those 1-loss teams, there's 3 of them. They haven't played any of those teams yet. So down the stretch, I want to see G2 because they're going to determine top 2, win or lose, because whoever beats them very likely moves up to a top 2 spot, or if G2 wins out, they grab that spot. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch them down the stretch.
And Turtle, I'm sure you're tired of standing. You must be like working those legs out right now, but we'll let you go in a second. You got to give us some final thoughts.
I'm just going to say Gibbs, Rizzo, MVP. That's all there is.
Rizzo,
0%
MVP?
0% goal participation today.
That's right. That's right. Still MVP.
Come on.
I believe.
All right.
All right, I'm kicking you guys out of my house. You guys can go grab a chair, Turtle. Gibbs, go do whatever I guess you got to do as a dad. You got some kids waiting for you. But we're going to talk about our schedule tomorrow. We're not done for Rocket League on this weekend. Actually, we have a lot more coming your way. But we're going to take a look at the European schedule for tomorrow. Just a quick reminder as well that North American is going to be experiencing daylight savings. So these times start times may be different for you depending on your region around the world. So jump online on a time zone check. And just make sure that you guys are here for the start of the day and for our pre-show. But we've got a lot of exciting matches, of course, for Europe. And of course, we have a doubleheader on Monday. You can see the schedule here for the doubleheader. Europe will follow after this, but it is double painted rewards, guys. You can't forget that. Get on to rlesports.gg and make sure that you have your account linked over on the rewards page. But anyways, it is time for me to sign out right now, guys. Thanks for joining me in my room. Feel free to stay late if you want, but I only actually have a couple spots on the couch, so it might get crammed. But if you are going to go home, make sure to tune in tomorrow very early. Show up early for some European League play. I'm LeafX signing out, and we'll see you later.
When Ajax finally puts one in the back of the net, and EUnited are in this series. Ajax not the best player. Seabass will score off the demo.
Hey man, I love confidence.
But yeah,
hey, confidence is key. Great.
Miss has a catch. He has a shot. No way! Miss somehow finds the net in 0 seconds. For that poise on defense that we saw from Rogue in games 2 and 3. But here's the pass to Atomic. Back to Illusion. Goal for Ghost.
Oh my god, what? Is it gonna roll in back post? It's Shock again for the Soniqs in a big bump.
Another threatening shot. Chicago's up, doesn't get it. Second touch from Ajax goes in. What a play for EUnited. Saved away by his teammate. JNAP's gonna do it himself off the crossbar and in, and G2 get a cushion.
Look over one, Civical up, stretches it up high. Is anybody there? XP comes in to find the angle. My goodness, what a recovery. Civical's got to hold on to it. Torment puts it just high. Arsenal doesn't make contact. Gimmick will score. Get it behind one. Gimmick looks for the bump on AXP, just crowds him away. Switching to find the shot. AXP somehow finds the miraculous save. Oh, Justin looking for the double tap, and it goes in. You're kidding me. Off the defender and back out. Justin styling on him. Reynolds back down to AJ. This one for the win. Off the bound. Oh, the woodwork and in. AJ's shot again goes through. Up against 2. Reynolds touches just neutral enough, but Justin closes the gap. Now off the backboard. The touches from Justin are in.
made of fruit.